Call me stubborn or whatever else you guys are calling me on the ticket text, but I am not going to give ground, even with the Dylan Larkin injury. If the Red Wings are the team we think they are, if they're as deep as we've sold them to be, they'll survive this 7-game stretch without the captain. By the way, 4 of the 7 games against Buffalo and Arizona, they should survive this stretch.
Yeah, they should. And when you look, we've talked about this they got a dozen dudes that have scored double-digit goals. Now, there's obviously more to it than just being a goal scorer, but this is one of the deepest offensive teams that you're going to find. And if they have built this up throughout the course of 82 games, you're going to have moments where you're not going to have your number one player. All teams are going to have that. It's a rarity to go through any professional season where somebody doesn't miss a game or, a period, but this one is going to be 2 weeks long, and you got 7 games. If they aren't able to withstand this loss, and I don't want to undersell, it's a big loss. It's a captain. It's a guy that does everything for them.
Power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5, lead minutes.
If you can't withstand 7 games, then I don't know that you're even should be in position of talking about being a playoff team.
Yeah, you'd be kind of a house of cards. If this collapses the house, wasn't sturdy to begin with, and we've sold them as a sturdy team. So I'm not going to
it's not out
here.
Yeah, you're not blowing out a candle here. You're not blowing down the house of cards. This should have somewhat of a foundation.
Team went 2-4 this season without Larkin. But some of that was when they were also without Compher and Perron, and Kane was in and out of the lineup. They went 2-4 the first time. Could they go 3-4 in this 7 without him? I don't think the bar has to be that high. They've built up a little bit of a lead. If they can hold their water over the next 2 weeks, he comes back, 14 games to go, stretch run, seal the deal.
Okay. So 3-4, that's a minimum.
Sure.
That would be an absolute bare minimum. They're playing Buffalo and Arizona 4 times.
Home and home, basically.
Yeah.
They also play Pittsburgh and Vegas and Colorado.
At a time like this, where you've got points are at a premium, I would expect those 4 to be wins. Now, maybe you steal one of the other 3 and you drop one because you're like, hey, we got to figure it out. But I would expect that this would be a 4-3 run in the 7 games.
Yeah, or you could put it like this: 7 points in the 7 games. You get to overtime in one of these games, you hold your own.
Sure, yes.
I mean, you can.
And we talked about that.
A point, yeah. So, question to Red Wing fans is: hits aren't stopping, right? You lose 2 straight, you lose your captain, you got a road trip coming up. How big a deal is this Larkin stuff? 248-539-9797. Lalone said that Joe Veleno is going to take over on the top line. He'll have Kane and DeBrincat alongside, and the thought there is, while he's not Dylan Larkin, he could play with some pace. He's a quick skater, get up and down the ice. Can he be 80%, 75% of Dylan Larkin? Give those guys a look. Keep that top line steady and sturdy. And they've put Raymond up on the top power play. They're just going to supercharge one power play unit. Not worried about being overly deep on the power play. Just got to bury their chances. Survive this stretch and get your best player back. I mean, I know Kane's the name and Kane's been clutch, but like all play, all zones, all situations, Dylan Larkin's their best player. Weather the storm. 248-539-9797. And if they don't, are fans going to get the sewing needles out and take the patches off themselves?
The patch has, most rational people believe that the patch doesn't have anything to do with this.
Emphasis on rational.
It's the fanatics, which is why we call them fans.
Yeah.
That are going to sit there and go, they put this patch on the 29th. They lost that one. They've lost another one. Now they've lost their captain. Maybe it's weighing them down. Very
first text we get. If it was just Larkin getting hurt, it wouldn't be a big deal. But they do have the patch as well. When you combine the two, we're doomed.
So did the curse that was with the Lions, okay, we thought maybe it would jump the street and hit Comerica, but has it gone all the way over to LCA?
So there was that, remember when the Lions late in December, they would lose whenever the Pistons would win and vice versa? If there was such a thing, and it was like lingering in Little Caesars Arena, found its way into the wrong dressing room. Couple more. 248-539-9797. This one says, ditch that patch. Sean the mailman. It's not going anywhere.
It's
guys.
not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere.
Money has exchanged hands.
This is a good point on the ticket text. This will show the importance of the Patrick Kane signing. This 7-game stretch.
Oh yeah, this is why you make moves like that. And here's the other thing, and I'll ask you this: does it affect what you think Yzerman will do between now and Friday? Because this happened, obviously, before the trade deadline. It's better that it happened now than next Monday because we're not left with wondering what would have been. It doesn't mean, or I don't think it necessarily affects it because he's going to be back in 2 weeks as it's being reported.
Well, yeah, you're not going to be able to trade for a Larkin replacement, and
Right.
You're not going to give up anything significant for a Band-Aid to last 7 games. I don't know that it changes Yzerman's philosophy of the deadline. I think it comes down to he should be willing to give up on some picks and prospects. They're not all going to hit to get players who would be here beyond this season. I mean, and just listening to the way he talks about this stuff, I feel like that is the way he will approach the deadline. Do I think he should be more open to a rental? I do, but I don't expect him to give up very much. And there's other contenders who are looking to buy and chase the Stanley Cup too. I think it'd be a damn shame if they let this thing collapse by ignoring it, but they should be good enough to survive the 7 games without Larkin, and then they should be good enough to get in the playoffs. Your reactions, 248-539-9797. Texter says Larkin will be hardly missed. He gives up the puck far too often, and he's weak defensively. His plus-minus is negative. Enough said. I think people are way too critical of Dylan Larkin as a whole. And a great example of this is last year when he was eligible for the extension, and some people didn't want them to re-sign him at all. He is not McKinnon. He's not Matthews.
Right.
He's not McDavid. But to say he's not, I mean, come on.
Well, you're not paying him like those guys.
Correct.
And you're not expecting him to be those guys.
Another one says the injury to Larkin hurts, but it's not devastating. It will really show the improvement around the team now as opposed to when he got hurt back in December. One other note I would put for Red Wing fans: keep an eye on the New Jersey Devils. I think they're the one team that could really spook you in the next couple weeks here. They just fired their coach. Classic, right? Bounce back spot. They've got Florida tonight, but Florida's playing the 3rd time in 4 nights, back-to-back with travel. This could be a spot for New Jersey to steal a couple points. They play St. Louis, a chance to get another 2 points. If the Wings lose to the Avs, all of a sudden that 8-point lead turns into a 4-point lead. Does New Jersey do something at the deadline? They're the one team I would keep an eye on. And early cash ticket preview, Devils on the money line tonight. Come on now. Devils on the money line. You don't even keep subscribing and downloading, but come on. This is an obvious one. Devils on the money line. We want to hear from Red Wing fans. 248-539-9797. Plus, something that came up on the show yesterday that I think we need to spend some more time on. It's 97.1.
Well, Tarek Skubal showed exactly why he was named the Tigers' opening day starter with a display of power against the Red Sox down in Lakeland. Fastballs in the upper 90s as he struck out 6 Boston batters over 3 innings of work. Scoob then talked about how he'd love to translate that to Game 1 when the results actually count. Well, opening day is coming up on the 28th in Chicago. Some added important minutes coming for Wings forward Joe Veleno. Coach Lalone confirmed that when he revealed that Dylan Larkin going to be out a while, about 2 weeks. A call-up doesn't appear to be imminent quite yet. As the Golden Grizzlies prepare for a run in the Horizon League tournament, Trey Townsend was named the Conference Player of the Year for Oakland U. Jack Golke was the 6th Man of the Year. Coach Campy's team earning a bye with a 15-5 record and will attempt to punch their ticket to March Madness as they begin the Horizon tournament play on Thursday. Also in the NFL, the Lions re-signed tight end Shane Zylstra. Jason Kelce decides to officially retire from the league, and Russell Wilson being cut by the Broncos. Also, Dak Prescott says he's confident that he and the Cowboys will agree on a new contract as he enters the final year on his current deal. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Couple more ticket texts. The Dylan Larkin injury. Oh, captain, our captain, he is out for 2 weeks at a pivotal juncture, right before the deadline, right before a 4-game road trip, right as you built up a lead. So what's the concern level? And to me, I will be stubbornly dug in. I'm not panicking. This stretch of 7 games will showcase the depth we've been selling. They have 12 guys who have scored 10 or more goals. They did add some vets and adults in the offseason. DeBrincat, big-time goal scorer, step up. JT Compher, Stanley Cup champion. They have David Perron, Stanley Cup champion. Patrick Kane, sensing a theme here, Stanley Cup champion. In the last 2 offseasons, they've brought in some dudes who can weather the storm here. This isn't season-ending for Larkin or the team. He'll be back with 14 games to go. Can you go 3-4, pick up 7 points in the 7 games, hold your water, and then seal the deal and finish this thing out? That's where I'm at with it. Now, in terms of the loss of Larkin, real debate on the ticket text. Diehard Wings fan here. Larkin's overrated. Wings will be fine. Another one says they'll miss his faceoffs, and especially what he does with the power play. The Wings conversation's there if you want to jump in. The other thing I want to get to, and we need to get to this, I think, because yesterday we posted a photo on our Twitter account of my car, double barrel car flags.
Mm-hmm.
And while the story was supposed to be Red Wings and optimism and what's going on, the story became my car.
Your golf cart with windows?
My car.
Okay.
It's an EV, as was noted on several comments on our Twitter. It's an EV.
Does it make a noise when you back up? You put it in reverse, it goes, ee.
So I know where Lughead here is on it, but I want to know from everybody else, are you open to getting an EV? Because some of the comments from people, yes, it's a golf cart. I got to watch out for banana peels on the way home. I know how that goes.
Yes.
A toaster with...
Don't take a left turn while going downhill because you might flip it.
Yeah.
Better than the golf cart when that
Yeah,
happened.
plenty of that. So the photo, people, have
The
their
beautiful
takeaways.
thing is, I'm
You're
not
good.
sorry to keep interrupting you, but I mean, if it does flip over, you could just pick it up and put it back on its wheels.
248-539-9797. I don't drive it because I think I'm going to save the planet. I don't have an ego like that. It's not some political statement. For me, it's convenient. It's cost effective. We have a second car for longer trips. And having said that, there's some drawbacks to it. But I'm curious for people who've bought them or are considering buying them. Because, John, you'd be surprised the number of people who have said to me, oh, I've looked into it. I'm considering it. 248-539-9797. I know you wouldn't consider it even if it was the last vehicle on the planet. But for everybody else.
Well, I will say this. It beats the hell out of walking. If I go on the golf course, I'm not going to walk 9 or 18.
Here we go.
If I'm going to come into work and it's the last vehicle in the world, I'm not walking all the way here. So, I mean, let's not oversell this topic.
So you'd take it over a motorized scooter.
A Vespa.
I guess it depends on how that scooter's motorized.
Can you see John on a scooter?
I couldn't.
No. I mean, it would have to be a motorcycle. Something with a little bit more.
Oomph.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you not.
You did the gesture, but didn't make the sound.
The oomph sound. Yes. Instead of laughing down at me, you give me the oomph. Appreciate that.
That thing out there will giddy up, John. It'll get after it.
It doesn't matter. I need something. I mean, let's just put it. I need something with a pair of balls on it. Like that to me, yes, balls. There's just nothing there on an electric vehicle that screams. And hey,
but they
right
make electric
wrong,
trucks. They make electric like Mustang. Like if you don't think mine's cool, fine. But they do make cars that are cool that are also run on electricity.
I need to hear it. I need to feel it.
Because he's a man, Jim.
Yeah, and if my car doesn't go vroom vroom, I'm not a man. That's what it is.
I take back the oomph comment because that was very. But call it right or wrong. I don't care. And I'm not going to call what you drive right or wrong. It's not for me.
Right.
It may be fine for you, but I do need something that has a little bit of power to it. And I can hear it. I can feel it. And trust me, I've been in electric vehicles. When you step on I don't even know what you call it, the gas. No, you can't call it the gas. The accelerator. It goes. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to argue.
Not getting passed on the highway.
No, that's fine. But I need it. I just need it to be a little bit butchier.
Okay. Heather, I know you've said that Colin is interested. And we have other hosts at the station with them.
There's a lot of people here that drive EVs. I'm all for driving one. I don't know if it would fit our lifestyle. I think it would, because I think we could be basically a one vehicle home.
Yeah.
So having an EV and then another for emergencies, I think would be fine. He's looked at them.
One that's dependable is what you're saying?
No. He's went and test driven them. But now that we have 2 kids, 2 big dogs, we need more space. There's not... I mean, I guess there are some, you can find some bigger EVs, but we just need a bigger vehicle. But he has went and he's like, I think I want one. I'm like, okay, does this work? Is it going to work for us to get rid of one of our vehicles for this car? And it doesn't right now currently fit our lifestyle, but I'm all for them. I like them.
I think one of the issues, so like it's not an issue for me because my drive it's a commuter car.
Right.
It's a commuter car. We have another car if we need to take longer trips. Where I think the issue is, the infrastructure right now, most of these chargers, garbage. The slow chargers, unless you're going to park for 8 hours, you're not going to get any meaningful charge. Now, there's some fast chargers, but not enough of them. So I get why people are like, hey.
Do you charge it every night? Like every time you park your car in the garage, are you charging it every time you're in there?
Most times.
Yeah.
Not every time, but I never have an issue. I never stop at a gas station. I'm never, dealing with rising gas prices or anything like that. It's a convenience thing for me more than anything else.
When did you get it?
About a year ago, a little over a year.
Oh, pretty recent. So how expensive is it to then get that, like the charger installed into your home?
So at the time, they had a bunch of like incentives and rebates and stuff like that. So, I mean, we had to get the panel upgraded at the house, so we had to pay a little bit, but for the most part, it was covered.
Nice.
Through GM. So, I mean.
Yeah, and for those where it works, that's fine. And for you, that's great. It's just for us, and the amount of driving that I do on a daily basis, even if it's just in town, it's just never in town. It just doesn't work until, like you mentioned, the infrastructure or the range or both.
I get about 200 miles. I mean, is that 2 to 250? Yeah. That's the thing. In the winter, I'll be honest. Like, I mean, there's pros and cons. The winter, you do get zapped on some of the range because you're running the heat and it's draining the battery. But I'm
What's
overall
it like
happy
in the snow?
with it. I've had no issues. I mean, we had a mild winter.
He's not going anywhere. He's literally not going anywhere. So it's not a knock on it. It's just you're not. Yeah.
What do you mean by not going anywhere? I'm not going anywhere.
How far is it for you to go?
I'm not going like into the UP.
You don't
with
spend
it? No.
much time.
I'm not going ice fishing.
What did you say?
I said rural like the UP.
Oh,
what did you think I said?
I don't know. I thought you actually said you. I'm like, you peed in it.
No.
I'm like, wait a second here. Where are we going with this? It's cool.
No, John.
I guess if you're into it.
No, I'm not going like ice fishing in the wilderness 250 miles out.
Right. So that's what I mean. It's always paved roads. There might be snow on it, but it's not a far commute either.
Right.
So so for your life, you and your wife, it's just you guys.
Yeah.
No kids.
We're not, hauling 5 kids.
Right. So you don't need as much storage in it. You don't need a spot for car seats or, baseball bags, tennis bags, hockey bags, and you're not going that far. So
bags
it works.
For friends, taking friends with them. No, nothing like that.
High five's great for you. It just, and if it works for you, that's great. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, that's my likes in a vehicle don't have to be yours. That's one thing that I think we've lost in the automobile universe over the past, I don't know, probably 3 decades is cars, vehicles, trucks that set themselves apart. Everything, yes, you could pick out different manufacturers and obviously the bow tie or the oval, those set themselves apart. But like what makes one truck different than another? Because it used to be that you could tell the difference between a Chevy pickup and a Ford pickup. Instantly. Now you got to look a little bit closer and you could tell differences, but Like, where is the uniqueness in automobiles anymore?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. But I do think there's more variety. Maybe not stylistically, but there's more variety.
Sure, there's more car companies.
Yeah. But you think they're too similar?
I think they're all very similar. You look at a sedan, is one is very similar to another. And there's not as much that makes a vehicle, whatever style, sedan, truck, van, whatever.
I mean, how
unique.
different can they be? A sedan is a sedan. A truck is a truck.
Yeah, but it's okay. I understand that I may not be the norm, but I want to be able to have something that is different, unique. That's why people customize their trucks or their cars. Like I would, whether it's bigger tires, it's flares, it's you jack it up, you.
Well, you can do that afterward. After
Right,
you buy your vehicle.
but that's why people do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wish there was some uniqueness to the auto industry.
248-539-9797. I took my fair share of flack yesterday for driving an EV. I can't be the only one. If you've been curious, if you've thought about it, if you're more open-minded to it than John Jansen, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797.
I'm very open to it. Very open to you
for
having
other
one.
people.
Yeah, exactly.
John is open to it
Was
for other
yours
people.
built or is it an American car company?
It is an American car
Okay,
company.
Good for you. There
Okay,
you go.
so
That's about the only requirement.
So still have a strike, but is it a 1-1 count now?
No. You were anti-golf and EV. It's 0-2. You better choke up on the next one. I mean, if we're telling Scott Harris choke up, you better get on base here soon.
We got some ticket texts coming in. We also want to check in on the latest bracketology, but that's only for one of our schools here in the state.
That's right.
It's next 97.1.
Hey, the lawn is going to start greening up pretty soon, and if you want the best one on your street, your block, your city, give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, and that number, 888-GET-GREEN, for a limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. Here's what you get when you hire Natural Way. You get the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist, and they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And when they do, they're going to send out certified applicators and arborists to perform that plan. They're locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. They also offer pest control services, and they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. So you got to give them a call right now at 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Hey, do your fitness goals end up taking a back seat with all the family activities you have to juggle? Well, not with a YMCA family membership where you and your family can join with no contract and no joiner fees for less than $3 a day. Enjoy family access to indoor pools, youth sports, and discounts on summer camp. Take advantage of Les Mills Group Fitness and hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out. Join today and get 50% off your first month. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to keep telling them.
Talking about my car.
Oh,
Some creative licensing. Talking about the EV. We posted the photo yesterday, the car flags. I'm repping the Red Wings. And the takeaway from people wasn't, hey, Jim, glad you're rooting for one of our teams and leading the way. It was, why are you driving that shoebox?
Mm-hmm.
And we've had the conversation about the EVs.
Did the flags, did they cause enough resistance to
Slowing
wear
it
down
down.
your charge? And maybe you've actually come off the ground a little bit?
People, this is who I'm
Start
dealing
flying
with.
away?
Just a total lughead about this. You almost sound like my dad. My dad's like an old school car guy. He's like, you're driving a what? I mean, it's the guy we'd go to Milan Dragway, like growing up.
So you're a mama's boy?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm wondering. It sounds like your dad.
Well, he is more of the old school car guy.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, I wouldn't say so. I'd say 50-50 both parents, John.
Okay. All right. Yes, you love them equally.
Ticket Texter says, no real man would drive that. Another one says, hey, Captain Catio, most audio companies are bailing on the EV. Yeah, I've seen some are, others aren't. Like, you can get EV trucks. Like, that's why I brought up to you, John.
Sure.
Like Silverado, and they make the SUVs too. Like, you don't have to get the car that I have. They make this stuff for people who have kids and have to lug, bats and balls and all that stuff.
Right, but it's still a range issue, and then if you attach the boat to it, I'm guessing that would drain the battery a little bit more, towing something around.
Sure, I'm sure it would.
So it just doesn't fit me, my family, my life, my hobbies. And if it does for you, that's great. I'm not going to sit here. I will make fun of you, but I'm not going to, you could do whatever you want.
Texter says, I get what John's saying. The EV is for city folk. You're not hauling campers or trailers with an electric truck. You just got to do your research.
Yep.
Another one says, I've owned 5 EVs. I've enjoyed them. The tax breaks, the free charging. It's a tool that works. Home charging the way to go. Shouldn't be political. Republican clients also enjoy them too. That's Brian in New Hudson.
Obviously a dealer.
Maybe.
No, maybe his clients enjoy them well, right?
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, Cookies, are we really going to talk like you're saving money by not paying for gas? Is electricity free? I have seen some savings. I'm not going to you're right. You got to still pay for it in your utilities every month. But to me, it's the convenience and some savings.
Yeah. And so I've shared with you at the break the experience that I had over the holidays in California with renting an electric vehicle. I thought it was a horrific experience.
I could only imagine.
And
driving one.
This is where I like you step on the accelerator and it was cool.
Yeah.
No question about it. I like going fast. I like all things that go fast. But when it came down to for a day, I was worried by around dinner time, traveling around Southern California, doing just the things that I had to do, whether it was vacation things with the family or actual work things. I was worried that I wasn't going to have enough charge to finish out the day. And then anywhere I would go to plug in, it was an extreme hassle. And even one time I went with Teddy in the morning because we weren't staying at a hotel anymore. That was charging the vehicle at night. So in the morning, I woke up, I took Teddy to the mall. I thought, yeah, let's walk around. It's nice. I'm going to enjoy Southern California. And after 2 hours of charging this sucker, I got about another maybe 15 miles.
Yeah, that's the issue. Most chargers, and I've experienced this since getting one over a year ago, most of the public chargers, you got to be there for 6 to 8 hours. And you're not, unless you're going there to work, you're not going into a shop and picking up any meaningful charge. There are the really fast ones, but they're few and far between, and you really got to grab those. So I agree, the infrastructure could be a turnoff for some, but if you're just charging at home and you got, 20-mile commute home and back, I never have any issue. I never feel like I'm going to run out on the side of the road and everyone point and laugh and go, look at the EV guy, you can't get gas. I've never even come close to that. Couple more ticket text. This one says, John's right. My car needs a soul. EVs have no soul. They're like a robot.
Kind of does feel like that.
It's from Kyle.
Yeah.
Another one says, I have an EV like cookies. It says it's a commuter car. I'm the opposite of John on the noise. I like the stealth of the EV. Calming. Don't need a car that wakes up the neighbors.
Yeah.
Stealthy.
Okay, fine. If you want to be stealth, that's fine. I want you to know I'm coming.
Sneaking up. Okay. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's up?
All right. Well, unfortunately, guys, one person was killed after this massive fire and multiple explosions broke out at this Clinton Township wholesale distributor. It sent debris flying in all directions Monday night. And I've seen some pictures. I mean, I'm not talking like little pieces of metal, like huge metal canisters, large pieces of debris were flying. And they say, they're actually kind of surprised that more people were not injured in this. There was a firefighter who was injured as well, but minor injuries, is recovering at home. They say that one person, the person who was killed, was hit by some sort of projectile about a quarter mile away and then died a few hours after they were injured. It's believed that this nitrous oxide, because they had nitrous oxide tanks in this warehouse, had exploded, which then caused this initial fire. I think everything is still under investigation, but the photos are just incredible that it is surprising that nobody else was hurt. There were 4 people inside at the time.
Yeah. We had people calling today saying they felt like their first thought was we're under attack because it wasn't one loud explosion.
No.
It went on for more than an hour.
And their homes were shaking miles and miles away. It's pretty wild. Well, it is official, you guys. Jason Kelce is officially calling it a career. So after 13 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles, he is stepping aside, and he made a pretty emotional retirement announcement yesterday where he called himself officially overrated and vastly overrated.
John, what did you think? Is he one of the all-time great centers?
Yeah. I think he's
Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think he will be, yeah. I actually thought this last night. I think both, obviously, him and his brother are going to be Hall of Famers. He's probably a first ballot. Maybe even if he's not, I was wondering if they were going to stagger the retirements so that they didn't go in together.
He was balling like a baby.
Yeah,
he was. It was a tough decision to step away from football. You can tell how much it meant to him.
Sure, it always is. Anything you've done with passion for a long time, it's hard to step away from it.
Yeah, for sure. So when the national anthem is playing, the San Francisco Giants better be out there on the field. Bob Melvin, the team's new manager, he says that a new policy is going to go into effect this season, and every person in the dugout will be required to stand on the field when the anthem is playing. Obviously, this is very different than what had been going on. Melvin claims that the decision has nothing to do with politics, but instead he says that it's more about letting the other side know that they're here, they're ready to play, and it brings everyone kind of together is what it does. He says, quote, it has nothing to do with whatever happened in the past or whatever. It's just something I embrace.
Yeah, it's like wearing the same clothes or at least dressing up when you're going on a road trip. It's a business trip. I mean, they're different teams, different universities, franchises all have different rules. And I do like uniformity. I think it does look, It's sharp, and it lets the other team know, hey, you're ready to go today.
Sure, I agree. You guys, it's almost a pothole season here in Michigan.
no.
Spring is on its way.
Don't get lost in one of those, Jim.
Oh, and according to a new study, Michigan is among the worst states in the country when it comes to potholes. So Michigan actually ranked number 3 on USA Today's list of states with the worst pothole problems. The state sits behind only Washington and Minnesota, and then it's ahead of Tennessee and Indiana. The thing is this list didn't really look at the roads. It looked at searches for pothole-related terms on Google between 2020 and 2023. So
it's not super accurate, but someone who has driven on roads,
But we do know.
We're not going to
We know,
disagree.
yeah.
I
Not
think
gonna
we might be proud that we're not number one.
No, exactly.
surprised actually.
And then the specific cities with the worst pothole problems in Michigan, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Detroit, Flint, and Cadillac. So just be careful
Those are
out
the
there.
worst ones?
That's what this says.
Obviously not driving around Metro.
I was going to say Cadillac.
Well, Detroit's in here. I mean, Detroit was listed. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess
There's
Metro Detroit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Metro Detroit covers pretty much everything.
So not only is it almost pothole season, it's also skunk mating season.
Oh,
So look out for
bow
skunks
chicka
too.
wow wow.
Yeah. After this,
How you
calm
doing?
winter, the DNR says that skunks are up and moving around. They're looking for food and they're looking for mates.
Looking for love.
Yeah, so to prevent any smelly encounters with a skunk, they're saying Michiganders should consider checking their yards before you let your dogs out at night so they're not getting sprayed. Also, you should make sure, you make your house less hospitable to skunks. Make sure you're not leaving garbage out that they can get to. They say remove wood piles, bird feeders that spill seeds all over the ground, bring pet food inside, things like that.
Either of you ever? I never have.
No,
Sprayed
I
by
haven't.
a skunk.
And thankfully, my dogs haven't either.
Yeah, in high school, we had to let our dog out in the morning because I was always the first one up. Let the dog in, and I didn't give it the sniff test because
no.
when it got in, it clearly had gotten sprayed, rubbed all over the furniture.
Oh, no.
It was awful. Awful. I don't wish that on anyone.
It's so hard to get rid of that smell.
Yeah, maybe one of those seat savers, but no one else.
Forever unclean. Heather with
The
the
unwashed.
news. All right, coming up next, Tom Izzo addresses the elephant in the room ahead of MSU's senior day. We'll update you on the latest bracketology with the Spartans. And is this guy really the best Lions free agent of all time? It's 97-1. 97-1. All right, we should talk about the elephant in the room with MSU basketball. Izzo addressed it ahead of senior night tomorrow night. And then, John, I can't believe the name. The best free agent in Lions history is, we'll get to it, Tom Izzo. Speaking about the elephant in the room, he said, I'd like to say I have to take responsibility if my team doesn't play as good as they can play. I don't hide behind that elephant either. And that's a big, big white elephant because there's 600,000 small elephants that are kind of putting it to me. And I wouldn't want it any other way, whether you believe it or not. He confirmed this will not be his last game at the Breslin Center, despite the fact that they'll send the seniors out against Northwestern Wednesday night. The elephant in the room being that lots of Michigan State alums are disappointed in the way that he is running this basketball team and the way that they've underachieved from the preseason top 5 rankings. Will they make the tournament? Likely, yes. Bracketology, Joe Lunardi has them as a 9 seed. Jerry Palm has them as a 9 seed, so ESPN, CBS both think they're going to be in. If they were to lose to Northwestern, do they put themselves at risk? Maybe, but I still think they're going to get in whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, Ken Palm has them at 20. And if they lose, the only way that they don't is if we saw the Lions lose with a 17-point lead and 12 things had to go wrong. It's about the same thing with Michigan State. 12 things have to go wrong. They've got to lose out. And then there's other teams that, in multiple conferences have to win their conference championship that have no business doing it. They're not going to get a bid otherwise. And then somebody else gets a bid in their conference. It's the 2-bid conference.
Yeah, if MSU were to lose to Northwestern, and then they go, Indiana's the last game of the regular season, and then they lost the first game in the Big Ten tournament, they'd finish the season 17-15. And the net ranking has them 22, which would suggest they're comfortably in, but 17-15 would be the most mediocre of mediocre teams. And if you're right, if other teams are playing better, there's a case to leave them out. At least to me, there would be. I'm not a bracketologist like Lunardi or Palm. But the bigger point about Izzo is that elephant in the room. If they get in with 17 or 18 or 19 wins, it's still not a good coaching job this season, right?
That's really only one. I mean, I'm not going to judge him on wins and losses. It's
how else will we judge a guy?
Well, I mean, yes, okay, that's ultimately how you do it. But he's a guy that you look at over the course of his career. This is the 4th year in a row, and it's the only time that over the course of his storied career that he's lost more than double digits in a single season. And so you're looking at it. Has the business of college basketball passed by? He hasn't forgotten how to coach.
No.
But is he just not willing to change with the times? And does he have to?
Well, I think you have to, because this program is a shell of what it once was. And that, to his credit, it was once something, but to his dismay and to his blame, it's no longer that. You mentioned that they've got the double-digit losses this season. You look at him just in Big Ten play over this 4-year stretch, and, I mean, they're, 2 games above 500? Maybe, couple. Yeah, I mean, they're only a couple games above 500, and if they lose to Northwestern, lose to Indiana, you end up as a 500 coach in 4 years in conference play.
Yeah.
It's why you have fans going like, hey, maybe it should be his last senior day. I mean, he's going to get to go out on his own. He's a legend, Hall of Famer, but you got fans like, hey, maybe don't be so stubborn with how you play freshman and how long you want to coach and how far you've taken the program away from its peak. Again, all will be forgiven if they go on some magic run in March, but certainly doesn't feel like they're a team that's going to do that. 248-539-9797. Thoughts on the Spartans and Tom Izzo. The other thing that we need to solve here, you passed along on the precipice to free agency as we're about to kick off NFL free agency.
Legal tampering. Starts the 11th, which is Monday.
Yeah, less than a week away. How you build a football team. And free agency, people go, you build through the draft. Well, you still want to make a splash in free agency and get a difference maker. You had a list that went through every team in the NFL, CBS Sports, right?
Yep, and it's their best signing in free agency and their worst signing in free agency.
So the worst, I think, was pretty obvious. It's Trey Flowers from a couple years back, the height of the Quinn Tricia era.
Yeah.
A lot of money, not a lot of production. Maybe you fight it, but that to me was a pretty clear-cut worst free agent in Lions history. The best one caught me off guard.
Yeah. And when you're talking about the best, all right, you know, in the division, right? Green Bay, they go out and they sign Reggie White. All right. And then you look and you say, okay, well, Denver, not obviously in division, but they signed Peyton Manning. And you've got different ones throughout the course of the NFL. And everybody, you know, within the last, I don't know, maybe 2 decades, I'll even get wild and crazy, go 3 decades. There's a name where you can look and say best free agent signing. For the Detroit Lions, this list goes back to 1959. The cornerback, even before the Fords owned the team, even before there was free agency, this young man at the time was simply cut by the Cleveland Browns. The Detroit Lions signed him. He played for him for, I believe, 14 seasons. And that is the legendary Dick LeBeau.
The best free agent the Lions have ever signed.
1959.
Dick LeBeau, 1959. I know him as, you know, the legendary defensive coordinator.
Right.
But of course,
most people would. They're really like, hey, he played football?
right.
I mean, that's unless you're a football geek, right? That's what you think of as Dick LeBeau, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you're looking, and so I got to thinking, okay, let's bring this back to the current times, Super Bowl era, and even maybe sooner than that. But let's just make it the last 30 years. Best free agent signing that the Lions have ever had, because they're checking off a lot of boxes. Hey, home playoff game, home playoff win, NFC North, hanging the banner, all of those different things that they've been able to do. NFC championship game. All right, they didn't check off that win, and they didn't check off the Super Bowl, but 2 home playoff games. We'll hope that this team continues to ascend and check off boxes. But the next one that's available to them is to sign an impactful free agent. We've talked a lot as to whether or not Brad Holmes and the franchise will do it.
Better.
If they do, if they sign anybody that's impactful in free agency, it may be the most impactful free agent in the past 60 years.
Yes, going back to only Dick LeBeau. You mean to have a guy?
Well, okay, so who has been the most impactful free agent? Who's been the best free agent signing in the last 30 years?
Okay, before I answer that, Danielle Hunter would be better than all the people I'm about to name. Chris Jones would be better than all the people I'm about to name.
L'Jarius Sneed, even though it would be I don't know if you call it free agency,
whatever.
but
yeah. I would argue he's better than anybody I'm about to name. And you guys can fill in those blanks on the ticket text, 248-539-9797. To me, Golden Tate, number 1?
Probably. I got another name that would be high on the points scoring list. Gov guessed it earlier. Matt Prater.
You with a kicker?
It
goes to show there haven't been a lot of them. I know.
This is the despair that has been free agency for the Lions and the fans. And okay, we talk about the draft and had talked about the draft as the Super Bowl for the Lions. I think we've moved past that. We're excited about what Brad Holmes can do, but we're more excited about wins and losses during the regular season and then postseason opportunities. That's not been the case in Detroit for a long, long time. And we are enjoying that moment now. But free agency has been as bad as Lions regular season play. The draft, we've been looking forward to. Free agency, we've looked forward to, but we haven't hit on anything. And so if they do sign anybody, then all of a sudden you get an opportunity to say, hey, this is what we expect. Now, he dipped his toe into it a little bit last year.
Sutton,
and you could say
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Or another guy that I think we could probably put, I don't know, after a year in the Golden Tate category.
Who?
Montgomery.
Oh, yeah. Steady, dependable.
Yeah, but it's been a year, so it's,
yeah. I mean, and for running backs year to year, I mean, you just hope guys hold up. And he's tough. He's tough. Maybe Montgomery's on, I don't know, a top 10 Lions free agent list. Part of us bringing this up is to point out, like, how little the Lions have gotten in free agency historically and
Right.
maybe draw an extra importance on getting it right this time as you're this close to the Super Bowl. So, we're going to be talking about all the big names in the next couple weeks. And I mean, we've had this discussion on the show and off the show. Are they actually going to go get any of these guys? The history, and I hate doing this because it's not the current regime's fault, the Lions' history, but we don't normally see them land an impact guy in free agency.
Right.
So if you want to stump for somebody or just talk about the pending free agency, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. Now you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I've lost 60 pounds overall, and I did it by eating real whole foods, not shakes or bars. That's why I've been able to keep it off. I'm more than 2 years into this journey, and I've been able to keep off all of the weight. You're going to get a weight loss coach that works with you every step of the way, and they're going to coach you along, support you, and especially in those times where you're like, hey, I'm maybe I hit a plateau. They're going to help you through those plateaus. They're going to help you keep the weight off when you reach your goal. Go to idealu.us now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value free. And if you're listening to this station, chances are you're a sports nut and you like stats. You want to get a stat sheet about yourself? You can find out how much visceral fat percentage you have, water weight, bone mass, muscle mass, all of the pertinent information. But best of all, you're going to find out how easy it is to lose weight and lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now is the time to make it happen. Go to idealu.us now. That's idealu.us.
Yeah, not a lot of impactful free agents in Lions history.
No, short list.
We say Golden Tate, maybe the best. His very first season, they made the playoffs, 1,300 yards. He stayed. He was productive. You can add difference makers in free agency. Now, there are cautionary tales. The worst was Trey Flowers, according to CBS Sports. But you have to try when you have the cap space and you have a chance to compete for a championship. Some ticket texters. Bunch of kiss asses. John Jansen and TJ Lang are the best signings, obviously.
I mean, I'm taking myself out of the running right now just so we can let other people get votes.
Well, John, as they say, you only hit free agency if there's something wrong with you. So
yeah, I was old.
Lost a step.
I wouldn't say. I mean, let's not get personal here.
Well, I mean, you weren't Goster Cheryl good, but other than that,
you are getting personal.
Wow.
TJ
got people excited for a hot sec. That's when they were beefing up the offensive line.
Yeah, talk about beefing it up. TJ will do that.
Some more ticket text on some names. Have you guys forgotten Dre Bly? He was awesome. Back-to-back Pro Bowl seasons.
Yeah, I mentioned Matt Prater. Dre Bly is there. I mean, there are some guys that made contributions. Stephen Tulloch.
Yeah, before didn't he injure himself celebrating?
Yes.
Of course he did.
So it's unfortunate.
Anquan Bolden is on the ticket text. Anquan Bolden. Sneaky. Is he just here for like a year? Dependable, reliable. He wouldn't be on a top 10, but
no.
Reggie Bush got us in the playoffs. 3rd and long, scooping the ball up, throwing at his feet, making Stafford look like an average quarterback, getting us in the playoffs. Reggie Bush, 1,000-yard season the first year he was here.
Mm-hmm.
Another one. Honestly, Josh Reynolds. No, he doesn't have a strong case. Josh Reynolds has a strong case, reads the ticket texter.
No, I mean, if you're talking about anybody on the current team right now, it's David Montgomery.
Yeah. Another vote for Dre Bly. Impact, Pro Bowl. That's from Jay. Another list. Graham Glasgow, underrated.
I mean, he re-signed here. Yeah.
Originally drafted here, too.
Yeah.
Couldn't you argue? No, you couldn't. Jamal Williams was the greatest Lions free agent.
No. I mean, he had a good year.
He vultured a bunch of touchdowns.
He was here for 1 year. I mean, he did cry on Hard Knocks.
He was a likable guy, but I think it was obvious in one season without him that his workload was very replaceable. They upgraded. And then this one. Jansen and Lang did nothing as Lions.
That's not true. The year that I was here, we won infinitely more games. We won 2. And the year before, they won none. You're welcome.
John's worth 2 wins.
I'm talking about percentage. I mean, you can't even put a number on that, technically.
I mean, the leader in the clubhouse and
infinitely more wins than 0.
So this just comes full circle. Legal tampering next week. A lot of buzz this week. The Christian Wilkins stuff we hit on a little yesterday. Danielle Hunter hasn't really been talked about. He will be a free agent. I hope the Lions are in pursuit of him.
Yeah, and it was confirmed yesterday that Miami's not going to put the franchise tag on Christian Wilkins. So there are going to be some available players to go out there and wheel and deal. Will Brad Holmes be on the phone? Will he be doing it with the top guys? Not just, the second wave of once these guys set the market, then we'll talk about the second wave of guys. Who can they go get next if they haven't done anything or if they want to add some depth to this roster? Like, this is where we're considering or wondering are we going to hear the Detroit Lions? We're going to get a notification on our phone on Monday or Tuesday during the legal tampering period. Hey, the Detroit Lions have agreed to terms with insert name. Or they're in discussions and should finalize a contract, by the end of the day, insert name.
Last year, Holmes made more moves than he had.
Yeah.
And you're getting closer, right? You finish the season strong. You're on the cusp of the playoffs. You add a Sutton and a Montgomery. And the deal that I think really excited the fan base was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Because it felt like, we're going to get a guy who was in the Super Bowl. And he's
right. Yeah, he's a dude.
He's a dude. Dog. He can go out there and do stuff. I feel like you got to build on that. You as exciting as last year's free agency was, this is a great opportunity for Brad Holmes. He told us, I'm not trying to parse words, what he did tell us was that free agency is where you address needs. The draft, he's going to take the best player. The best player is a receiver. Best player is a running back. Best player is a tight end. He's going to take the best football player, cornerstone guy. As much as we'd like it to be an offensive lineman or a corner or an edge rusher, if that's not the best player on the board, he's not going to take him. So you have to get those guys in the next, 10, 15 days here?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to address needs, specific needs, you go to free agency, and that's what Brad Holmes said, that's where you address it. So we'll see if that is, if it's legal tampering period, time to do that, or if it's the second wave, third wave of guys that are going to be signing free agency.
Best free agent in Lions history, Gator.
I was listening driving in, and it's frightening how few impact free agents they've had. I kind of agree with the Golden Tate, because he was here for years and was awesome for years.
What about Dick LeBeau?
I mean,
Vivid
love
memories?
Dick LeBeau. Yeah, way back when. But I was thinking of, what about Jamal Williams?
He just kind of shot that down.
Well, but I mean, I didn't hear you shit, but so I'll make a case because I didn't hear the guy make a case or whoever. Oh, sorry, man.
You want to take that phone call?
Yeah, definitely. So it was a 2-year free agent signing.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what he did the first year, but that second year was
impactful.
special. I mean, it was 1,000 yards, but which is okay, and it's fine for running backs in the NFL. It's the standard, right? But it's the 17 touchdowns that we all thought was going to be impossible to replace or very hard to replace.
But did they replace
And
him?
then they went ahead and did it, but they did it with 2 running backs to do it. I mean, he did it all by himself. He had a 17. Yeah. Montgomery had a great year, and you can make the case. I heard you talking about Montgomery. That could be a case there. It's tough. It's slim pickings, man.
It is.
I mean, all said and done, I would have to agree it's Golden Tate.
Doug, best Lions free agent of all time.
Oh, God. I have given this zero thought. I apologize.
You're good.
No, that's okay.
And I'm in the middle
we
of
just
a
asked you 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a task that I can't.
Oh, what's the test? Can you share?
Yeah, I can. You have to reserve spots in national parks now.
Oh, yeah.
And I tried to reserve one Sunday.
Yeah.
Something 120 days out, and I got on the website about noon. They were all sold out.
Oh,
So
boy.
it starts at 10 a.m., and I'm waiting to reserve a spot.
Oh, okay. Which one?
July 3rd, Glacier National Park. Not released yet. Of course it's released. It's 10 a.m.
Well,
I'll give you one more.
where? Now is it 10 a.m. Eastern?
No, there we go. It's available.
Oh.
Apply date.
Go.
Yeah, kind of.
This is
Come
amazing.
on, no hesitation here.
Go. We get it? Did we get it?
It's personal vehicle.
Did we get it?
Oh, you got to know the answers to these.
Come on, got your license plate ready. Come on.
Book.
Saved card.
It's a lot of, because July 4th week,
Yeah.
and so these spots.
Oh, so
are
at least you're
going
not going at a
fast.
time that's going to
Yeah,
be,
right.
high demand.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a spinning wheel.
Don't let us down, Doug.
You're not on the internet here, are
Sorry,
you?
we
Because
couldn't
that's
make this reservation. Did I really miss out already?
Deuce,
At 10 o'clock, and it's 10:01, and they've already sold out.
Look at that.
We're
Snooze, you
experiencing-
lose. No one's saving a seat.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose. Dre Bly would be another one I would consider.
yeah.
That's good.
I still think Golden Tate's better.
Matt Prater.
What's that?
Prater.
Prater was great, but yeah.
When a kicker is in your short list, this is the year to
Yeah.
change that.
I mean,
Damn it!
Oh, it's Stan White.
I forgot he was
Stan
here.
White count?
Doug, you keep plugging
Tell
away
it.
there. Anything specific you guys are going to get after today?
No!
Not anymore.
Day's ruined.
Quick, where's Glacier National
Gator's
Park?
doing a solo show.
Pivot to a different national park. Change your whole vacation.
Might have to. Probably too late to reserve spots everywhere. I was online at 10.
So today is what I'm taking from this lesson is that today is 120 days away from the 4th of July.
No.
No.
3rd of
Oh.
July.
The 3rd. Okay. So tomorrow will be.
It sounds like somebody
you do the-
procrastinated.
Does it?
It's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
I'm with Gator.
No, you didn't procrastinate. If
It was
they
online.
came on
You're a
at
minute late.
10 today.
10 a.m. and they sold out like.
Are you allowed to make a reservation 140 days out?
No.
Should have done it on
It's
your
only
laptop, not your
120
phone.
days.
120 days it becomes available. So yesterday I got a reservation in. I did get a reservation in yesterday for the 2nd. But it looks like we are locked out on the 3rd.
Well, you're camping, so I mean, there's got to be a rest area or a Walmart parking lot.
That's and you're right. Walmart it is.
These guys
Should
are
have
next.
used a laptop instead of the phone.
Yeah, come on.
Probably should have.
Sorry, a lot of great ideas coming from
Late.
this bunch.
Morning show went late.
It's our
So I couldn't
fault.
get down on the
Where's Glacier National Park?
Montana.
Is it Montana? I should have known with Doug. That's his.
Damn it!
Carson Anderson. They'll solve it next. 97.1.
Got it. That was stressful. All right. Just a heads up. If you're planning a summer trip to a national park, you want to reserve your spot. And we missed out. We wanted to spend 3 days at Glacier National Park. Completely missed out on Monday, July 1st, when Sunday I didn't log on until around noon to reserve a spot. Yesterday, I did it during the first, second, third commercial break of the show, reserved a spot at 10:40. It said there were 76 spots left. This morning, when I logged on at 10 a.m., heavy traffic, wheel would spin, unable to make reservation. Heavy traffic, wheel would spin, unable to make reservation. One point I saw there was 700 or something spots left, and I saw there were 415 spots left, and I kept hitting try again. I got it. So I'm in, but I picked a bad week, of course, because it's July 4th week. So that's going to be a bit of a zoo. But that's why they have reservations now, because national parks turned into parking lots because so many people were going. So you have to reserve your spot, and you have 120 days. You got to do it 120 days out. It becomes available.
Need a tent?
No, don't need a tent. We actually
Where are you staying?
We're going to stay in this little town called Whitefish.
So you're staying in Whitefish,
Yes.
but you're not staying on the campground.
Well, we weren't reserving a camp spot. We were reserving a entry to the park. Jansen said campground. We aren't camping. I never said we were camping. We're just You have to reserve getting in.
Really?
So, yeah. Yep. And I bet a lot of people don't know that. So just a heads up to everybody, if you're planning a trip to a national park, I don't know if it's true of all of them, but you have to reserve a entrance pass. So I've got now one going to the Sun Road via the west entrance of day vehicle registration. So done. And it's only $2. So it's not about the money. It's just about the spots.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you seem skeptical? What's the issue?
No, I'm not skeptical.
No?
I just
Uninterested? Is that what it is?
it's a large part of it, yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm also seeing how this affects me. So apparently it's and you've already mentioned second and third. So that's the week in July.
Yep.
So
I'm gone that whole first week in July and actually a day into the next week. So yeah. Why? Not good for you?
just means that both of us can't do that. That's all right. We'll figure things out.
Sorry.
No Yellowstone trip for me.
Were you going to Yellowstone? No,
I
I
wasn't
was about to
going
say,
to
you
Yellowstone.
better reserve your spot, my man.
I'm just going to walk in through the woods.
Sneak in.
Hey, what, they got an electrified fence? That's
Yeah.
not going to happen.
You never know.
I'm good. Excuse me. I know Rip Wheeler.
That helps.
It should help.
One would think.
Yeah.
In fact, if I didn't get in, would I reach out to Rip?
And they're like, I don't know who that is. Are you familiar with John Dutton?
The fictional character for the TV show
I
Yellowstone.
know several livestock agents, and I will have them down here in the next 2 hours
Let me
if you
tell
don't
you-
let me in.
Don't make them take you to the train station.
Yeah, well, I ain't going there. We're going to take a trip up north and west. No, we're not. We are not doing that.
Go to the train station.
So is your family excited about going to a national park?
Yes, very. Kids aren't going.
Oh,
Yep.
so it's just you and the wife.
Actually, that's not completely true. The kids may go, but it's just me and the wife, mom and dad, and my two brother-in-laws, Mike and David, are all going. And so then the kids are talking about plugging in at some point, and because we got a big family thing going on in British Columbia, so we're hitting Whitefish and then British Columbia.
Yeah, they'll go to BC. They're not going to go.
They're definitely going to BC. The question is, do we meet them at BC or do they come to Montana with us? But 120 days out.
Put yourself in the shoes of what will be, a 22, a 19.
22-year-old with a college degree out in the real world. And I'm like, what I want to say to him is, hey, guess what stops happening? Other people,
Opportunities?
the other people paying for your
yeah.
vacation.
That's what I
So
said, opportunities
if you
like
want
this.
to, if you want to come with, we'll pay. But if you decide you don't want to come with and you'd rather go to like Cancun, that's on you, buddy. You're out in the real world now. So
Why don't you pay for me to go to Cancun or go pay for me to go to Whitefish?
I can totally see that argument being made, but
And the high schooler really shouldn't have any say.
well, yes. So with he does because he's got a baseball tournament, and so he's going to come out later. I'm going to let him finish the tournament.
Was there a trip that your parents took you on?
Mm-hmm.
You were like, I do not want to go. Like you were pissed.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid, I won't say all of them, but there was a lot of stuff we did where I'm like, I don't want to go to this museum. I mean, I was a teenager, right? All that stuff's completely wasted on. Like, I look back, you know how much more I would enjoy an American history course right now? You know how much more I would enjoy half the classes I took right now?
I watched some bit with it was like a real short, I don't know, TikTok video of I forget which comedian it was, being interviewed, and he was like in his 50s, I think, late 40s, early 50s, something like that. And he was talking about, he goes, just taking a walk. He goes, do you know how much I love just taking a walk by myself? And if I told myself when I was 20 that you're going to love taking walks, I mean, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. What happened
It's
to you?
Right? Like, now you can speak to your 10-year-old self. You really should have enjoyed this trip to Washington, D.C. and soak up all the history, right?
I know, right? It's completely was wasted on me. I'm sure there's a lot of you out there that took advantage of it and think that I'm the dolt, but
King, have you started taking the girls to trips they have no desire to go to, or even if it's just like, hey, we're going to go somewhere in state?
No, they're taking me on trips I have no desire to go to.
you're doing it wrong.
Wherever they want to go,
No,
I'm forced to take them.
The truth is there's a lot of like water parks, and you're going to get into, I'm guessing, sports teams trips. You're going to find yourself in Grand Park, Indianapolis, and Schaumburg, Illinois, and all these places that
I've heard of Schaumburg.
we got to make multiple trips to.
Well, that's
Because the
if he
kids-
goes the route of the travel teams.
Well, if he does.
I'll look forward to it, Doug.
I will say they are fun in their own way. Schaumburg has a charm.
I heard it's the Troy, Michigan of Illinois.
Kind of is. and who doesn't love to escape to Troy every once in a while?
Troy's great.
Okay, lots
I like
to get
Big
into
Beaver.
today now that we have.
Who doesn't? You speak Spanish, Castor?
See,
It's Big Beaver.
Is it?
There's a restaurant right there, a Mexican restaurant. You haven't been. You love Mexican. You haven't been there?
Mexican food. What's it called?
Grand Castor.
No, where's it at?
It's a play off the road, Big Beaver. It's right off of Big Beaver.
Do you have to make do you have to make a reservation 120 days out?
Big Beaver and where?
Rochester Road.
Okay, further out to the east of it.
You gonna go? Are you making your vacation plans now?
I found a Mexican restaurant that actually I think technically is Troy. It's like 15 in Coolidge. Is that technically Troy?
I think that is.
I think it's called Eldana's. It's delicious. And they have massive margaritas.
Salt or no salt?
I don't go with the salt. I'm just not a salt guy.
Aren't you?
I don't
Doug?
need it.
Oh,
Doug,
salt. Oh,
salt?
gotta go salt. Yeah. It's been a while since I've had a good marg. It's time. It starts heating up. Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah. Let's go.
All you need, folks,
Dude.
all you need is a decent tequila, and it doesn't even have to be decent, frankly, because it's all about and fruit juice. So good pineapple juice and then a little fresh lime and tequila, you're all set.
When the weather starts warming up, there's all kinds of things that get reintroduced into my life. Stuff like that. Pineapple juice and tequila. Okay. We got a lot to get into today. Red Wings and Lions, mostly some Tiger stuff to mix in. But how about that explosion last night in Clinton Township? We'll have the latest, and one of us heard it. We will get to that next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator, quick. What will we be doing 1 month from today? 1 month from today. What will we be doing?
It'll be opening day.
Carson Anderson coming at you from the Comerica entrance here at Comerica Park on this Tiger opening day. The Tigers off to a stunning 6-0 start after sweeping both the White Sox and Mets.
Provided, of course, there's no rain or wind.
Carson Anderson coming to you live from Hockey Town Cafe from the Music Town Studios on the second floor overlooking Comerica Park.
There we are.
Tigers off to a stunning 6-0 start after sweeping the Chicago White Sox and New York Mets.
Now you're talking.
Yeah. Which very well could be the case. Yeah, 1 month from today is opening day.
You know what I'd like? I'd like if we got to see a Tarek Skubal start. I know he's starting opening day, but if the first game of Comerica Park will be the 6th game of the season.
Well, they're going to have a 6-man rotation.
Maybe.
Yep. Could be.
Start off.
The thing is, there's 2 days off.
That's probably
So they're more likely to have a 4-man rotation
right.
than a 6-man rotation. But and there's nothing like this dripping with intrigue than the vagabond organization of the A's being the opponent on opening day. Where are they playing?
I don't know where they play.
By the end of this thing, I'm pretty sure they're playing in Bakersfield. But yes, the A's will be the opponent 1 month from today for opening day. All right, so this explosion last night in Clinton Township. What were you trying to watch? And you just got explosion coverage?
Well, I was trying to I flipped over around 17 after last night because I know that Sportsworks on Fox 2 comes on at about 11:22. Mm-hmm. So I flipped over a few minutes ahead of time to catch the end of the weather and going into sports, and it was live coverage of this explosion in Clinton Township.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kang, you were sitting at home and you heard it?
Yeah, I was actually on the phone and I thought I heard something and I didn't think too much of it because I was on the phone. But then I started seeing the coverage after, like you, Gator, and I was like, oh, I think that might have been what it was. I live about 13 miles away from the explosion. And so it's not crazy because I heard other reports of people and reading other things that they were around the same, distance away and they could see and hear things.
Yeah, it's first of all, it's tragic as there was one person killed. Unfortunately, it sounds like some of the debris. And I saw some reports that it was debris up to a mile away. And you start thinking about, just think about a mile, how far a mile is and how forceful it has to be to project something in the air for 1 mile.
I thought I saw in some of the video package they actually had some of the explosions caught on film. It was it's frightening. I mean, just this all of a sudden this red fireball taken from like a drone shot.
I'm going to suspect that there was some people out there, some of our audience that heard or saw or were impacted by this. 248-539-9797. It was in Clinton Township, Groesbeck, and was it 15 Mile? And the kind of what appeared to be like an industrial park area and a warehouse for select distributors, which their website described them as a wholesale supplier of novelty items, phone accessories, and general merchandise to discount stores. Our brother station, WWJ, reported that it was had a report from a fire official, said it was a truckload of butane that they got this week, had over half of it left, and there were canisters of nitrous as well. Apparently, they were big in supplying vape materials. And, I mean, some of the explosions, it sounded like a typical fireworks show, just that you could see online. Just rapid fire, bang, 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 one after the other.
Well, you certainly hope for the safety of everybody involved, and it's tragic. Somebody died. I know there was a firefighter that was injured. Mm-hmm. Hopefully they are okay, and it sounded like they had it under control before midnight last night. But nonetheless, it's something that shakes people for sure.
The shots of the glowing sky and how, I mean, you could tell how big it was, and it was crazy.
You know what's crazy about things like this that happen is the tremendous amount of video you get from everyone's cell phones. Like I felt like I didn't even see the same video twice. If you go on, any social media, it's just another angle from someone else's cell phone being put up and being posted. It's crazy.
Things have changed.
Yeah.
Oh, and also because people have drones now, and they'll fly a drone up and get some drone footage too. It's crazy and amazing at the same time. It's extraordinary times we live in right now.
248-539-9797. Gary, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hi, how you doing, Doug and Scott?
Hey.
We live about a half a mile from that blast zone last night, and I want to tell you, my wife and I were, and the neighbors too, we were all out on our porches. You could see the flames a couple hundred feet in the air, and it was one after another of those cylinders blowing up.
Wow.
Sounded like a war zone, and I am not kidding. This went on for 2 hours.
Wow.
And we couldn't find out anything what was going on, you guys. And so I said, well, where's the emergency broadcast system? I hear that thing all the time. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. And,
Right.
and where was that last night?
That's a good point. A good question. I don't know. I mean, what I did see reports circulating on the internet was they were advising people to stay inside because they didn't know, if there was
Air
anything
quality.
toxic or
Yeah.
anything out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad you're okay. And again,
Well,
it was hard. I'm sure it was hard to get information out there.
well, and then I heard a 19-year-old died. And he probably only lived a quarter mile. We live about a half mile. So, I mean, there was ash that was coming down in the neighborhood from this explosion. So it was like snow flurries. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Anyway, thank you guys.
Gary, thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. Scary thing. And, it's interesting. I always talk about big stories, and then there's Good Morning America big. It was in the opening of Good Morning America today about this explosion in Detroit. And that's kind of when okay, we've crossed over into being this is really, really a big deal. But yeah, our condolences to the family. It's just awful. Did it affect you? 248-539-9797. Got some NFL stuff we want to get to, and we will. Huge story in the league yesterday. And as always, we ask, how does it impact us? It could have in a huge way. We will get to the biggest story in the league yesterday and how it could have impacted us in a huge way at 10:31. Talk about a bullet dodged. We will get to that coming up shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. Sounds pretty easy. Find a heavy favorite, put $5 down on that heavy favorite, and all they have to do is win the game, and you get $150. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel's the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the explosion last night in Clinton Township. Scary, massive explosion of fire at the distributor that included a lot of vape products and so canisters of, according to a fire official on WWJ, butane and nitrous just going off, and scary moment. In the meantime, we have breaking news from the NFL. The Carolina Panthers have put the franchise tag on Brian Burns. I thought there was a report yesterday they weren't going to, but apparently they have. So that is a player that the Tigers might have been going after. But anyway, so Brian Burns, he still could find himself in a trade situation. But they are locking him up if they don't come to an agreement, put the tag on him, and he plays for an average of the top 5 at the position of edge rusher in the NFL, or 120% raise, whatever is more. 248-539-9797. Bill is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Good. It was basically maybe a couple hundred yards from my house. We heard a big boom, and we live right by an industrial park, too, so I thought it was something with the industrial park.
Yeah.
And then we instantly started hearing some sirens, and we come outside, and one of the kids is like, the train derailed. And I'm like, no way, we live by a railroad track. So I jumped up on the roof, and I actually could see the flames, and it was like a finale for a fireworks show for like a good hour and a half. It was pretty crazy, man.
Wow. And did you, I guess I'm assuming you had no idea what it was. You knew it wasn't a train. But...
No, reports, how everyone rumors start. It was a train. The train derailed, and I'm basically thinking like, oh, great, here we go again, another one of those things. But then people were saying that it was a gas station, and I'm like, no, it's not the gas station. I can see the gas station from my roof. So, and then finally they said that it was a goo. They said it was a goo and then a facility, which goo is like a vape shop, and then they had that distributor shop that was connected to it. But with all the canisters and stuff that were flying too, that was pretty crazy. I also heard they had boxes of like pocket knives and stuff that they were storing. So those things were laying all around in the parking lot. So you can only imagine if some of those things went flying, what could have happened.
Did you see anything flying?
It almost looked like, how when you shoot a firework and a mortar kind of goes up in the air, like you see like the red thing, or like sometimes after the mortar explodes, how you see the tracers going. It was kind of like that. Now, luckily we had, the way the wind was blowing, it was blowing north. So we didn't have any of the smoke. I could see the smoke going right in front of us, but it didn't go over our house, luckily.
Yeah.
So I was standing outside for a while watching it, but, you definitely, with all the explosions and you could see the stuff exploding, and it would almost look like flashes of light, like almost like lightning and stuff too. But it was definitely one for the books, man. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're okay. And again, our thoughts with the family, that 19-year-old killed by a projectile. 248-539-9797. Glenn, you're next. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm about a mile away from there, and I was watching TV. My son said that, did you hear that about what's happening to consumer gas? I'm like, no, what's happening? And I'm like, they said there's a big explosion. And I'm looking outside. I'm like, look, brother, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm not going to see what's happening with consumer gas if that's a gas line. So I left my house, but it turned out to be something totally different.
How far did you say you were away from it?
I'm on 15 and a half miles. So I'm about a mile away on 15 and a half in Gratiot.
Wow.
So, but I'm thinking about horror movies and stuff like that. I'm a black dude. I'm not going to be the first one taken out by this. I'm getting the hell out of here. So I left.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Horror movies,
black
they go
dudes
after
always
the black guys first.
Wearing the red shirt in Star Trek or whatever it is.
Yeah, I would be worried. In this day and age, you just never know with the uncertainty in the world.
He did the right thing, though. Like, you go away from the explosion, not towards the explosion. Like, that's what some people were doing with their cell phones and whatnot, right? Just, no, man. You said, projectiles were up to a mile away?
Yeah.
That thing is coming at some speed, some force.
Yeah,
Get
but you
out
don't
of
know
there.
that when you hear it. And some people want to run towards it because, trying to help out.
Let the professionals do this. I mean, I would not advise running towards it. I mean, I think that guy did the right thing. And plus, when you don't have any information on what's going on.
No. All right, so the biggest story in the NFL yesterday was the release of Russell Wilson. Now let's talk about the entirety of that trade and the damage it has done. Seattle gave up Russell Wilson and a 4th-round pick to Denver for 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a 5th-round pick, tight end Noah Fant, defensive tackle Shelby Harris, and quarterback Drew Lock. So they got 5 draft picks, including 4 first and second rounders, 3 players, 2 of which play a lot. I guess all of them have played, and a 5th for Russell Wilson and a 4th-round pick. Now, Russ was a disaster in Denver.
Well, the team was a disaster. He was bad his first year there. Last year, he was good, but they gave up on him. He had 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Had a quarterback rating of damn near 100. Was 98. They benched him for the last 2 games, and they split those 2 games. They won 8 games on the season. They went 8-9. They were better than than your Chargers. Sorry. It was an unnecessary shot. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I pick him to win every year.
But I don't think he was the big problem with him last year.
Well, he wasn't the solution.
Well, Sean Payton, he and Sean Payton don't get along. All right, so it's Sean Payton. They spent all that money and draft pick or whatever to get Sean Payton, and Sean Payton realizes that Russell Wilson's not my guy, and then they try to negotiate some kind of deal where they don't have to pay Russ $37 million due to some sort of bonus with the if he's not injured or something like that. It was a bad situation, but I don't think Russ had a bad year last year.
Well, here's the thing. Denver they signed him when they got him to a 5-year extension.
Well, this is the problem.
Worth $242.588 million. The exact amount, $242,588,236. They signed him to that extension. That extension hasn't even kicked in yet. He's still playing on his original contract with Seattle.
Wow.
So they are eating $85 million in dead cap money. They've announced that they're going to release him at the beginning of the next league year.
So it's over the next 2 seasons they'll lose that total.
Which is when at the beginning of the next league year is when the new contract extension actually kicks in, and the dead money, the dead salary cap, if they release him right away, is $85 million. Here's the part that we need to go, whew. The man that made that trade was hired in the 2021 hiring cycle. The general manager's name is George Payton. He was reportedly a candidate for the Detroit Lions job when the Lions went with Brad Holmes. So we've often talked about the mistakes and the horrific mistakes and some of the awful mistakes that our organizations have made. This is perhaps a bullet dodge. Now, if he'd come here, he would have had Matt Stafford and probably wouldn't have swung a trade for Russell Wilson.
Well, I don't know. Stafford asked for a trade right away.
He might have swung for a trade for Russell Wilson. What do you move? What would he have done? Whatever it is, suffice it to say, the GM the Lions didn't hire orchestrated one of the worst trades in the history of sports. And we got Brad Holmes. Whew. That, my friend, is a bullet dodge.
It is a bullet dodge, and it was a horrific trade when you look back on it from Denver's standpoint. Denver had no business going after Russell Wilson at the time. They just it wasn't a fit. They had Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton are 2 pretty good receivers.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason, it didn't work out that first year. Second year, Russ started playing more like Russ. But by that point, Sean Payton's on board there now. And now Sean Payton's looking at this like, I don't want this guy. So he was dead man walking.
Yep.
This is going to go down in history as the worst sign and trade or whatever in the history of the league.
The previous worst dead cap money, I don't have the names in front of me, but I did read that. So $85 million in dead cap is so much higher than the previous first dead cap release. It's actually higher than the first and second combined. So it's far and away the most punitive cut in the history of the league financially. $85 million in dead cap.
Well, I am curious what happens with him next, because would you believe that, I guess, do you believe in Russell Wilson? He's got more left in the tank. It was just a bad fit there, or not? Because his years in Seattle, obviously he was great in Seattle, won a Super Bowl, but his last 4 seasons in Seattle, his quarterback rating was over 100 each of those 4 years.
Wow.
And then it goes to Denver and it's down to 84.4, and then brought it back up to 98 this past year. And he's 35 years old. And there are teams that there's a handful of quarterbacks out there that teams are considering now because they're all in this market. They all will be on this market. And Russ is one of them. Kirk Cousins is another one. Baker Mayfield's another one. And if you want to trade, you can go get Justin Fields. There's some talent out there.
There is some talent out there. I probably wouldn't bet on Russ at this point. But
I'd probably shy away from it too.
Yep.
However, if you're Minnesota and you're thinking about Kirk Cousins and what's going to cost get Kirk Cousins, and you're comparing that to Russell Wilson, Russ still has something there perhaps, and he'd be working with some of the best receivers in the National Football League if he were to go to Minnesota. Russ gets his signing bonus money, right? So he doesn't have to sign for a $40 million contract.
He could sign cheap.
He could sign real cheap. And if you're Minnesota and you're considering, do I pay $40 million for Kirk Cousins, or can I get Russell Wilson on a 2-year deal for $20 million a year?
Less than Gator. He could sign for the veteran minimum, which is like $1.1 million.
So, I mean, if I'm Minnesota, I'm considering that.
It's
I don't mean to send out the bat signal about Kirk Cousins, but it's just from a financial standpoint and from a competitive standpoint. I mean, you'd have to still believe in Russ, I guess.
Well, Gator, it's one of his biggest assets is that he can sign for $1.1 million, okay? And he has a ceiling, and he's done it before. What's the difference between signing him and a Baker Mayfield? If Baker Mayfield can find something, it's not unfathomable to think Russell Wilson could find it again.
No, and like I said, he played well last year.
Yeah, and at that price?
26 touchdowns to 8 interceptions is a really good ratio. When he's got not much to work with in Denver. You throw him with, Justin Jefferson and, Addison.
Well, I will tell you this. Him at $1.1 million is a lot different than him at 49 or 59 million or whatever he was going to get paid, because you can build a team around him, obviously. I would much rather have Kirk Cousins re-signed in Minnesota and take up that much cap space than Russell Wilson signed in Minnesota and take up almost no cap space.
As Lions fans, of course we'd rather that.
Yes.
Don't build your team around it. By all means, do not sign Russell Wilson for the league minimum and then bring in like Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry.
Re-sign Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, and then able to re-sign your pass rusher who gets you double-digit sacks. Please don't do that.
Please, I seriously.
Please, God, don't do that.
Now, thankfully, Gator has suggested it, and the Vikings will follow the Gator plan. And the Vikings are the least relevant team in the NFC North right now.
Yeah.
But that could make them relevant if they went Russell Wilson at minimum price. Now, Wilson would have to agree to that, but he's guaranteed so much money, he just may. And then the Vikings can afford to do a lot in free agency.
So obviously it's not just the Vikings. It's any team in the National Football League that has a opening at quarterback. They've got a lot to think about here.
Previous dead money cap, Matt Ryan, $40.5 million. Aaron Rodgers, $40.3. Those two combined, $80.6 million. Russell Wilson alone, $85 million in dead cap. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We have got not a one, but a two-round mock draft that we will get to today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Start thinking about your lawn, what you want it to look like this year. Give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, the telephone number, because for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name. Take care of this. Now, here's another thing to take advantage of. You want to save some money? You want to save some green? You can do so when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and you get the early bird discount. Listen, it's a day like today and a day like yesterday. Warm temperatures. Now we're going to get some rain in there. It's going to start putting some stuff to seed there, and you do not want to see crabgrass. By the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. So much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Schedule early. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and get on board with Natural Way. They use certified applicators and arborists. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They're locally owned for over 30 years. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've trusted to work with my lawn for almost a dozen years now. Love them. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Some Red Wing stuff we'll get to at 11:05 with the trade deadline pending on Friday. And the news that came down yesterday, Dylan Larkin out for a couple of weeks. Only one game will be played between now and the trade deadline, so it's not like there's going to be a whole lot of information, new data that comes in that impacts Steve Yzerman. He's probably got a plan already in place. We'll discuss that coming up shortly. Reacting to the news yesterday that Russell Wilson will be released by Denver at the start of the new year, recapping that trade. Seattle gave up Russell Wilson and a fourth for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a fifth, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, a defensive tackle, and Drew Lock, the quarterback. Denver then signed Russell Wilson to a contract extension, 5 years, $242.588 million. That contract hasn't even kicked in yet. It kicks in this coming season, and it leads to him being a $85 million dead cap hit on the Denver Broncos salary cap. And the man that swung the deal was a finalist for it was reported to be in on the Lions job, Jordan Payton, who I believe was in Minnesota, before he got that job. But that GM orchestrated what turned out to be a disastrous trade for Denver. And I mean, look, I think about the worst trades ever made. The Herschel Walker trade, which set up the Dallas Cowboys, which was a total bait and switch done by the Cowboys. They said, we'll trade for a bunch of players. Sure, we'll take your players, but if we cut those players, we get draft picks instead. And Minnesota agreed to it. Dallas had no plan to keep the players, cut them all, and just took the draft picks and put together what was a championship caliber team. That was a pretty awful trade. But
say Ricky Williams.
That was the whole draft, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ditka traded the whole draft to get him.
So weird. Like that's almost like that's like performative GMing. Like I'm going to put on a show. I'm trading my entire draft for one player.
That was it.
But this one might be the worst when it's all said.
You think about that. The trades we brought up, our trades involve running backs. How laughable is that now? Given how the NFL is today.
Yeah.
I mean, Ricky Williams, it doesn't feel that long ago, and yet it's like 25 years ago that trade happened. And, of course, the Herschel Walker goes back even further. It's like 30 years ago for Herschel Walker. But it's, nonetheless, running backs used to have that kind of value in the league, and obviously they don't
I felt like Ricky Williams, when that deal was made, was right when running backs started to lose their value. It's right around then. The thing is, though, that was 7 draft picks. That was a first, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh. This is 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a fifth.
And a player.
And 3 players, which is worse than an entire draft. So I think this is worse than that. And I'd have to go back and go over all the particulars of the Herschel Walker deal. But
what did Seattle turn those picks into?
It's a good question and something I should have done pre-show. My bad. But let me look it up.
Because obviously that's a big part of it. But I mean, it's the trade part is bad enough, but then you compound it with the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just 2 years into it and you say, yeah, no. And then you're like, you're eating $85 million in dead cap space over the next couple of years, plus the fact that you had to pay him all that money.
All right. So one of them might be Kenneth Walker, one of the draft picks. I'm going to have to go back and look because I think they've made some trades above and beyond that.
Let's say, who are the first round picks they got?
Well, the first round pick last year was Charles Cross, the offensive lineman from Mississippi, but they only had 1 first round pick. So it's possible that they traded another one. But I'd have to go look and see what the totality of it was. All right. So their 2 first rounders last year were Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba. One of their second rounders were Derek Hall and Zach Charbonnet. I don't know which they got with the Denver picks. They had 2 2s in 2022, and one of them was Kenneth Walker. But again, I don't know if that was from the Denver pick.
Well, they ended up winning with Geno Smith anyways. I mean, they got out of paying Russell Wilson and got assets, and the assets are better than what they were going to get.
They got Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, who's a second-round pick, Tyreek Smith, who was a fifth-round pick, Devin Witherspoon, was the pick that they used to.
Was Denver's pick?
Yeah. And Derek Hall was a second-round pick, edge rusher.
Okay. It would be a lot worse if it was Kenneth Walker, a running back, ironically. We were just talking about the lack of value, but he's pretty good. Pretty damn good. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up, let's get into a little Red Wing trade talk. This is the week. Yesterday there was that news. We will touch on Steve Yzerman's decision. Gator, I'm going to make a prediction.
Okay.
Would it be a BAP if I predicted that the Red Wings will sell at the trade deadline?
No.
Okay.
Because they may have to move some defensemen.
I think they're going to sell.
Yeah, I was reading something today about Max Boltman had something in The Athletic about what could possibly happen with the Red Wings, and don't be surprised if they tries to, because they've got guys that aren't playing right now, like Justin Hall, who they signed to a 3-year contract, and he's making $3 million plus a year. Is that somebody they can move because he's not even playing? Is it possible that they can move somebody else on the blue line? Maybe Gostisbehere or the other name was Olimata.
Yeah, we'll talk about that decision coming up today at 11:05. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also stream to our website, 971 The Ticket, where I got to go tell Evan about the Champ and Chop. We'll post those here in a minute. Stream with video at twitch.tv. Search up twitch.tv, and bam, you can see us and participate in a streaming chat.
You got your reservation all set?
For what? For Glacier? Yeah,
Yeah.
I did get that done.
All 3 days or whatever it was?
It's just one. You can only reserve for 1 day, 120 days out. If
So
you're
you gotta
going
sweat
to
it out again tomorrow.
No, because we're not going to go on July 4th.
Okay.
We're going to go on the 2nd and the 3rd into the park.
And you've already got it.
4th is a travel day, and then we're off to British Columbia that day. So
Travel.
it is a travel day. Anyway, yes. So stream with the Twitch, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and stream with the YouTube as well. Search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Wendy's. In the NFL, big franchise tag decision as the Panthers have slapped one on star defensive end Brian Burns, $24 million for the season for the coveted defensive stud who can still negotiate with other teams, but Carolina has an opportunity to match. We'll get our first look at Kerry Carpenter this spring as he makes his exhibition debut with the Tigers after recovering from a hamstring issue. The Detroit run production is actually third in the Grapefruit League right now, and they have drawn the second most walks as well. Reese Olson gets his third turn in the rotation as they take on the Braves for the first time down in Florida, a 1 o'clock game that can be heard on the Bet 1270. With Dylan Larkin out for 2 weeks, the Wings still need to deal with their current 2-game skid, having fallen to the Islanders and the Panthers, with a matchup versus Colorado coming up tomorrow night. JT Compher knows that this team is not going to stress. At the trade deadline, probably also in the backs of their minds, it's just 3 days away. And still seeking their 10th win of the year, the Pistons transition from mid-Florida to South Florida to take on the Heat on the second half of their mini swing in the Sunshine State. Quentin Grimes is listed as doubtful to return to the floor after sitting out with a knee issue in Orlando. Mark Champion will have the call at 7:30. I'll have your pregame at 7:05 right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. All right, so let's get into some trade deadline stuff. And yeah, I think what you just mentioned, and you just kind of talked about it, the idea that come trade deadline that the Red Wings will be sellers, I feel more confident that they're going to sell a piece than buy a piece. I think they're going to try and do both. But you mentioned the logjam at the blue line and how Hull can't get on the ice. So they already have that situation. 5 of their top 7 are under contract for next year. And I believe Sider's due a contract.
Yeah, Sider and Raymond are both due.
So is the only free agent Gostisbehere? I believe everybody else is under contract.
I think Gostisbehere and Mata might be.
Okay.
Only Mata might be the other one.
Okay. I guess I can look it up on Spot Track. I know that they have guys under contract. And Gator, I mean, the best acquisition might be within the own organization. So they need to clear cap space for next year, not this year, but for next year. They need to clear a spot for Simon Edvinsson. And they already are sitting a decent defenseman. Look, it's not like they have the greatest core of blue liners ever, but it makes sense financially and roster construction to move on from a defenseman and create a spot for Simon Edvinsson.
Yeah, I guess right now, the way that it would be projected, it's tight. They don't have to clear the cap space, but it's really tight right now when you're projecting re-signing restricted free agents like Sider and Raymond. And then if you're thinking about signing Patrick Kane to a deal, then it starts to get tighter. And then with the trade deadline coming up, are you taking on somebody that's going to be a contract into next year, or is it a rental player? I mean, then of course it doesn't matter. But if you're getting somebody who's going to have still time left on a deal for next season, then you have to factor that in too. And that's where it starts to get tight about all, the cap space, and do you have to free up anything? Because, the NHL is a business model that works, and they were really smart about it when they did the whole restructuring 20 years ago or whatever it was. But it's not growing at a pace like the NFL does. I mean, It's not a license to print money like the NFL is, where you can count on the cap space and millions of dollars added to the cap every year, tens of millions of dollars. You can't count on that. So there is some finagling to do.
I think they're motivated to move somebody. I think they're absolutely motivated to move somebody. Now,
well, particularly somebody who's not playing.
Yeah.
Who's healthy.
And by the way, Ole Mata is under contract next year. I believe it's only Shane Gostisbehere is the only guy that's not under contract next year. He and Sider, and they're obviously going to re-sign Sider.
Yeah, they're most coming back.
So anyway, long story short, I'm expecting a sell move. Now, the question is it accompanied by a buy move? Because not only, look, if you sell a defenseman, it's not who you're losing, it's who you're gaining. You're gaining Edvinsson. Like that. This is a dude that his play in Grand Rapids warrants it. And I almost feel like if you're going to actually win the cup, you need some luck and maybe a little bit of a miracle. You may as well find out if it's Edvinsson. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I want to see him play. He's played awfully well down in Grand Rapids. I mean, he's played a handful of games here with the big club, and he doesn't look out of place. And there are times he looks raw, but also times he looks great. You want to see him. That size, you can't miss the fact that he's 6'6" out on the ice. But let's just say that you're able to move out Justin Hall's contract, okay, and you're able to ship him off to another team. Someone else is going to have to sit still if you're going to bring up Edvinsson because Hall isn't playing.
Yep. You might have to move too.
Right, well, you might have to. I don't think that's what they'd want to do.
I
think, I mean,
it's good to have a guy in reserve.
Yeah, I think they'd like to have the 7 defensemen or 8 defensemen, whatever it is they carry. But you're only going to play 6 of them and maybe 7 because of the situation they have right now with Larkin. Maybe you go with 11 forwards, but yeah, they're going to. If you move one out, someone else is going to have to sit out.
So I'm still watching Jake Gensel in Pittsburgh. Whether or not he is a player they decide. Now that would be a rental, and that would be an aggressive move. But and he's still hurt. He's skating this week. Is adding Gensel become more of a priority because Larkin's hurt? Does Larkin's injury impact Yzerman's approach to the trade deadline? And should it? It's not a long-term injury, but as much as the Red Wings are sitting in a good spot right now, I feel like there could be storm clouds gathering on the horizon, given the schedule and the captain being out. So, it feels as though this team is operating with a sense of urgency to at least make the playoffs. Do they take a big leap like that?
I mean, it depends what the asking price is, obviously. But if you're looking at rental players, how much are you willing to give up? Are you willing to give up a pick and prospects? And if it's a pick, if you're gonna go Gensel, you're looking at maybe a first-round pick you got to give up because this is a very skilled player, albeit coming off injury right now. You could look at, I think another name that's been mentioned is Pavel Buchnevich from St. Louis. He's got 48 points and 24 goals in 59 games. But I guess the asking price for him is pretty high now.
How old is he? He's pretty young, isn't he?
I believe he is young. He's 28.
Okay. All right.
He's 28. But, that's another name that's mentioned. So Yzerman's got time to think about this, right? But as you get closer and closer, moves start happening fast and furious.
Well, look, We've been told that it could get wild. It could get wild for the Red Wings, and we'll just buckle up. I mean, they've got such a respected farm team that if Yzerman wants to get hyper aggressive, he probably can. And I don't know, man. The Larkin injury, I wouldn't think it makes logical sense to approach the trade deadline any different because Larkin's hurt. But I can't help but wonder in the back of my mind if that is a variable. If that makes him say, we got to add somebody up front.
Yeah, I agree with you. And do you want to add to the top end or do you want to beef up the back end? And do you want to go for someone like the Russian from St. Louis or Gensel from Pittsburgh? Or do you want to go with like Nick Dowd from Washington, who is a very good defensive checking forward, wasn't afraid to mix it up either, which is
he available?
Grit. He's the name that's being mentioned. And he's 33 years old. But don't expect somebody who's going to light the lamp all the time. That's not what he does. But he's a lockdown guy defensively.
Well, that could get interesting. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, couple things here. One is, are you thinking that the Larkin injury makes it more, does it impact them come trade deadline? Do you think it should impact them come trade deadline? And if they sell a defenseman to get Edmondson up, are we all on board that that's the move? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
You know what really gets you prepared for the day? A great night's sleep. And getting properly fitted for your perfect sleep system, this is the way to go. Maybe it's a non-toxic luxury brand like Posh and Lavish, or maybe you might be better suited for a Puffy, which is the #1 cloud-like mattress for 2024, and it's made right here in the USA. Well, True Sleep Mattress Store, they've got you covered. They're going to find the perfect mattress and the perfect sleep system for you. Everybody is different. But one thing I'm going to tell you right now, it's a game changer. It's the adjustable base. I've got the BedTech BT6500. I love it. It's got lumbar support. You can adjust your feet, your head. It's got massage powers. It's amazing. True Sleep Mattress has worked their magic on me, and they've helped hundreds of our Ticket listeners so far, including many athletes as well. So visit one of their locations today in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. Talking a little trade deadline with the Detroit Red Wings coming up on Friday. We got an injury to Larkin, whether or not that should impact them. I think they're going to move a blue liner for sure because I think they want to get Edvinsson up, and I think it makes sense. Look, because we're talking about a player that you kind of got to catch lightning in a bottle. This team is not like ready-made to win a cup, but are they ready-made to maybe challenge if something goes right? Why not take this kid out for a test drive, right in time for the postseason, and see if he's can blossom right in front of our eyes and give this team a shot. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so, Doug, I agree with you completely in terms of I don't think the injury to Dylan Larkin should really affect what the plan is at the trade deadline. And I also don't really feel like the Wings are in a position, nor do I feel like Steve Yzerman is someone that's going to leverage this team's future to make a pseudo cup run, and I guess we can debate whether we think they can make a run or not. So to me, I would like to see them move someone like Hull, just like you guys have been saying, to maybe give Edvinsson a shot. I don't know if you guys have mentioned this name at all when talking about the trade deadline, but Marcus Pettersson, defenseman from Pittsburgh, has been a name that's been kind of swirling as someone they might want to move. So I think that, to me, would be another option. And if Pittsburgh's going to move a guy like Gensel, I just feel like Jonathan Berggren's the perfect piece to go back as a young winger that's going to be cheap for those guys. And I'm just not really interested in changing up anything in this locker room as far as moving a guy like I know there's been rumors about Perron. And they do have a lot of free agents up front. I mean, I don't know what the plan is with Fisher, Sprong, Joe Veleno as well. So I really don't want to shake up a forward group that's top 5 in scoring. But I would love to see Hull's contract get moved. If you can move Petrie as a little sweetener for a team that could use some depth defensemen. But I think between Edvinsson and maybe looking at a guy like Marcus Pettersson, who will have 1 year left at about $4 million, he's on pace for a career year. Those are the moves I'd like to see them make.
And it sounds like Pittsburgh has changed gears and have decided they're open to sell moves now.
They could be like what the Red Wings were last year.
Yep.
Here we the week of the trade deadline to find themselves out of it. And yeah, Pettersson he's already got a career high in points with 24. He's tied it, and that was what he had last year. But what's encouraging is he's plus 21 as a defenseman on not a great team.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to see that. Good size, 6'3". But that's another defenseman.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we know his contract situation?
Well, he said he's got another year left at 4, I think the caller said. But the thing is, if you're adding another defenseman to the team,
4.
Again, how do you if you can move? He suggested moving Berggren to get him. Okay, but then you still have a logjam of defensemen on your own team. If you can move Justin Hull, okay, great. But if you want to bring up Edvinsson, someone else has to go.
It's weird to be in a position where they're going to be buying and selling at the same time, but I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Tony is next. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys. Hey, I agree with the last caller, but I would add to this. I would move Berggren, who's not happy in Grand Rapids, along with a second-round pick and Justin Hull to Pittsburgh to entice them to take on Hull's contract for Gensel. We don't know Dylan's status yet. I mean, it could be longer than 2 weeks, and I do believe that we need a top 6 offensive scoring forward to supplement this until Dylan gets back. So trade Bergeron, a second-round pick that we've got some abundance of, along with Hull's contract to get
that's not going to be enough.
I don't think that gets it done.
I mean, you're giving up.
If I'm in Pittsburgh, I'm thinking no way.
I mean, I'm not even sure Berggren's considered a prospect at this point. I mean, he's done well at Grand Rapids. He's a point-a-game guy down there.
Should we see if Pittsburgh will throw in Crosby?
Let's not go that far. I don't think he was that far off, but he's a second-round pick. Berggren and a Hull, I don't think gets it done.
I don't think so either.
I think they get better offers for
first round pick.
Then you're talking.
Yep. And if I don't think Yzerman needs to protect his first round picks as much as maybe he did in the past, because he's drafted a bunch of guys that should be making impacts in the next couple of years. And if you can accelerate the process a little bit, I would have no issue with them giving up a first-round pick for a move like that. I don't think a second gets it.
Yeah, I really
if it does, great, fantastic.
I think in 2 seasons, when we get ready for the 25-26 season, I think we're going to see this roster flooded with Steve Yzerman draft picks.
Yeah.
By that point, you've got Casper and Edvinson are definitely up here. You've got Danielson is probably up here. Maybe one of the goaltenders is up. You're going to see the defenseman from Sweden that they got in with their other first-round pick. They just got a bunch of talent that's ready to come up.
Maybe I should tap the brakes because remember the Chris Tanev trade? Everyone said after he was dealt from Calgary to Dallas. That's all Calgary got. So maybe Yzerman could pull off something like that for Jake Gensel. I'm just thinking if I'm doing this show in Pittsburgh and somebody called up and said, "Would you take?" I would say no. But
the closer we get to the deadline, I imagine the better the more leverage teams with good players have. So I think Pittsburgh's got more leverage right now.
248-539-9797. Greg, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hi, guys. Just a quick thing. I don't know if Gensel's going to make a difference on this team or not. We're a team of 6-foot guys that when the going gets tough, they don't show up. It goes to Ottawa, Florida, and I'm just surprised that Yzerman, who had Probert, Kosar, McCarty on his wing to protect him, has nobody out there to protect Dylan Larkin, and I'm pretty sure he got hurt. I'm pretty sure he got hurt in another scrum. And I just think they need a couple of big wingers. I can't help it. I just get tired of, and other teams know they have nobody on this team that's going to respond. That's why you got all these scrums, because they know they can irritate them. They don't have a guy they can throw out there and say, "Okay, I'll take care of business. You guys back off." I don't understand why we talk about another scoring winger who's just going to get checked in the playoffs.
Thanks for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Should Steve Yzerman pull the trigger on a big deal? Look, the game has changed. It is something they could add. I mean, if he wants to pull somebody out of Grand Rapids to play that role, you can. I go back and forth on how important it is anymore. I mean, the Red Wings, when they got down 2-0, they started to stand up for themselves. And physically, then it was like, all right, this game might be over. We're going to send a message. It was a weird game because I didn't think they were that far off. But I don't know. I just feel like 1998 just called. Well, sort of. I mean, this is the same call we could have taken. There's always going to be a facet of the Red Wing fan base that doesn't think they're tough enough. Right. I don't know if that guy's that guy, but it goes back to your friend.
Yeah, right. Hey, we just won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, but they're not tough enough. Tough enough to what? Win the Stanley Cup? They just did it.
Yeah.
And they won, 4 in a 10-year span. Oh, that was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good enough. I mean, it's a different game now than what it was back in the late 90s into the 2000s. Grit matters more than fighting. All right. You can sell me on grit. You can sell me on a guy who's like sandpaper. I'm all for that. But don't try to sell me on, the equivalent of a modern day enforcer. That's not what they need. Now, have other teams taken liberties with Dylan Larkin? I think they have to an extent. And I also think Dylan puts himself into it a little bit as well. He's a prickly player. That being said, getting a fourth line winger that belongs on the ice and can be responsible defensively, but also has the size and toughness that you want. Yeah, you look for guys like that. I mean, that was Tyler Bertuzzi.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, next hour we got a mock draft. We get into a 2-rounder, people. 2 rounds. Some NFL rule changes that are getting kicked around. One that's pretty radical. We'll touch on that today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson. Get your phone calls in. Feedback as well. Tweets at DunGator971. We just retweeted something the Freak put out there. It's pretty cool. It's the footprint of the NFL draft in downtown Detroit. Now, in talking with Jimmy Powers, be prepared. You're going to have to get an app. And with your app, you're going to have to scan in and out of the draft.
I feel like you're talking to me directly.
I am talking to you directly, to be honest with you. Let's call it what it is. Gator, you're going to have to download an app to get in and out of the draft. and they will have the whole thing secured. Downtown is going to be, it's going to be pretty wild, the footprint of this draft from the riverfront all the way up to Campus Martius. You once you're in, you will be in this confined area. Like you won't be able to get in or out except for the exit and entry points. But it's going to be like a real cordoned off, secured area of downtown Detroit. It's going to be neat.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because I remember when the Super Bowl was here and we took a bunch of us went down. We took a bus from the Detroit Zoo downtown, and that bus dropped you off right at Hart Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just migrated a little bit north of several blocks to go to a bunch of different bars and restaurants and, and then the makeshift bars, the pop-up bars that happened. It was a really cool atmosphere to be at, I think, on a Thursday and Friday night.
248-539-9797. Again, if you want to check that out, follow us on Twitter at DuncanGator971, where you retweeted something the Freak put out there. All right, rule changes in the NFL. Do they make sense? We'll get to that today at 11:35. 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Mega Millions, is that tonight or is it Powerball tonight?
Mega Millions is tonight. Powerball was last night, and I happen to have my ticket from last night.
And? Wait, are we looking right now? Wait, Powerball was last night?
I believe Powerball was late. Well, let me look at this again. I think it's Powerball. Yeah, Powerball was last night.
All right, so let me Google search here. Powerball. Have you checked your numbers?
I have.
Oh. And? You're still here.
Someone's a winner, though.
Are you? What'd you win?
This ticket in my hand.
Yeah.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Is worth $7.
So what'd you hit?
I had a couple of numbers in the Powerball.
Powerball was 26.
Yes.
And which of the two numbers did you have? 36, 42, 50, 52, and 67.
I had 36 and 42.
Okay.
And 26 for the Powerball.
Yeah. And that got you $7. Huh?
$7. Who's the big winner, Doug?
Yeah, I'm surprised you showed up at work today.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see how Mega Millions goes tonight.
Yeah, we'll start spending that money a little bit later in the show. So Facebook and Instagram are down. Is that correct? Yes. Worldwide?
Yes, I believe so. That's the word on Twitter.
So no Facebook and no Instagram right now. I'm not sure the Facebook impacts my kids all that much. The Instagram would bother them. That's for sure. Now, I wonder if people are freaking out. Do you think people are freaking out?
I would think not anymore. Well, if they don't know, they're freaking out. Wait a minute, I can't log in. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably good every once in a while, to get
a
away
reset.
From it. Yeah, just stay away from it for
Get a break.
Bit. Yep.
I'd like to be around my children when it actually happens, so I could figure out how actually addicted to this crap they are. I shouldn't call it crap. How addicted to these platforms they actually are. Because I have my concerns, but I guess I could stop paying the bills if I was that concerned. Kang, have you thought about when you're getting your daughter's phones?
It's funny because my oldest daughter, who's only 5, asked me for a phone the other day.
Did she?
Yeah. It's like, I want a phone. Like, why do you want a phone? Because they want to watch like YouTube clips and because
Right.
they know how to take pictures with my phone and my wife's phone already.
Right.
Man, they're just
Dude.
5. It's crazy, right?
I remember the first time we were like, okay, our son's going to have to walk home from school by himself. We got him a little flip phone. He could check in and all that. And I wish we'd waited.
Yeah? You wish you did what your parents did?
What?
Well,
Just
they didn't have the option, but just,
No.
let nature take its course.
Yeah, they
toughen up.
Yeah. They took risks back then.
Yeah.
Seatbelts were optional. Smoking on planes.
Listen, as part of Gen X, we were a tough group.
Just go to the park for like 5 hours.
Dude, you'd leave your house with like some change, like a Walkman
Yep.
and
Yep.
a Lunchable and be like, good luck. Hopefully I see you in 6 hours.
Yeah, and a members only jacket.
Yeah, like it's like, no, you can't get a hold of them or nothing. It's
I'll make it home at some point.
yeah, I mean, seriously, it was like that. I'll see you.
Latchkey kids,
Here's feedback coming in. John and Macomb says, I'm going to say it and it won't be popular. I love Larkin's game, but if anyone thinks he will ever make it through the playoff run healthy, they're out of their mind. Every time there's a scrum now, he's protecting his head and making sure he's not getting touched around the head, and you will never be able to play in the playoffs. Love the guy, but he can't stay healthy. Best ability is availability. In all the crucial moments, he's always out of the lineup. So they haven't had any crucial moments. The only crucial moments he's been out of the lineup. I can't stand that argument.
Really? Why? How many crucial moments has this team been in his career?
They haven't been in a ton, but they just went on a run to put themselves into the playoffs. These were big wins.
So these are the games played in his career. His first year in 15-16 played 80, then 80, then 82, then 76, then 71. In 2020-21, that season, he played in 44 games.
That's the COVID year.
Yes, it's part of the COVID year. It's the latter half of the COVID year. But I think he may have been hurt that year, but it's 44 games. Although I have to see how many games they played regular season.
That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying the COVID started in March of 2020. This is the 2020/21 season.
They played 56 games that year.
There you go. So that makes sense. Then he played 71 games. Then he played 80 games last year. So show me how he's always hurt when a guy's playing like, I don't know, rough math is like 85% of his games, 90% of his games.
25. I'm doing on the full seasons. He has missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full seasons, not the COVID year. I think he's missed 38 games. So, I don't know.
So 5 games a season?
Yep. Dave and Troy says,
He's always hurt.
I've never understood this Larkin hate from these alleged Wing fans. He is the engine that drives the Wings. He was never drafted to be McDavid or Matthews and is playing better than his draft position. Same goes for those calling him soft. No one criticizes Kane for all the games he's missed. He gets injured because he puts his body on the line for this team. That's from Dave. Alan Jackson, you guys are crazy if you think somebody from the JV team, Griffins, is going to come up and compete with the best of the best. Evanson looked horrible in the preseason, couldn't skate backwards fast enough, and was burned many times. And that's why he's in Grand Rapids, and that's why he's played a lot better. That people saying he's playing better, he's gotten better. Wings are deep at wing. Gensel isn't a big enough upgrade to the wing position to add him. We need better centers. That's from Sam in Grand Rapids.
I don't know. Gensel's almost a point a game guy.
Yep.
That's not good enough. It's like adding a Larkin.
Guys, I don't know that I would pull a major trade right now. We don't know what Hendon Hooker has to offer yet. That's from an unnamed texter. Jim and Allen Park. It's a joke. It's a funny joke.
Like that, Gator, I had to respond to him, too. I wrote back,
That's good.
LOL. That's funny.
That is.
Seeing more and more rumors of the Red Wings going after Middlestat from Buffalo. He's 25, skilled center to complement Larkin. Ship it, lock him up to a long-term contract, especially with this Larkin injury.
He's a leading scorer for Buffalo right now. 25 years old. He's a former first-round pick, 8th overall in 2017.
What's his contract situation?
That I don't know. Because I'm looking at ESPN. They don't do the contract thing like Spotrac does.
Yeah.
He's plus 12, which I like to see that. So, two-way center. 47 points in 62 games.
He's plus 12 on a bad team. Is that what you said, plus 12?
Yeah, plus 12.
He is a pending free agent.
So,
yep.
Rental.
Yep. But, like he said, lock him up. That'd be interesting. Yzerman will not pull off a major deal. The best deal is to please cut Petrie. He adds nothing. That's from Jim and Allen Park. I think they would argue different, but they are trying to clear a spot on the blue line for sure.
Well, Petrie is a bit divisive, isn't he? Because there are times when he's out there and he looks great.
Yep.
He's got size. He's got some strength. He plays with some aggression. And then there are times when you watch him play and it's
catastrophic mistakes that lead.
Yeah.
It feels like they lead directly to goals that people stop forgiving after a while.
Exactly.
Okay. Mike Florio was at the Combine and said more and more teams are talking about that the league is preparing for the addition of an 18th regular season game. I love football. I love more football almost all the time. I don't love this. Already this league has too many injuries, and we cannot legislate all injuries out of the sport. They're trying to cut back on shots to the head and knees, but they're adding more body hits and hits to the body with another game. Why? Because it makes money. It's an extra game that they're adding to make money, but is in direct contrast to everything else they're trying to do with player safety. So I feel like all the player safety stuff is just lip service because, oh, wait, we can make more money? Then, yeah, let's put our players through another week of football. The 17th game has not really been like the most awesome thing that ever happened to football, but the injuries, the amount of injuries and the number of injuries suck and impact seasons way too much. and that's a game, bigger, stronger, faster. It's going to get harder to survive. Then why are we adding an 18th game?
Well, it's money. It's all it is.
I know.
You hit it on the head. That's all it is. They can say all they want, but the reality is they're always looking to make more money. They're greedy. And it's both sides because they can't do it unless the players agree. So if the players want to do it, then they're putting themselves at risk. Okay, I mean, it's your decision to make as a player. Me as a fan, I mean, I wouldn't do it if I were the players. And you guys make a great living doing what you love to do. We love to watch you do it, and would like to see you guys stay healthy and live healthy lives afterwards. And unfortunately, it's another game that'd be added. And now we're talking, 2 games to a season added after just a couple years. That seems pretty significant.
Yep.
The only upside I see to adding an 18th game is that guys that get hurt during the course of the season, they have an extra week to recover because maybe they might be able to come back for that last week where before they wouldn't, or you know what I mean, or get ready for the playoff game, whatever the case is, they might have an extra week. But that is so far down the list of why you would want to do it. It bothers me. It bothers me because the NFL is so hypocritical with what they say and what they do. And it's another instance of where it's just, I mean, really, 18 games? Really? And here's what they'll say. Well, we're going to remove one of the preseason games. So now you only have to play 2 preseason games. So it's the same thing. We're still doing 20 games.
Yeah, the starters aren't playing full games.
Come on.
It's so hypocritical.
If the players are smart, and I believe that they'll go to the reunion and do something like this, they're going to request for like earlier free agency or something because this is 6 extra games over 3 years. You're basically almost starting to add a half a season when you haven't played another half season. Do you know what I'm saying? When it was 16 games just a few years ago, you're adding 2. Your career might be getting cut short here, so I think they have to do something to combat this, at least from their end.
It took them forever to go from 14 to 16. And then it feels like it took forever to go from 16 to 17. And now they're already talking 18.
Well, we knew it was
after 2
happening,
seasons
though.
of 17. Yeah, I know. But it's just
17 made no sense. There was no way they were sticking with an odd number of games. And I mean, the players should go to them and say, let's go back to 16. But, hey, man.
But King's right. You got to find out, okay, if you're going to ask us to do this, then we got to get something else other than more revenue from the 18th game.
Just spare me that it matters at all the player safety rules.
Yeah.
If you're adding an 18th game.
I mean,
that's the part that gets me.
If you really had that, then you would put rules in place that would penalize players for not having mouth guards in, for not wearing,
all the proper
all
padding.
the padding you're supposed to wear.
All right,
you'd go to all grass fields.
Yeah,
all natural surfaces, but of course the NFL comes out with a study and says, "Oh no, that's not. No, we our studies show that there aren't any more really. There's nothing discernible between the injuries on turf and natural surfaces."
Now, they have proposed something for the kickoff that is really intriguing. That is on the competition committee's list and will get voted on in March, sometime this month. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Got a mock draft next hour. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, you had something in your show sheet. I want to know where you got it. What's this about Blake Snell?
Apparently,
pitcher.
yes, he is. He is
Cy
a
Young
pitcher.
quality pitcher.
Scott Boras' agent is letting the media know. Yeah, no, we're getting interest now. There's like 4 teams that have already talked about him. So you have to ask the question, of course. You're the Tigers. You've got this modest payroll. Nowhere near the league average. Of course, the league average is skewed because the top teams in the league pay so much more than everybody else. But you would think you've got some money to spend. Why wouldn't you take a shot signing a guy to a 3-year contract? You want to give him, if he wants the outs, give him the outs. Because you'll have a chance to compete for the division this year. I happen to like the Tigers' pitching staff.
Do you?
But can always get better. And this guy would make them better.
Look, I think we're doing a little bit of wing and a prayer stuff with Kenta Maeda. I don't know what is up with Jack Flaherty. If the answer is, why aren't you? Well, because we signed Jack Flaherty. I'm not thrilled with that answer. I don't know why you're carving out space for this guy who was so bad last year and has trended in the wrong direction the last 3 years. Better early in his career, but his ERA from 21 on has gone 3.22, 4.25, 4.43, 6.75. His walks and hits per innings pitched is always north of 1.5.
That's what, Flaherty?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Blake Snell has a career ERA of 3.2 in 8 seasons. The last 3 years when he's been with San Diego, it's gone from 4.2 to 3.38 down to 2.25 last year. He does walk some batters, but that ERA is pretty darn good. He also strikes out a ton of batters.
Yeah,
more than a strikeout per.
He'd cost a ton of money. I mean, that's what it is.
Okay, so, but at this point, I imagine the price has gone down considerably. So,
You
are
think?
you talking? Sure,
I hope so.
but can you get a if you do a 3-year deal, $75 million for 3 years? Can that get it done with an out after the first year and an out after the second year?
I don't
That seems to
think
be
so, unless he's totally desperate to start throwing somewhere and getting into a big league camp somewhere.
Well, he made $16.5 million last year.
Well, I'll say this. I find it curious that he hasn't signed anywhere.
Right.
And I wonder why that is.
Well,
I mentioned before the break, the rule change, the NFL rule change under consideration. The competition committee is finalizing their proposal. It's about the kickoff. We'll start with this. Onside kicks. If this proposal passes, onside kicks, you will have to declare your intention to attempt an onside kick. And you will only be able to use it if you are trailing in a game in the fourth quarter. However, they are going to allow for a 6-4 configuration, which is 6 players to one side, 4 to the other, which increases minusculely the likelihood that it gets recovered. But the surprise onside kick will be eliminated from the game of professional football. That is one. 2 is, have you seen how they want to do the kickoff?
no, but I'm already disgusted by the first one. So
The kicking team will line up on the opposing team's 40-yard line. Now, I'm not quite sure where the kicker goes, but the coverage team is lined up on the 40.
So does that mean, I would imagine that means the kicker kicks from where do they kick from? 35?
Their normal spot, but your coverage team will start at the opposing team's 40.
And they can't move until the guy touches it?
Yes. And the return unit has to line up on the 35.
So just 5 yards
They're
apart.
5 yards apart. If the kicking team kicks the ball into the end zone, the ball will come out to the 35-yard line, no longer the 20 or 25. If it rolls into the end zone, it comes out to the 20. If it flies into the end zone, it comes out to the 35. And players cannot move until the ball is touched in the target zone, which is the goal line to the 20.
What are we doing?
Honestly,
what are we doing?
Here's what they're doing. They're trying to bring back the kickoff, but make it less violent collisions. That's what this is an attempt to do. I think there's a real easy solution that includes a play that happens all the time in football. And that's just punt. Punt. You line everybody up in punt formation, and instead of kicking the ball off a tee, you punt the ball.
So treat it like you would the kick after a safety.
Yeah. And or just a normal punt.
But get it from
because what you don't what they're trying they worry that and again, but they're adding an 18th
Here we go.
game.
I know.
That's
exactly
18th
what
game.
we're all going to say. Everybody's thinking it right now. So because they're going to say, well, we have the safety in mind of the player. Oh, good. So going back to 16 games? Oh no, we're going to increase
no, because that makes money. I can appreciate that they want to make the kickoff return a part of the game again, because it's just not part of the game.
But let's take all the excitement out of an onside kick.
Yeah, that's really weird. I think
were people getting hurt en masse because of onside kicks?
I don't know.
You want to take away the spontaneity of the onside kick.
Yep.
Altogether. So no longer can a coach try to steal a possession by kicking an onside kick when the other team isn't ready for it. You have to announce. What, you got to report? We're going to kick an onside kick. The kicking team will now attempt an onside kick.
That is correct. You'll have to announce your intention.
Well, the Lions are going to the first team to get screwed by this Gator, right? Because they won't acknowledge the Lions' reporting of an onside kick,
Right.
And so when the Lions recover it, they'll
They
say,
recover it,
And Campbell will say, I told you.
And then he said, no, you didn't report. We didn't.
Yeah. I don't. The onside kick thing makes no sense to me whatsoever.
I realize the talk about them adding an 18th game makes me scoff at every rule that they come up with to try and make the game safer. But let's add another regular season game because it makes more money.
I tell you what, I'm fine with the way the kickoffs are right now. They're so infrequent that they happen. And if a team wants them to kick it, then it's up to them to kick it nice and high and a little bit shorter. There's strategy involved with that. Go ahead and do that, or just kick it through the end zone. Most people do. Are there so many injuries that happen that you have to stop this? Is this really an epidemic, or is this just stupid?
Well, I don't know about the data that supports you should announce the onside kick. What I do know is there's not as many kickoffs, and they're trying to make that play safer. But again, I scoff at all these rule changes when you're talking about adding an 18th game.
Yeah, I don't know why we're trying to make it safer around a kickoff when nobody's kicking off.
Coming up at
Nobody's
12:20,
returning the kickoff.
we got a 2-round mock, Gator. I can't wait to hear what you and Kang will do if it plays itself out this way. A little bit later on, we got Powerball, Mega Millions, massive totals, another Would You Buy. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. So yesterday afternoon, we had the Tiger game on. Well, we were doing the show here, and David Hamilton of the Boston Red Sox led off with a bloop to left field that landed between Baez and I think Veerling. It was like three guys chasing after it. It was one of those seeing eye bloops that landed, and Hamilton ended up on second base.
Nobody kicked it into the wall, though.
Nobody
right?
kicked it to the wall.
Okay.
No. After that, I was looking up, and Skubal was just mowing everybody down. He ended up with going 3 full innings, striking out 6 in those 3 innings. That was the only hit he allowed. He didn't walk anybody. It was ace-like stuff from Tarik Skubal, who's, poised to have a massive year if he stays healthy. He's already been named the opening day starter. That's the opening game of the season, not the home opener. But good outing for Tarik Skubal and trending in the right direction, to say the least. Happy with what we saw.
Yeah, he looks great. I mean, 3 innings, 6 strikeouts. He's throwing a ball near 100 miles an hour. Has been doing that since day one. When we had the first tweet of the spring talking about it.
Yep.
He, if he can stay healthy, he's absolutely an ace, and he can contend to win a Cy Young if he can stay healthy. He's great.
Did you see who gave him 2 innings and had 3 strikeouts? Ty Madden.
I did see that. Yeah.
A pitching prospect. Was he a second-round pick, or was he one of those sandwich
He
picks
was
or something?
I think he was a first-round pick, but yes, a sandwich pick or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Yes, but he pitched late in the game, right?
He appears to have pitched the 6th and 7th.
Okay, so don't know if he's going against starters or not, but I don't care. Just he's not. He was one of the 2 guys, along with Jackson Jobe, told that they're not going to make the rotation or the team coming out of spring training, no matter what. So these are all positive innings. Start off in the minors, and we'll see where you go. If he starts at AA or AAA, I think Madden might start at AAA. We'll see, but keep an eye on him.
Yep. Skubal ended up, by the way, facing the minimum because Hamilton got gunned down trying to steal third, and he got a strikeout after that. I think he had 2 strikeouts in the first. Got him 1-2-3 in the second, 1-2-3 in the third. So Skubal looking very good, which is encouraging. It's encouraging early on. Meantime, we spent some time in the first half of the show talking about the Red Wings and the trade deadline. They're on the road at Colorado. Solid position for the playoffs. It does feel to me a little bit, Gator, like storm clouds are amassing out there on the horizon with Dylan Larkin out a couple weeks and the schedule getting tough. And we debated whether or not the trade deadline they should try to react to the Larkin injury. Probably not, because it's 2 weeks. But where it's such a critical part of the schedule, and one of the bigger names they've been associated with is Jake Gensel. He's hurt himself, so it's not like he would come in and play tomorrow against Colorado. And I really suspect that the Larkin injury isn't a variable, but I do think they're going to sell a blue liner to try and create a spot for Simon Edvinsson to come up, who's been playing much, much, much better and seems to have playing well enough to warrant another look. And do I think he's the answer? I doubt it. However, I feel like we're in a position where with just a little bit of luck, with just one thing, maybe 2 things going our way, Red Wings could find themselves on a playoff run, and maybe it would be Edvinsson getting up to speed, hockey at the next best level down in the AHL, and stepping in and being ready to help.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about what he's doing at Grand Rapids, probably playing 20 minutes a game down there. And, if you're going to bring him up, you're not going to bring him up to play like 12 minutes a game. You're going to want to bring him up to play, top 4 defenseman type?
I mean, maybe if you
depending on who you end up clearing space with.
Yeah, a little bit of this is it just depends if he can help you. I don't whatever role that might be. Look, they've got five defensemen under contract next year and another one insider that is going to need a contract. So I think they need to clear the roster spot for Edvinsson, and they probably need to clear some cap space. And I would assume Evanson is absolutely going to be part of the mix next year. So trading a blue liner, selling a blue liner makes some sense.
I think it does.
Yeah. And that's the move I'd predict more than a buy move. Now, if they do make a buy move, then it gets really interesting. How aggressive does Yzerman get?
Yeah, and do you get aggressive enough where you give up a first-round pick? Do you give up for a first-round pick and a draft pick and a prospect? Are you just looking to give up a prospect? Is there a player on your roster right now that you're giving up? Do you package it together and give up one of those defensemen along with a pick to get the player you want?
The Casey Middlestat rumor that a listener brought up, I don't know where they saw that he was available. If he is, I'm going to guess you're going to have to give up a lot. First-round pick, notable prospect, and maybe then some.
Oh, Buffalo's not very good, but he is their leading scorer right now. So you would imagine it's gonna take something pretty significant to move him.
But he's only 25 years old, and so
Yeah,
if I were a Buffalo fan,
yeah.
if I were a Buffalo fan, it would be like, this is kind of a cornerstone guy. So there's that to discuss. 248-539-9797. Hey, that explosion last night in Clinton Township was scary. We did talk to quite a few listeners today that were affected by that. A wholesale supplier of general merchandise to discount stores, including vape materials. Something caught fire there. Explosion after explosion. One of the witnesses said it went on for 2 hours. And sadly, somebody was killed when a projectile hit a 19-year-old. And Gator, you start thinking about, there was reports of debris a mile away. You start thinking about an actual mile and the force it would take for some debris to fly a mile is incredible and scary situation. I feel terrible for the family that lost someone. That's awful.
Yeah.
But thankfully there weren't more people hurt, but still very scary situation. And when people that called said, "Hey, we didn't know what was going on. We had no idea what it was," which is scary in and of itself because your mind starts racing. This day and age, you just don't know.
No, and then when it happens at night, you have no idea.
And Kang, you heard it. You were at home and you heard something and didn't realize till later.
Yeah, I live about 12, 13 miles away, and I was on the phone, and I heard something. I didn't pay a ton of attention to it. Obviously, when I got off the phone and went online and saw the reports, I'm like, oh my God, I think that's what I had heard. It's crazy. You talk about the debris that flew a mile away. I mean, the sounds, the sights, you can see even further than that, of course.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls in. It's Carson Anderson. We have got a 2-round mock draft post-combine. Gator, you have not seen this.
Nope.
The way this works, everybody can play along. And if a draft, and this is how we use these, play out the way that they do, there'll be a pool of players available for the Lions in the first and the second round. There's also a very interesting trend that I'm sensing, and this person's predicting to happen, that could impact the Lions' strategy come draft day. We'll get to that coming up. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. We all have felt how awesome it is to have a successful football season, and Detroit hockey's poised to follow suit. Twin Peaks has all the action as they gear up for the postseason. What makes Twin Peaks so great on game day? For starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. Their beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees, and you combine that with mugs that are used once a day that have been freezing for 6 hours. You get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their beer of the month, Bud Light, and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with their made-from-scratch kitchen and all the food they have. It's a recipe for success. Try some of the signature dishes featuring house-smoked items like the ribs or brisket. If you like wings, check out their always hand-breaded and to-order boneless wings. They've got something for everyone. We love the wings there. And we mentioned the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Detroit hockey, action tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. So stop in and cheer on our hockey team while they race for the playoffs. Twin Peaks, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. So before the show, a listener bet me something. And I took him on the bet.
Karch Casino was open?
I kind of did it for fun. I'm just letting you know now. I'm gonna have to ask the question to Kang at the end of the show about whether or not he thinks I won the bet or lost the bet. I'll explain later. But I just said, you know what, for fun, you're on. Usually I don't make bets like this, but for fun, I did it. I decided to do it. So we'll circle back to that before the show's done. I'll make a note right here to do exactly that. Okay. So, Gator, we got a mock draft here.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Are you ready to go?
I am ready to go.
All right. This is post-combine 2-rounder. And I'm going to have you and Kang both play along. With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams. Oh, did I mention it's with trades?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC. At 2, the Washington Foot Commanders take Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
That is screwed up.
3, New England's taking Jaden Daniels.
Hey, Patriots are back, baby.
At 4, Arizona Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr. At 5, we have a trade.
We have a trade at 5.
Yep.
Interesting. So, as a team...
It's the LA Chargers.
They're trading out of 5.
Yep.
So who is moving up?
The Chicago Bears.
The Bears are moving up.
Yep.
They already took Caleb Williams.
Yep. Moving from 9 to 5 for a pair of third rounders.
That's all that gets it done is a pair of third rounders?
Yep.
Who possibly did then it's not an offensive lineman?
Nope.
Wide receiver?
Chicago Bears at the 5th pick now take Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
That's a dumb trade, but okay.
The Giants at 6 take Roma Dunze. And let's continue through the first round with interesting picks that might impact the Lions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to read every pick. At 8, the Atlanta Falcons take Dallas Turner, edge rusher, Alabama. At 11, the Minnesota Vikings take J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan. At 12, the Denver Broncos take Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State.
Yep.
At 13, the Vegas Raiders take Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
That's fine. All right. 14. 15.
At 15,
15, okay.
the Indianapolis Colts select Terrion Arnold, cornerback, Alabama.
All right, come on.
At
Trade.
16, the Seattle Seahawks select Darius Robinson, edge rusher,
Wow.
Missouri.
That one high. Trade.
Yep.
Come on, trade.
At 17, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. At 19, the LA Rams take Nate Wiggins, cornerback, Clemson. At 21, the Miami Dolphins select Jackson Powers Johnson, guard center, Oregon. At 23, the Houston Texans select Leatu Latu, edge rusher, UCLA. Again, we're not doing every pick, just ones that might impact the Lions. At 25, the Green Bay Packers select Cooper DeJean, defensive back, Iowa. At 26, Tampa takes Chop Robinson, edge rusher, Penn State. You're not happy, huh?
No, I was hoping Chop might slip down there. But I see somebody who's still there, but let's go.
At 27, the Arizona Cardinals select Kool-Aid
There he
McKinstry,
goes.
cornerback, Alabama.
I mean, I suppose there's still a couple, but
Well, at 29, here's who's on the board for the Lions. Cornerback Enos Rakestraw, Missouri. Cornerback Kamari Lassiter, Georgia. Defensive tackle Jerjon Johnny Newton, Illinois. Wide receiver Keon Coleman, Florida State. Edge rusher Adisa Isaac, Penn State. The only clue you get is that one of those is the pick. If that is the case, Gator, do you know who you would select?
yeah, I think so.
You're not thrilled by this
No,
one,
I'm
huh?
not.
There's no conviction in this pick, Doug.
No, there's not.
This is the opposite of Brad Holmes.
I would have traded up. I would have done what I could to get a
You
couple of
could
guys
try
I
to
liked.
trade up.
I would have tried to trade up.
But if they would have said all no,
Yeah.
you're stuck at this pick, Gator.
That's right. So what's the corners from corner name from Georgia?
Rakestraw from Missouri. Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, it would be one of those two corners. I'm not sure which one's better. The Rakestraw seems like he's higher rated, so I'll go Rakestraw.
Okay. Kang, you make a pick.
I would choose cornerback Georgia Lassiter.
Okay. Like I said, everybody else, think about who you would pick with this selection. One of these is the pick. Enos Rakestraw, corner from Missouri. Kamari Lassiter, corner from Georgia. The defensive tackle, Jerjon Newton from Illinois. Defensive end, Adisa Isaac from Penn State. Wide receiver, Keon Coleman, Florida State.
Did you hear what Newton had to say about the Lions?
No, I heard that it's worth reading, and I printed it up. I haven't got to it yet. What did he say?
One of the reporters got to him after he spoke at the podium and asked him specifically about Detroit, and because he had talked with the Lions, and he just kind of smiled and said, "Yeah, I effed with them. They effed back with me. It was fun."
Interesting.
So I like it.
We will continue to tell you who is selected between this pick and Detroit's pick in the second round. Suffice it to say, we're not going to tell you the players that were on the board for the Lions and where they went. That kind of gives away who the Lions might have taken. We want to have some suspense in this. At 36, the Washington Commanders take Graham Barton, guard center from Duke. At 39, the New York Giants take Bo Nix, quarterback. These are other interesting selections, by the way. At 41, the Packers take Edrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M. At 42, the Minnesota Vikings take Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan. At 44, the Vegas Raiders select Michael Penix Jr. At 45, the Saints take edge rusher Chris Braswell, Alabama. 46, the Indianapolis Colts take Roman Wilson, wide receiver, Michigan. 47, the Giants take Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle, Florida State. 50, the Philadelphia Eagles take Junior Colson, linebacker, Michigan. 51, Pittsburgh takes center Zach Frazier, West Virginia. 52, the Rams take Marshawn Nealand, edge rusher, Western Michigan. Continuing on, other interesting picks. At 59, the Houston Texans select TJ Tampa, cornerback, Iowa State. At 60, the Buffalo Bills take Tavondre Sweat, defensive tackle, Texas. The Lions are on the clock at 61.
Curious about this. There's some names I want to know about, but go ahead.
Here's who's on the board. Zach Zinter, guard, Michigan. Brandon Dorius, edge rusher, Oregon. Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Washington. Leonard Taylor, defensive tackle, Miami. Cam Hart, cornerback, Notre Dame. One of those is the pick. If this scenario plays itself out, who would you take to pair with your first pick of Enos Rakestraw?
I was looking at wide receiver, but you didn't mention any wide receivers. Is it too early to take Zinter? That's my question. I think it might be too early to take Zinter, so I would go with Braylon Trice,
Edge rusher?
Edge rusher from Washington.
All right. Kang, under this circumstance, who would you take?
You know, it might be too early to take a certain player, but he might not be there the second time around. So if you want him, take him. But I'm going with Braylon Trice as well, defensive end, Washington.
Remember, the Lions have an extra third-round pick.
Yeah, they do.
And I think it comes kind of early-ish in the third round, earlier than their normal third-round pick. Give me a second here. 73. So you'd have to, if you want Zinter, he could be there 12 picks later. You passed on him here. You're hoping he'll be there in 12 picks, Gator?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so Gator gets Enos Rakestraw, cornerback from Missouri, and Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Washington. Kang goes Kamari Lassiter, cornerback, Georgia, and Braylon Trice, edge rusher, Washington. If you want to text over who your two picks were under this scenario, go for it at 248-539-9797. In the meantime, a fascinating trend, Gator, that I think you will go that we will get to coming up as well. If this mock draft plays itself out, something like this, something to look for on draft night. We'll tell you who the picks are at 12:31. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here's some of the picks people would have made if this mock plays itself out. What they would do. Unnamed texter says, I would take Rakestraw at 29. In the second round, I would take Trice. So same as Gator. Newton would be my pick at 29. He has a potential to be a game wrecker alongside McNeil in the interior. At 61, I would take Hart and add a cornerback in free agency to allow Hart to develop. Newton at 29 would be a steal. It's from an unnamed texter. Bill and Madison Heights say Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois in the first round. I take Trice from Washington in the second round. From an unnamed texter, get a couple of freaks. Got to go Johnny Newton in the first round, Cam Hart in the second round. Nate at Corwell says Penn State defensive end Adisa Isaac in the first round, Zach Zinner in the second round. Keep reloading the lines with premium picks as much as possible. Nathan Clausen says Johnny Newton and Cam Hart. Newton is a force in the middle, and Cam Hart is 6 feet plus, about 210 pounds. He's a physical corner. I like his game a lot. Definitely Dan Campbell guys as well. Gator, the picks are in. With the 29th pick in the mock draft done by Jordan Reed of ESPN.com, a 2-rounder. The Detroit Lions select Jer'Jon Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois. And here's what he writes. Newton had surgery for a foot in January, which results in a small slide. Detroit wouldn't be complaining, though. When healthy, Newton is the best interior defender in this class. Capable of making plays from multiple spots up front. Aleem McNeil primarily plays a one technique, so putting Newton at the 3-tech spot should solidify the interior for the Lions. He had 7.5 sacks and 10.5 TFLs for Illinois last season. Corner is still a huge need in Detroit, but the value is strong here for Newton and would allow the Lions to go with best player available.
I'm not mad at it. I wouldn't be terribly upset if that's who they selected. If they stayed at 29 and that's who they get, I respect that. He's a really good player.
Second round pick at 61, the pick is in. And with the 61st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Cam Hart, cornerback, Notre Dame. He writes, Hart is another prospect that will probably hear his name called earlier than most anticipate. Lions GM Brad Holmes has completely retooled the roster, but the secondary still sticks out as needing a lot of help. Detroit gave up 7.8 yards per pass attempt last season, 31st in the NFL. Hart is a versatile corner who can play in a variety of coverages.
I don't know much about him. I'm just looking at his combine numbers, and something that is really nice. He's got a 39.5-inch vertical leap. That's great. He's 6'3" and 200 pounds, 202 pounds. So it's good size, being able to jump up in the air 3.5 feet straight up in the air. You're almost 3.5 feet. I like that. That's good. A 4.5 40 is good. Not great, but good. Here's my concern. 11 bench reps. 11 reps at 225. Now, bench press doesn't mean everything, right? It's another measure of strength with pushing up the bench, right? But I don't know enough about him to see if he's a guy that supports the run or not, because that is clearly something that they're looking for. That the new cornerbacks coach has come in, and Deshae Townsend, and he said basically the same thing. You got to tackle if you're going to play corner for the Lions. So can he tackle? Can he do that? I hope so. But the measurables look pretty good for him.
Okay,
and
so
did play Notre Dame, big time program.
Yeah, this would be a fine draft result. A lot of players. I'm actually liking the positions the Lions need that seem to be a number of positions that have depth in this draft. I think it's a good draft if you need edge guys. I think it's a good draft if you need corners, and I think it's a good draft if you need wide receivers. And how about this? Before the Lions' second pick at 61, 12 receivers go off the board. 12.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. And, Gator, I think they're going to use a reasonably high pick on a wide receiver. Now, by reasonably high, I'm saying something above the 5th round. So I guess it's one of their 2/3, a second or a first. Or they'll trade into that area. I don't think they're going to go wide receiver in the first round, although if they're really, truly BPA, they could do that. But, yeah, 12 receivers off the board, and you were kind of hoping, you were eyeing a receiver with the pick at 61.
I was curious to see who would be there, because so many guys ran so well. You mentioned they could take one at 29 if they were to have done that. I mean, Xavier Worthy would still be on the board, the guy who broke the record for the 40-yard dash at the combine with a 4.21.
He went in this mock
32 to Kansas City, I believe.
Yes, Kansas City with the last pick of the first round.
Yeah, but there are some speedsters that are out there. And then there's just guys that are great play. I think Ladd McConkey just screams he's a football player, runs great routes, ran a 4.39.
38 to Tennessee at the beginning of the second round.
Yep. Xavier Legette is another guy that improved his stock. He ran a 4.39 out of South Carolina. I think he's gone.
Atlanta at 43 early in the second round takes Legette.
It was Adonai Mitchell, the other wide receiver from
not a fan
from Texas. You're not a fan, but I think he may have been gone.
He is. I did see him somewhere in this mock, but yes, he is off the board.
Yeah. So I mean, there's guys that are gone.
Yep. Keon Coleman. I mean, that whole play speed that he put up Puka Nacua like numbers in the gauntlet drill, we already liked him. I would be tempted at 29. I probably wouldn't, but I would be tempted.
I understand the temptation. I think he's a really, really good prospect. And people fall in love with 40 times, and he did not have a good 40 time. But you look at football speed, and he's got it. He's got it in spades. And it's the same thing with Puka Nacua. If you follow that model, then you want to have all the information on all the receivers with that same model. Well, what's your real football speed? I don't care about the straight end, track speed. I'm looking for football speed. What about when you make the cut and you start going down the field? Where are you at? I want to know about the other receivers there. But yeah, there's a lot to like with Keon Coleman. He's got the size and clearly has game speed, just doesn't have track speed.
It feels as though there's some reporting out there, including a story in The Athletic this week, that the Lions are positioning themselves to take a wide receiver. The reason is twofold. Josh Reynolds is a free agent, and he's projected to make somewhere around $5 million a year over the next 3 years. Like he could be a $5 million player.
Yeah, there was a projected contract. It was 2 years for over $10 million.
Okay. Meanwhile, with the 61st pick, like last year, Tank Dell, again, according to the story in The Athletic, went early in the third round last year at 69, so right around where the Lions are picking, and he signed a contract that will pay him $5.7 million over the next 4 years. So if you let Josh Reynolds walk, and he's a good player, he's without question, he's a good player.
Despite what happened in the championship.
Yes. Is he a great player? No. Is he irreplaceable? No. Does he absolutely have a connection with the quarterback? Yes. He's a valuable player. But you could get 4 years of a rookie deal for the same price it would cost you for 1 year of Reynolds.
That's food for thought.
If you have conviction in a receiver that's on the board at 61, you take him. But here's in that mock draft, who's gone? Marvin Harrison, Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, Malachi Corley, Xavier Legette, Roman Wilson, and there was one more. That's 11. There's one more that are all gone before the Lions pick at 61. That position might. Oh, it's Troy Franklin, the wide receiver from Oregon. That position could be very well picked over before the Lions even get a shot at one of them. Now, they could always trade up, but as you're sitting there watching the board unfold, you might not expect it to go that way and think, oh, well, we'll get him, and then everybody's gone. So who's left?
Devontae Walker, receiver from North Carolina, 6'1.5".
And he met with the Lions in Indy.
So he's 6'1.5". His arm length, people like to look at that for our wide receivers, over 33 inches. That's apparently pretty decent. He ran a 4.36 40, and his vertical leap is 40.5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of explosive. Those are numbers you like to see. But I don't know what his production was in North Carolina. Was he something special there or not?
Is he the guy? There was one receiver at North Carolina. I can't remember if he's the one that had a really good was really good 2 years ago, but maybe not as good this year. Let me see if he's the dude I'm thinking of. A better. I think it was sophomore season than his junior season. Another guy that could go after is Jalen Polk.
From Washington.
Yep.
What about, and Jalen McMillan is the other one from Washington.
I like
right?
Polk better than McMillan, but yeah. Well, here's junior season for Devontae Walker, 2022, 58 catches, 921 yards, 11 touchdowns. Last year, 41 catches, 699 yards, 7 touchdowns. So his production went down.
Well, he had 17 yards per reception, but also played a different school. He went to North Carolina last year. He came from Kent State.
Yep, that's right. Kang, what else?
You know, the thing about receiver and Brad Holmes is, I mean, the short time he's been here, that I think that he's obviously not going to press for any needs. He's kind of already said that openly, of course, but the year they drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown, remember how badly people wanted a receiver? And then one round went by, and then the second round went by, and then the third round went by, and people were freaking out. They were freaking out, seriously. And he ends up drafting Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he jokingly turned to, I think Sheila Ford Ham said, "Now, you know, we drafted the receiver finally, so everyone can just kind of shut up." But he won't force the issue, you know? Like, so, and a receiver was a huge need at that time of draft. Do you think it's a huge need right now for this team? No.
It's not.
Not as big as it was when they drafted St. Brown, and they drafted him in the 4th round.
Yep.
Well, that year that their receivers were Khalif Raymond, Tom Kennedy, Geronimo Allison. That's the receiving core they had back then when they drafted him.
And by the way, Devontae Walker's the one that got suspended and had to fight back. So he's not the guy I was thinking of.
He only played 8 games that last
year.
Yeah,
he was the guy that got hauled up in the transfer portal, and the NCAA wouldn't approve it, so he's not the guy.
But by the way, it's a ton of production for 8 games.
Yeah.
5 receptions a game, nearly 100 yards a game, and nearly a touchdown a game.
So
it's a lot to like. But for King talking about the receivers, so let's say they don't re-sign Josh Reynolds. Then what do they have coming back?
They have Khalif Raymond, Jamison Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Right.
And then
and Jamison Williams had 24 receptions last year. Was that the total? So how much higher is that total going to go? I expect to go up significantly, but is he going to catch 80 passes? I don't think so.
I think the ceiling could be 80 for sure. This guy's a 12th overall pick. We're not hoping in a prayer here with this guy. You know?
I know, but I'm just saying I don't know if I'm expecting the explosive leap from basic. Well, we'll look at last year's his rookie year, getting to what it is in his second year. I don't know if you're going to see that jump from 24 to 75 or 80 catches in a year. You know, does 24 to 50? Does that sound more likely? And if so, you probably need. I mean, you're going to have to draft another receiver if you're not going to bring Josh Reynolds back. I mean, are you sold on Antoine Green?
Maybe. I think it's one of those sit and wait and develops. Maybe they are sold on Antoine Green. Maybe they bring back DPJ. You know, I don't think it's a force of an issue for a receiver.
Well, we don't know until they play Hendon Hooker.
I would not be shocked if they do think a lot of Antoine Green.
To me, the more intriguing position is defensive back. There's so many of them, and everyone's got them all listed differently on who's the best and who's the 5th. So this is like the tight end almost. The Lions had Laporta as their best tight end, but that wasn't the best tight end on a lot of people's boards. So I think the cornerbacks are real big.
Well, and it's also huge because this time next week we got the tampering period going on with free agency, and we'll have an idea of what's going on there. There are players to be had. You know, corners to be had. I mean, they just Jacksonville just got rid of one of their corners, and that's where.
Oh, there's Detroit ties too.
That's where Deshae Townsend, the new cornerbacks coach, came from because they're trying to clear up cap space to
Darius Williams.
Yes, Darius Williams. So they're trying to clear up cap space so they can sign Josh Allen.
248-539-9797. We'll get to some reaction from this mock draft from Jordan Reed. And we'll go over the names of the wide receivers the Lions met with at Indy, being reported by The Athletic. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring's not here just yet. Temperatures are going to get cold again, and I know. Look, it's up, it's down, it's crazy. You want to make sure that your house is really comfortable all season long. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They know what it takes. They're offering a great deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they've got over 100 years combined experience. They're the team that I trust. They've come out the next day when I've had issues at my house on 2 separate occasions. I love what they do over there at Birmingham Plumbing. Give them a call today or check them out at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Saw a story in The Athletic, and we were discussing the feasibility, the possibility that our football team will take a wide receiver perhaps early in this NFL draft. And yet Jordan Reed's mock that came out today is a 2-rounder. And before the Lions pick at 61, 12 receivers are off the board. It's an amazingly high number. But the Lions did meet with a few receivers in Indy. We mentioned Devontae Walker. Again, my apologies. He was the player that transferred. He was not who I was thinking of. But LSU's Brian Thomas was one. South Carolina's Xavier Legette is one. Now, Legette's an interesting one that I thought that might make some sense for them. But either way here, Gator, don't be shocked if a wide receiver's the pick at some point in those first 4 picks.
I won't be shocked. I won't be shocked at all. I think, if you look at the economics of it, it could make sense. And of course, you'll have a better idea with what happens in free agency. And I'll feel a lot better if they get a starting corner in free agency, so that maybe takes the pressure off of having to hit the right corner at 29. You can look at other positions. I'll feel a lot better about signing another guard in free agency. So we'll see how it all works out. And it's all very intriguing with what they can do, because at this point, we're still thinking the Lions are a team that can continue to improve the roster from season to season. There's no plateau yet. It's not diminishing returns at this point because they're over the salary cap and now they got to lose players. That's not the case here.
Okay. Interesting story out of the NBA. Did you hear what Anthony Edwards did last night? By chance?
Was going to reprise his role in Revenge of the Nerds?
Different Anthony Edwards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about Anthony Edwards from the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I did not hear what he was doing.
Anthony Edwards missed the tip-off of the game with Portland because he, quote, lost track of time.
Just the tip-off?
Yes, he was put in the game shortly thereafter.
All right. He missed the tip-off because because why?
He lost track of time.
Just lost track of time.
Lost track of time.
Sorry.
It's okay. You're just...
No, I was being Anthony Edwards. Apologize. Sorry, man. Just lost
you're
track of time.
apologizing for potentially derailing the topic. So he usually warms up with resistance bands outside the team's locker room. So apparently he was like in the building underneath warming up when like the starters were announced, the horn sounded, the two teams walked out to the center of the court, and he was still back by the locker
with
room.
resistance bands?
Yeah. This is sort of my recurring nightmare, is that I'm late for something, and it's almost always a game I'm supposed to be at and working. And I'm like, how am I going to get to Columbus in an hour and a half? And I'm in Toledo, and the football game kicks off.
Look, traffic and stuff like that bogs you down getting to the spot that you need to be, that is kind of acceptable. Okay, it's going to happen. You don't like it, but whatever.
I don't know if it's acceptable when you're an NBA player.
But, well, I'm changing it up here because this is different. This is being actually in the building.
Yeah.
Right? This would be like if we're in the hallway during a commercial break and then we get sidetracked by talking with somebody in the building. And then next thing you know...
It happens to Valeni like 3 times a week.
This may be true. So if we're out there talking and then next thing you know, we were out there talking to somebody for 10 minutes. And we're like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be... Hey! And you come flying into the studio. It's like, well, welcome back to the show, dude. We've only been on the air for 5 minutes since you've been gone.
It's really weird because this feels like a different lost track of time. He was there on time, but he got lost in the building doing something else. And that actually sounds like losing track of time. I was just going through my warm-up routine. I didn't realize I'd missed the tip-off.
Did you guys see the video of him like checking in and stuff?
No.
But
so
I saw a picture and he looked sheepish.
Yeah, they're about to tip off, and the 5 starters for the Timberwolves are on the court, and Anthony Edwards is on the baseline, by the scorer's table about to check in. He's got to wait for the tip off though, so he was there, but it's too late for them. They already put the starting lineup there, so he's got to wait. This looked like to me, if you're in any rec league game and you show up late to the game and you're a starter normally, and you just go right to the scorer's table, like, hey. You lace up your shoes, dude. We need you in the game, and he's got to check in even though he's a regular starter.
I had something before, for some reason before when I was playing adult league basketball and when I was a kid, before every game I would get nervous and I'd have to go.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
And I had missed a couple of tip-offs because I was in there, doing that.
Yeah, like you just come to the bench late. You're like, dude, where were you? We already started the game. This is what it was to me when I saw it. I was laughing, and yeah, you see him. He's kind of smiling. I'm like,
it's so funny. He's like squatting in front of the scorer's table, blowing on his hands, and like They haven't done the tip-off
No,
yet.
but I think it's too late for him to check
They're
in.
like,
Yeah.
hey, dude. It's like, no.
MDub76 on Twitch said tinkle time. It wasn't that. Wasn't that
I
I
just
made me
lost track
tip
of
off.
time. Oh, no, you were
No,
dropping, you were dropping dirty. Yeah, you had maybe GOFD?
I don't know, man. I get nervous before games, and it happened only when I played adult league soccer, basketball, hockey. But before every basketball game, I'm like, I gotta go.
As an adult?
As an adult. It's ridiculous.
Not hockey, though.
Not hockey.
The cold temperatures held it in for him.
I have no idea why.
Maybe
if you're
because
a kid, I get it,
This
but
is-
you're,
and
you're
you
a
know what's-
grown-ass man.
dude, he's a washing off 5 though.
You know what else is lame as hell?
Had to go number 2.
You know what's awful? Middle school bathrooms are awful.
Oh my god, dude.
Awful.
No doors?
Where everything about it is awful.
Like, I don't mind. As long as it's got a door, I'm cool. But when you have to go and drop dirty and there's no door,
And I'm like,
that is the worst.
we got
What is this, prison?
Seriously.
a big game against Deluxe Drapery today.
Yeah, right.
Carson
Ever been to a
Anderson.
bar or a restaurant when it's like that too, and there's no door? Like, hey. Second time you hear the door and somebody like's coming in, you're like,
Put your foot, hang your
Right.
foot out so they could see.
hey man, how you doing? Like, what? Oh, is somebody there?
97-1 the ticket.
Kerry Carpenter getting ready to make his spring training debut after a hamstring injury bothered him early in camp. He slid and hit third in A.J. Hinch's lineup today. Reese Olson also looking to shake off what's been a rough start so far to the spring. 4 earned runs, 3 walks, and 3 2/3 innings thus far. He opposes Spencer Strider, who's yet to give a run so far this year. You can hear the action on 1270 The Bet. The Pistons are back in action tonight against the Miami Heat. You have to go all the way back to the first game of the season, the last time these two teams matched up, which ended in a 1-point win for Miami. Here's Monty Williams on the adjustments he wants to see tonight. Can hear the game on 97.1 The Ticket tonight, beginning at 7:05 with the pregame. Detroit City Council also hearing an updated plan to the upcoming NFL Draft. Footprint, set to be hosted by the city in late April. Campus Martius, Cadillac Square, and Hart Plaza are all expected to be central to the event. Lastly, March Madness at the conference level begins tonight in the Horizon League. Detroit Mercy faces Milwaukee, a team they've lost to twice this season. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Apparently, Doug's going to miss the tip-off.
It's kind of ironic. Like I'm sauntering in after the segment started. My bad. Okay. So what do we got? We got Powerball tonight, or is it Mega Millions tonight?
It's Mega Millions.
Mega Millions. All right. We like to do this with you and Kang because when the jackpots get to astronomical totals and you guys decide to jump in, the estimated jackpot is $650 million. $650 million. So you bought Powerball tickets last night. You won $7. And he showed up anyway today, people. What are you thinking? You're getting tickets definitely tonight? Is that a given?
I bought tickets yesterday.
Oh, for
I split them up. I bought some tickets for Mega Millions and some tickets for the Powerball.
Okay. What made you do that? Just out of curiosity.
I had to get gas, and I was at the gas station, and I'm like, oh, hey, why not get
I'm sorry. I don't mean what made you buy, what made you get some of each?
The fact that one was like $450 million, the other one was like $680 million, something like that.
Okay.
So they're both big totals.
All right. Fair enough. Kang,
he was trying to win both, obviously, Doug.
Okay.
Double my chances, man.
I mean, $1 billion is really cool compared to like $600 million.
I mean, look, if I don't win the whole thing with Powerball, let's say I only win like $1 million because I didn't match them all up, but I matched enough. Maybe it's okay because the next night there's a drawing for $600+ million, and I could really take it home then.
Okay. So Kang, you have plans to stop on the way home and get tickets?
I did not, but I might now. Usually
Okay.
500 million is my threshold, but I might make an exception.
Well, this is 650.
Oh, it's 650.
Yeah.
I thought it was a 480. Something.
No, that was Powerball last night. So Mega Millions 650.
Oh, well, now I might have
the big
to.
one, man.
Yeah.
All right. So what we'd like to do is ask you if you win. All right. If you win, would you build a full ice rink, boards, real goals, benches, penalty boxes, everything, somewhere on your property?
No,
you would not.
Well, I don't have kids.
No, you don't.
So that's the first.
I'm talking about for you.
Number two is I don't skate, so
can
that
learn now.
completely wasted on me. Number three, which actually is more like number one, I don't plan on being around during winter months if there's going to be snow on the ground, let alone water down and make a rink. I don't think that's going to happen.
No?
No.
All right. I thought you might.
I'll be in one of my other properties.
Dude, when they do the pregame show from
looks awesome.
Ozzy's backyard.
Sure, it looks great. I want to be part of that. But
you want to visit somebody who's doing that.
Absolutely.
You don't want to do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I think about, look, there are times I'd like to, it'd be nice if you win this lottery, right? And you have all this money. Would I like to spend a week up in like Aspen or something like that? Someplace I've never been, not a skier, but would I like to just check it out to live that life for a week in complete snow luxury? I'd love to see that, to be in this amazing cabin.
High end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It'd be really cool. And
that's how the other half
take some
lives.
ski lessons and do it. But
that's where you and I might have the rare crossing of a purchase. Like we'd both be. Well, you might not purchase. I would purchase. You would come visit.
I'd probably do some renting and stuff. Yeah.
Kang, what about you?
No, I can't skate, and I don't plan on learning how. If I'm almost 100 millionaire, somewhat many times over.
Yeah, $315 million is the cash out.
Yeah, I'll learn how to do something else.
Okay, all right.
The only ice you'll see is the one in my drinks. Am I right, Gator? Yeah.
Hey, girl, you got the bourbon up here.
What about your wrist?
Oh, and my teeth too. I gotta get a grill.
That's right.
Nice.
Okay, scratch off that question. Would you get a grill? The answer is apparently yes. All right. So you heard that story about Rihanna doing the private show for a wedding for the son of the richest man in Asia.
Yeah, guys, we're like $120 billion or something.
Would you get a big-time performer to do a private show?
Yep.
All right. Now we're talking.
All right, think about it, Gator.
First of all, this is funny because I'm watching like TMZ or whatever it was last night, and they had this story. Immediately, I went to thinking about, well, would you have a band play at a party? Hell yes, I would.
Okay.
100%. I would do something, and I would have probably blended up so that my friends could play with the person. You know, the first name that came to my mind was Paul Rogers, who was the singer for Bad Company, and he's up there in age, but Paul's still getting it done. Still sounds great, and I would have my friends Jody Fruel Band play with him.
Okay.
I'd play a bunch of Bad Company and Free songs in their set, and those are all Paul Rogers tunes. I think would be amazing. I'd love to do that.
Kang, would you hire a big-time performer to do a private show?
I think I would. Because I'd have a party at some point to celebrate my my windfall here, and part of that party would be some entertainment. You got to have entertainment, and nothing beats live performances for getting people to the dance floor.
No.
Like a DJ, it can only do so much. God bless them. But if the people aren't feeling it, we've been to a million weddings where the only people on the floor are the kids, right? Dancing on people's feet.
Right.
No, this is where the adults need to get out there.
Dude.
And Bruno Mars are getting a call.
I was about to say, Kang's new place on, up north or Lake Michigan or whatever. And oh, by the way, Bruno Mars is playing.
Yeah, absolutely. You need an artist like that to get people on the floor.
Get that Uptown Funk,
yeah,
man.
Good catalog. Yep.
That's a great call. Okay, this is going to sound weird when I ask it, but I'll explain why. If you win, would you go to Chicago? Now, the reason I say that...
Like Chicago Road in Warren?
I want to explain something. My feelings in Chicago. I think Chicago is wildly overrated as a city to hang out in. But I think it's in part because everything's so damn expensive that my trips to Chicago suck. I think I'm staying in the wrong places and hanging out at the wrong spots.
I joke about Chicago all the time. I say it's the city that blows instead of the windy city. And, I don't like their sports teams at all. But you can't deny that Chicago is a great city. It is a great city. There's a ton to do in Chicago. And yes, it may be expensive.
I think it's overrated.
But there's a lot going on there. You can get food all hours of the night. The bars stay open late. It's a fun time in the right places at the right time. I like Chicago. Would I? It's your odd question. Would I go to Chicago?
Well, I think of my budget, right?
Yeah.
And the places I've gone and had a good time. And I think I don't have the budget to have fun in Chicago.
Well, if you win the lottery, you now would have the budget.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I would go to. I have a lot of friends that live in Chicago, in the burbs in Chicago. I would absolutely go there, and hang with my friends, have a great time. I have no problem saying that.
Chicago.
It's an odd question.
Yeah. I would go back to Chicago, Doug. I mean, with this much, I think Chicago. Yeah, I agree with Gator. I think it is a great city. I mean, we're rivals, of course, but you can have a good time in Chicago, especially if you have the money to do so. The question really is, Doug, would you rather go to Chicago or Paris?
So I wouldn't go to Paris. I think the other city that I would put in that category is New York. The 2 times I've been to New York, I don't think I have had as much fun as I expected to because I couldn't afford the fun.
Well, I've been to New York a couple of times, and I'm not a fan of New York City. Honestly, for me, it's too much. All this, there's way too much stimulus going on in New York for me. But would I like to visit? I would love to visit and go to some, a lot of high end places and just check it out and do it at a leisurely pace. To go with, and I have some friends that live out in that area. That can show a good time, and I'd like to check it out that way. But right now I don't have a whole lot of desire myself to go out to New York.
Yeah.
But if I had the money to really enjoy it and stay at the nicest place, yeah.
Okay. The Detroit Lions just made a signing.
Like in the last 60 seconds?
Yep.
Okay.
That surprised me.
Well, because we haven't talked about the one that they signed yesterday.
No, we haven't. This one is interesting. We will get to it today at 1:16. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey-o! Emmanuel Mosley is back with the Detroit Lions. Adam Schefter, the first to report that we saw. At this hour, the Lions are re-signing cornerback Emmanuel Mosley to a one-year deal before he can enter free agency per source. Mosley injured his ACL during the first game for Detroit in Week 5 versus Carolina Panthers 1 year after he had torn his other ACL, but the Lions are bringing him back. Okay. We don't know how much money, which you look at that and you go, all right, well, that's it's an interesting risk And we have no idea how much for. None. So it's hard to judge whether or not this is a good or a bad move. You don't want it to be for too much money. Given that this seems like a high risk. Dude lasted 2 plays before he tore his other ACL, which is pretty remarkable. But it makes you wonder if he's got some sort of ligament defect.
Well, don't they say, though, if you tear your ACL, you can come back from it, be stronger than ever? So if you tear your other ACL, come back to it. Now you've reconstructed both knees.
Are we getting a perfect version of Emmanuel Moseley?
We get the best one we can. Of course, it all comes down to the money, right? I mean, if the money is right, then it makes sense, and it sounds like it's going to be a really low risk money thrown at him. But obviously he wants to be here. Did they see enough in the 2 plays that say you got to have him?
I think they must have. No, I don't know. He'll be 28 before next season starts. He had signed a $4.4 million contract with the San Francisco 49ers in 2022 when he tore one ACL. Signed a $3 million deal with Detroit when he tore the other ACL. I mean, are we to presume that number goes down? I mean, is he signing a $2 million deal now? And is it a calculated risk that is worth it? Like all the things, here's the way to look at it. Here's the way I'm looking at it. All the things that we thought were true about Emmanuel Moseley going into last year, are they still true another ACL later?
Well, the thing is, when he heard it previously, he heard it well into the season, right? So we knew that starting training camp that he likely wasn't going to be coming back right away. And but he was working out, and it took a couple weeks before he did make his debut, and then got hurt right away. So because he got hurt right away, will he be fully recovered and a full participant in training camp when they meet up in late July? Is he ready to go? Like if they had to play games in August 1st, would he be ready to play? I don't know, but I would. If that's the case, if the ACL tear that he suffered isn't one of the horrific ones, and that it's one that you can come back ahead of schedule, okay. But they have the medicals on this, and they made the signing.
So if you're Moseley, and you had your 2022 season end with a torn ACL, and your 2023 season end with a torn ACL, but you were on a 1-year contract, and starting next Monday, he could be on the open market. Is there reason to believe that his agent got nary a sniff and he's got no other choice?
I mean, it's possible, I guess, or is it just something within the player himself, and he's like, look, I need to prove myself. Do you feel like you stole money last year because you got hurt? I don't know what the deal is, or is it just simply, I love this team, I love what they're doing, I want to be part of it. If I'm gonna, eschew getting twice as much money on the open market, so be it. I like what they're doing here. I want to play here.
Kang, what do you make of this?
I honestly don't get it. I mean, they're going to sign more guys, right?
Yep.
Guys that aren't going to make the team, but they'll try out, they'll practice, they'll play, in camp, and maybe even preseason they end up getting cut. Moseley can't even do that. Like they're signing him to try to reclaim what he had 2 years. He's played 2 snaps in 2 years. And I like E-Man. I was excited when they signed him to a 1-year deal and thought, hey, this could be the starting corner opposite Sutton. But I don't know what they're waiting for. Like, I honestly don't understand this. You're going to be waiting again. His other ACL. I mean, at some point, is he going to be like Blade Runner out there? Like, he has 2 bad knees, right? 2 bad ACLs. And you can't even see him play because he's injured. He's going to be rehabbing the entire time.
Yeah, I
know they like players they know, but we know he's hurt, right?
Right. And what did you get to know?
That's what in 2 snaps.
Yeah.
I mean, his work ethic is there, but you need availability.
That's why it comes down to money.
It has to be such a small amount of money.
This has to be nothing. This has to be
hourly employee stuff.
I know, right?
Well, it has to be really low for the cost, and then they have to have assurances from the medical staff saying 100% this guy can come back and won't be hindered at all by the previous injuries.
So you can't be counting on him. Right? You can't be saying we got Mosley, we don't need to sign somebody else. Right? I mean, you must be paying him backup money, and he's willing to accept it just because he wants a shot, and he knew this team once believed in him. But this doesn't take him out of the market for L'Jarius Sneed if they're in the market for L'Jarius Sneed. Something just entered my head. Remember what Brad Holmes said a couple weeks ago? In March, April, May, you're going to wonder what we're doing. Chalk this up as one of the first.
So Justin Rogers, beat writer for the Lions, tweeted out, he talked to Mosley for a story in early January, just kept catching up on his latest rehab and what he was doing behind the scenes, and came away feeling this was a realistic possibility. And that's replying to the Adam Schefter story. So take that for whatever that means.
Yeah, I guess if they've got the medicals, there has to be a belief that this isn't a complete and total waste of time and money. Right?
Yeah.
We have to go with that. That there's doctors that are telling you it doesn't make any sense if this is a typical 2 ACL guy that has no chance of coming back. If you hit the Mega Millions, would you sign Emmanuel Mosley?
Dave Burkett tweeted out, played 2 snaps last season, mentioned him yesterday as a possibility to bring back. Kyle Meinke says extremely curious to see where the terms land. Mosley has been very good when healthy, but he's coming off back-to-back ACL injuries.
I mean, you have to really, really, really like a guy to sign him again, right? After he tore his other ACL.
Yep.
Now, they saw him, how he rehabbed. They saw how he was he was actually practicing with the team in August. He just wasn't cleared to play yet. They didn't activate him for a while. So they got to see him work. They got to see what he's like in position groups and if he could be a mentor or whatever. I find it strange. I think the word that somebody used, curious, I think it is curious. But
let's start with this assumption. The people running the Lions aren't idiots.
No,
we've kind of established that. So they do something like this. Let's go with some logical conclusions here. That the doctors have given this the okay. Absolutely, we expect his knee to be cleared and he'll 100% back. It's bad luck. Dudes have bad luck. And who is he actually replacing here? The Lions started Kindle Vildor in the NFC title game, right? So Emmanuel Mosley, is he better than Kindle Vildor?
When healthy, he should be.
So does this knock Kindle Vildor down a peg? And maybe, you start talking about releasing Will Harris or Khalil Dorsey or something like that.
I don't think this is cornerback 1 on the roster.
Nope. This is
a guy who maybe, does he compete for?
Okay, but healthy, where is he? On the current roster, if he's healthy, he's probably CB2.
Depending on what else they do in free agency.
I'm said on the current roster.
I mean, currently right now, it's he and Sutton, right?
Yeah.
So sure.
I did not expect to see this. But if it's for no money, I think we can sort of start to understand why and operate when processing a move that we didn't see coming. That this organization is not run by idiots. So a 2 ACL cornerback, there must be some logic behind this signing. 248-539-9797. Emmanuel Mosley back with the Detroit Lions. Cornerback signed from San Francisco a year ago, played 2 snaps. He was coming off an ACL in San Francisco, played 2 snaps, tore the other ACL. Let's go to Scott. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hi, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I believe you guys are hitting it on the head. I think they're just war chesting right now. All backup. They don't want to lose progress. You see what happened when they lost their defensive players down the stretch. And I think it's just a war chesting thing. I don't think he costs much. System. They like this play healthy. More of an insurance.
I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right.
I like this play when I seen him, and he was good. He hit all the spots. He's just injury prone, and it just happened to be. But he looked pretty articulate out there. You knew the system when I watched him.
Interesting choice of words, but yeah, he was having a good year in San Francisco when he got hurt the first time. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Kang, you can help me solve whether or not I won or lost a bet. It's based upon, did this ticket text come in today? We'll get to that coming up at 1:38. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Jacob, you're next. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys. I want to say I love what Campbell's done, but every GM has a weakness, and I'm worried that his might be. I'm so addicted to these guys on this team that when they're finally healthy, you'll see what we have in, like, Pascal and Houston and now Mosley. And they're not improving the position. They're, like, set on, I'm going to show you what we have, but it just never comes.
Yeah, look, I mean, we all I think we all love the work of this Lions regime, and there's very little argument against it. There is a chance that they're and what you just described as somebody being maybe a bit stubborn, right? They might be being a little bit stubborn here. But as long as it's not for a ton of money, I would think that this is a reasonable risk that your doctors would have to tell you he's going to be fine. And if he's fine, is he better than Kindle Vildor?
Well, it's a reasonable risk, but it's not a reasonable risk if you're not getting better at the position. Like last year, I'll say I gave the defensive line opposite of Hutchinson a C+, because they were good against the run, but they were not good versus the pass. I'd love to see an improvement to a B. You know, it doesn't have to be a home run, just improve the position.
Yeah, and is he better than Vildor? And now I'm not even saying. By the way, I'm not even saying for a starting spot. I'm saying for somewhere on the depth chart.
I think he's worth the risk for that position. I guess it's just it's been building for the last couple of weeks with this whole talk of, hey, you know, you're going to not understand what we're doing. That's my one area is if they improve the defensive line, I think this is like a legit 3 or 4 year like Kansas City type team. That they would have the youth, they'd have that all that built. They just improve that one position because that would really improve the whole team.
Yeah, this isn't going to keep this. There's no way that this can be for the kind of money that handcuffs him moving forward at the position.
No,
it cannot be.
No.
So
it is. It's odd. This is what they want to bring back. This is who they want to bring back, based on the injury.
Yeah,
and it's a back-to-back injury. It's a guy who has, he missed time in San Francisco with injuries too. So, I mean, obviously the year prior, but even before that, he'd only played in 11 games in 2021, 12 games in 2020.
248-539-9797. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I think it's a good signing to keep the player. I think the ACL thing is not an issue because of the fact that the medicine that the way they do surgeries nowadays, especially on an ACL, it's not an
Achilles.
Right. The ligaments they put in are much stronger than the ligaments you were born with. So I don't think it's an issue as long as it's not, for an absorbent amount of money. I mean, this way they can kind of work on the defensive line and go that route.
Hey, thank you for the phone call. I think they still work on the secondary.
Well, I think they work on both. Obviously, I mean, it's re-signing your own free agent, likely for not a whole lot of money. I don't think it deters them from going after another free agent corner. Does it stop them from focusing on someone on the defensive line if the money is right? Can they go and find a way to sign a Danielle Hunter or something like that?
There can't be much money tied into this. I mean, this has to be one of those, hey, let's see how he progresses. If he doesn't progress as well as we thought, then we just move on and it doesn't cost us anything. But if he progresses well, like we believe he's going to, then we've got him for depth, right?
And the other thing is it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah, that's what I
mean.
So
it has
There's
no
nothing.
effect on 2025. It's got the effect on this upcoming season where apparently they have a whole mess load of cap space. So even if you're thinking about extending Goff or extending St. Brown and McNeil, this has no effect on that because those extensions go into effect in 2025.
248-539-9797. Bill's in Troy in next. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, guys? Great show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, one of the things I wanted to say is that we talk about the Lions' climate and how it's changed, how their coaching staff is respected around the league. Players say they want to come play for Campbell and Glenn and Johnson and stuff like that. They signed Jalen Reeves-Maben probably overpaid for a guy like that wouldn't get the same every place else, and now they're loyal to a guy who seemingly was loyal to them and worked hard in the offseason. So as a third or fourth cornerback option for depth, I'm hoping he got like an incentive-laden contract. This is like a no-brainer. This doesn't hurt you at all. I think this is great, and I think other agents and players see this, and in the long run, maybe minimally, but I think it benefits the team because they say, look, we take care of you. You be good to us, we'll be good to you.
Yeah, maybe. How has he been good to the Lions?
I was thinking the same thing.
Like, what is he? I mean, it's not his, I don't want to say he's done anything wrong, but he played 2 plays.
You said earlier, Brad Holmes said, hey, we're going to do some things maybe you don't understand or you may be curious, don't read in too much to it, right?
Yeah.
But then then Dan Campbell also said we can't fall in love with our own guys. But then I'm thinking, what did they fall in love with? He played 2 snaps. You could see his work ethic and his type of guy he is. I get that, but
that's part of it though. That's a big they love. It's the culture fit, right?
But don't fall in love with your guys.
I agree, but you're not falling in love with a guy. You're not paying him $10 million a year.
No, but it's still roster spots.
248-539-9797. Emmanuel Moseley back with the Lions after playing 2 plays, tearing an ACL. Coming off an ACL injury in San Francisco. Seems curious, but if it's not a lot of money, your question is, okay, they're not a organization full with buffoons anymore, and they must have assurances from the doctors that he is going to be okay, and they don't expect a setback. So is he better than Kindle Vildor when healthy? They probably think so, and that doesn't mean he's going to start. But they liked him a year ago, and apparently 1 ACL later, they still like him. All right, Kang, got an email from a listener earlier today. It said, I will bet you a 25-ounce can of that Budweiser Chelada that I like that you get this feedback today. And I said, you're probably right, but for fun, you're on because it's just for a $3 can of Bud Light Chelada. Did we get anyone on Ticket Text today suggesting that the Detroit Lions should pursue Russell Wilson?
No.
Okay.
No, I did not that I saw. Like we get a lot of ticket texts, but the Russell Wilson, I would see that name to the Lions. I think I would have sent that over.
Yeah.
To you just cuz.
Okay.
But
I mean,
no.
It doesn't make a whole ton of sense, and I don't think you get a lot of people arguing for it. I would have taken his side, but I did it just for fun. So not one person said Russell Wilson.
Not even as a backup or anything like that.
Gator, are you surprised that not one person said it?
No. I think Russell Wilson is. I think the name has been poisoned in football over the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Despite the fact he had a good season last year, that he played well. It was a good season, but he played well. 98 rating.
Yeah.
But I think that the name, once you hear it, you're like, nope, absolutely not.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of names that I would have thought absolutely not get suggested, so I thought we would have heard it today.
Well, it's because we started talking about it, started off the show, and hey, is this something Minnesota should do? And you start thinking about it because, well, why? Why would you? Because you wouldn't have to pay, you don't think you'd have to pay him much.
Yeah.
Because he's got all this money from signing bonus payments, and any money that is signed to a contract is money that comes off of Denver's dead cap. So teams don't want to help Denver out, but he's going to have to sign for something. So if you get him for a 2-year contract for $5 million a year, now Denver drops down to $75 million hit, but it's a nothing contract for that team to take on, and then you can afford to pay others around you.
Yeah.
Right? This is almost like getting a rookie contract quarterback, but you're getting it with a 15-year veteran or a 12-year veteran, whatever he is.
Yeah, he could be a real money loophole kind of signing for a team. All right, so even though I took a side I didn't necessarily believe in, I did it for fun, and I think I won the bet. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Emmanuel Moseley back with the Lions, signing a 1 year. Well, actually, we don't know the contract. Did it say 1 year?
I thought it was 1 year.
Schefter say 1 year contract? Hey, have a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water. because it has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle the Kinetico Premier Water Softener with a K5 drinking water system. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Thanks for all your phone calls and feedback today on the Carson Anderson program on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers in action today against the Atlanta Braves. Just looking at some of what's coming in from spring training. How about this? Reese Olson, according to Chris McCoskey. Reese Olson, 31 pitches, 18 strikes through 2 innings. 1 infield hit, 3 strikeouts. Then Chris goes on to say, the competition for the final 2 rotation spots isn't going to let up between Olson, Manning, and Mize. All 3 have impressed.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think that because spring training still has a few weeks left, I would hope that the competition is there for basically every spot in the rotation other than Tarek Skubal. Okay? Maeda and Flaherty are the new additions to free agency, but you don't just hand them the job. I mean, they have to pitch well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if these guys are killing it at the back end, and those 2 free agents haven't done a whole lot, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can justify it. Maybe you do start the season with a 6-man rotation until you really get separation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
But that's why you've got the rest of spring training to work it out. You've got 3 more weeks.
Because look, to me, if Reese Olson, Matt Manning, and Casey Mize are all good, then Jack Flaherty's the guy that should be on the outs that has something to prove. Why is he locked into a spot? Why?
You really,
Jack
Flaherty strikes a nerve with
he's now become the personification of not Blake Snell.
Right.
And that's not fair to Jack Flaherty. But why is Jack Flaherty handed a spot on this team?
Because they signed him.
Yeah, but
no, but I'm with you. That's why I bring this up. I'm saying you better perform, because if these 3 guys who are fighting for the last 2 spots, so to speak, if they end up lighting up in the spring and Flaherty doesn't, okay. Now, in Flaherty's only pitched 3 innings so far. He's given 1 run on a home run.
Is that more than Mize and Manning and Olson?
I don't know. I have to look through this.
Probably not. Just Manning gave up 1 earned run in 5 innings.
Okay, but he's pitched 5 innings, though, right?
Yep. Mize gave up a couple earned runs, then 3 2/3. Olson's given up 4 earned runs. So, I mean, Flaherty's been better. I don't know. I hope they're right. It'll be awesome if they've got this guy and they got him for a steal.
Well, I mean, I was with you when they made the signing in the first place. I mean, this is a guy who has struggled mightily.
And is he penned in?
Since 2022.
Is he penned in as a starter?
Kind of, yeah.
Why?
Because of the potential. I mean, his career numbers don't look terrible, but the last couple of years look terrible.
I think early career. I mean, the truth is, early Maeda was better than recent Maeda. So I don't know why I guess I still think isn't Maeda just 1 year removed from being pretty damn good, and Flaherty's like 3.
Yeah, Flaherty had in 2019 had a 2.75 ERA and a 0.9 WHIP.
I mean, I guess Maeda
fourth in Cy Young.
Maybe I should be focused on Maeda too. His first year in Minnesota, he had a 2.70 ERA with a 0.75 WHIP. 2021, a 4.66 ERA, 1.3 WHIP. 2022, it was out. 2023, a 4.23 ERA and a 1.17 WHIP. Even those WHIPs are better than walks and hits per innings pitch, better than Flaherty.
Yeah, and Flaherty. Every time you say Flaherty, you're like, Flaherty. Flaherty's also only a 1-year deal. It's a $14 million deal. It's
but that's
1 year.
1 year too long.
I understand, but isn't it? It's also 1 year that you can just, if it ain't working out, you can say see you later.
Yes,
right?
you can. And yes, you don't have to be fully committed to a guy that is only here for a year.
And we're bringing this up because Reese Olson's thrown 2 shutouts.
I know, right? How dare we overreact to a spring training report?
What?
Again.
I'm just saying this, and I'll agree with you. These 2 guys they signed, they're under microscopes. As long as Blake Snell remains unsigned, these 2 guys that they did sign,
yep,
Because could you have taken that money you signed for both of them, thrown it at
Blake Snell,
and then we're
go
not talking about 3 guys competing for 2.
Snell, Skubal, Olsen, Mize, Manning. How does that sound compared to Skubal, Maeda, Flaherty, and then 2 of the 3, Olsen, Mize, Manning?
I mean, I hear you now.
I shouldn't do this because.
Oh, do it.
What are you, a scout now? That's the next thing that I'll get asked. But they
paid Maeda's on a 2-year deal that pays him $14 million this year and $10 million next year. So that's $38 million. Well, I guess it's $28 million for this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
Could you have gotten a 3-year deal with 2 option years done with Snell for that same price?
Yeah, there's clearly a mistake we're making, and the mistake is counting on Manning, Mize, and Olsen to be really good pitchers this year, and that's based on recent spring training starts. That's foolish. That's I'm shooting down my own argument. That's foolish. Okay. So we've got Mike Stone in studio. We've got Rico Beard in studio. Those guys are on deck. What's up, Michael?
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
That's good to hear.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood, as they would say.
Is it?
Got some spring training games going on.
It was nice for a minute there. It's raining again.
I know. I'm just talking about inside.
In general?
Yes, in general. Just being here with all you wonderful people.
Well, great.
He's in semi-retirement mode. Everything is great.
Yeah, he's seeing the world through a completely different prism than the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Rico. How are you?
You know what? I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing well.
Good. Hanging in there. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
You know, every now and then, you put in all the prep work and you come up with some stuff and you think, this is going to be good. I think it's really going to engage the people. And then something just happens that forces you to say, okay, we got to talk about this.
Yes.
Okay.
These 2 clowns out there, not Stoney.
All right.
I'll leave them nameless, Evan and Kenny.
What'd they do?
They're doing something that basically is, I don't know, looked down upon even in today's society as being degenerate.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I can't wait to hear.
The amount of...
Does it involve porn?
No. That would be more acceptable.
Wow.
Probably not at work.
No.
Probably not at work.
No. No.
But
what they're doing is something you got to talk about.
Yeah, but the thing is, we all may be guilty of doing it, but they're doing it publicly at work.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm intrigued to hear what this is.
Mm-hmm.
You doing that at 2:00?
Yes.
We're going to do that at 2:03.
It's not porn.
I learned.
It's not porn.
This man was my roommate. I learned teases from him.
Yeah, I didn't really do them back then, but
no, you would just say, I'm getting the hell out of here right now.
I've had enough of you. So what else you got planned?
We'll discuss Emmanuel Mosley a little bit. Also, the most compelling basketball player on the planet right now.
Yeah.
She's everywhere. Yeah, and they came out with how the draft is going to be set up downtown.
Yeah, I saw that. The footprint.
Want to get a gauge for people. Like, is this an event that you have to go to? Like, is this going to be Taylor Swift times 10?
It's interesting because Jimmy, who went to the draft, said you got to have an app and you got to scan your QR code.
He was
to
explaining
get
it
in.
to
Yeah,
me.
and so once you're in, though, it's like being through the gates of a stadium. Like you are in. You're either in or out.
Right. It's free, and it's kind of like a club or a bar. When it hits capacity, if you're on the outside, you got to wait. If you're 10th in line, you need 10 people to walk out so that you could walk in.
Does it say what the capacity is going to be for the actual draft?
I'm assuming.
Well, it's also different because I think like the first round of the draft, I would imagine it's being held at like the Fox Theater or something indoors.
No.
Well, it's not going to be the theater thing that they show outside. They always have something outside, but usually that's like day 2 stuff.
I thought Kansas City was outside.
Yeah, everything stayed the
first
same.
round?
Yeah, even if I think Nashville has stayed the same.
And when I went to the one in Chicago, the first round was indoors.
That's
and then they were out on
Chicago. They
the.
don't know what they're doing.
No.
But I think the stage is set that they're all going to be right there, which is, and it's ironically enough, it's good and bad because this is normally, for Lions fans, the draft is like the draft.
Yep.
You got the 29th pick.
And now there's a good chance they're not even going to have a pick the first night.
Right.
I
It
think
wouldn't
it's
surprise me if he traded out.
Not at all.
Yeah, so
Not
I
at
just
all.
want to
Or
find
trade
out how
up.
people feel.
Ooh, that's right.
Well, if they
He's
trade
done
up,
that too.
if they trade up,
Quentin
the crowd will
Youngich.
go crazy. If they trade out, I don't know what the crowd will. They might actually boo. If you wait around all night,
Yeah.
they might boo.
You'd get booed.
All right, well, gentlemen, you have a great show.
Thank you very much.
Yep, and it was great to have you.
I
in
love
all
that
the-
hat. I love that hat.
The old school Padre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do too.
Give me some Nate Colbert love.
You know what's so funny about that is my wife looks at it and goes, "God, the brown is so ugly," and I'm like, "It's so ugly, it's awesome."
Yeah,
but she didn't see it that way.
It's your brown.
It's my brown, my brown.
Randy Jones.
Yes. Ollie Brown, speaking of former obscure Padres.
Alan Wiggins.
I
Rupert
was
Jones.
I was going to say Alan Wiggins.
Yeah, Alan Wiggins.
Shout out
R.I.P.
Steve Garvey.
Bip Roberts.
Was Garvey one?
Garvey's a
Garvey,
Padre.
Garvey,
Yes,
84.
84.
Yeah. Yep, sure.
Spartan.
Former, exactly.
Hey, look, you guys have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. According to Adam Schefter, the Lions have re-signed corner Emmanuel Mosley to a 1-year deal. He played just a few snaps last year before tearing his ACL. He's torn both his right and left ACL in the last few years. Pistons back on the hardwood tonight against the Miami Heat. Monty Williams tinkering with the lineup. Tip is set for 7:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit City Council will hear an updated plan to the upcoming NFL Draft Footprint, set to be hosted by the city in late April. Campus Martius, Cadillac Square, and Hart Plaza are all expected to be central to the event. March Madness at the conference level begins tonight in the Horizon League. Detroit Mercy faces Milwaukee, a team they've lost to twice this season. Lastly, EA Sports has experienced a high volume...
Does it really matter? Let's just end this thing.
Yeah, probably, right? You see EA Sports? Arch Manning says he does not want to be a part of the new video game. Players who choose to opt in receive a $600 likeness stipend. He says he's focused on playing football on the field.
I think we'll all know who 16 for Texas is. Just saying.
At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Tuesday to everybody out there.
Yeah.
Valenti and Rico Show. Michael Stone is still here with us.
Haven't kicked me out yet.
He lingered for another day, folks.
Damn
and
right.
We are happy to have him here.
Slept here, made some breakfast. It was great. No, just.
He's the Caleb Williams of our staff. He just is here.
That's right. Exactly.
What does he do?
We don't know.
He's just eating candy, doing stuff. Stoney's still here? Yeah,
Yes.
He's over there in the corner.
Yeah,
All right.
walking around, saying hello to some people and watching some degenerate behavior.
Yeah.
Now.
It's funny because coming up with doing the show stuff and pre-show, and I'm sitting there. Stoney mentioned this, but then Stoney, it got funny because I'm actually listening to the conversation that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So let me fill you guys in. So Stoney, David, and I were coming up with the show. Kenny, our very own Kenneth Cott, and Evan Jenkins.
Hitting the Admiral Nelson a little early, if you ask me, if you're doing this stuff.
They're having, why are they so focused on this Tigers spring exhibition game?
Because they're playing your Braves.
Right. So I was like, okay, I'm not even following this game. I was like, oh, they're playing the Braves. Okay, so David and I have a conversation on where the Braves play, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, why are they so invested? These two clowns have put money down on the game.
Absolutely.
I didn't even realize you can bet spring training games.
This is a song for Rico, Afternoon Delight, degenerate gambling in the afternoon. They love it. They do it well. Every once in a while, there's some college basketball. Just wait for the conference tournaments. You won't be able to keep this guy under control.
But here's the thing. It's conference tournament. These are teams that really have something. This is spring training baseball, which basically means when I don't feel like playing anymore, Skip, I'm sitting this one out. I'm done. You have no idea. They're sitting up cheering at bats like, yes, they got a hit. I'm like, it's spring training baseball.
He's got this Reese Olson jersey he just ordered because Reese Olson finally had his a good spring training start. 3 innings, only gave up, 1 or 2 hits? Strike out 4 guys now.
Guys, can I give you what the lineup looks like? Maybe there's some starters in
Well,
here.
I remember yesterday he was excited. He's like, Parker Meadows is starting. I'm like, Opening day? No, right now.
I saw that one. Wenzel Perez was batting second.
Wenzel Perez.
Oh, yeah.
Batting second. Zach McKinstry leads off. Kerry Carpenter, okay. Justin Henry Malloy, Colt Keith, Carson Kelly.
Backup catcher.
Blythe Madras.
Who?
I don't know.
Sounds like the star of like a Twilight
No
movie.
idea.
Right.
Ryan Vilday. And then Ryan Kryler, who's probably not going to make the roster.
So at some point, these two decided, let's put money on this. Let's put some money on this game. Kenny.
We got money on golf and later this week, too. I don't even like golf, but I'm watching it now.
Listening to you and Evan was a classic because you two are so into a spring training game that I literally had to stop what I was typing, look over at David. Like, Stoney was right. Like, these two are really into this game. Oh, yeah. Good hit. Like, what are we doing here?
Let me ask you this. 248-539-9797. Has there been anything that you wagered on that you kind of felt embarrassed at doing it? Because I remember one of the first Las Vegas trips that I went with my college guys. We started betting on the NCAA women's tournament. So we take Connecticut minus 25 in the first half because you knew they were going to be up by 30. And this is, 20 years ago, basically, before there was more parity in women's basketball. And I just, for some reason, you can call it sexist, you can call it whatever you want, I felt dirty betting on women's hoops.
248-539-9797. We've all gambled on something that you're not really that proud of, but you gamble. You don't have to leave your real name if you don't want to. This is
legal. It's okay.
This is like Planet Fitness. It's judgment free, okay?
Yes, exactly.
We're not going to make fun of you because we've all done it. Now, I won't do it at work, but there are some times and there's some things that I've bet on that I'm like, man, I can't really believe that I've done this. I want to know. 248-539-9797.
Here's the other thing. Guys, admit it. Guys will bet on anything. Whether it's, I don't know, the size of something, whether it's, flipping of coins, whatever. Guys, you go to a baseball game with a guy, all right, a quarter for every pitch, strike ball. All right, and you keep track. I mean, but not spring training.
Because spring training, it's like exhibition football. Like, you don't even know how long the players are going to be out there. I'm not putting any money down on that. For me, there's a couple things. I mean, one, you can't do a show with Mike. When Mike is on a betting mood, he'll call, hey, got something for you. You listen to Cash a Ticket. Like, Mike going to Vegas with him, it's to the point now where Mike, here's money. You just bet it because I don't even know what you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. Let me know if we win or not. I fully trust you. We placed a parlay on some whack basketball this year. The two of us are up until midnight, 12:30, sweating again. It was a parlay between that and some packed Arizona State basketball because he was like part of the system that's not a system. And I'm sitting there like
pulling for your Frankie Collins, right?
Like, what are we doing watching this game? The other one that I will say, very similar to yours. This is before anybody even knew who she was, because we used to do the gambling segment on this show, and they would make fun of me.
Right.
But I would put money down on Iowa basketball and UConn basketball, Caitlin Clark points,
right,
and Paige Bucket points.
Oh yeah.
Nobody was like, oh my God. I was like, guys, this is truly money in the bank. I would do that. I would also do DeAndre Ayton to get a double-double when he was a rookie with the Suns. He was Mr. 10 points and 10 rebounds, and it was like a guaranteed plus 300 every game. But it wasn't like these two.
No, spring training
baseball.
What's your guilty gambling pleasure? I mean, there are things out there because it's legal. You can bet on Russian ping pong.
Yeah.
Table tennis in Russia. You can actually bet on.
So what's that one thing that you bet on that you feel a little guilty, I'm a little ashamed, but you may have won money. You may have. Like our very own David Hall, He's got it. He is the king of the WNBA.
They become disassociated persons.
They need to become disassociated persons. But I have one, and it was when I was in Vegas. Not the last time. I was in Vegas a couple other times for the show, and there was nothing else. And I walked over and I bet on the Greyhound dog.
Oh, I love the Greyhounds. Are great, especially when if you ever watch dog racing and they follow the rabbit. Yeah, here comes Skippy. And they shoot up the rabbit, and then they go boom, and they follow the rabbit.
It was something I had never thought of doing, but I did. And I laugh every time, Rico, you bring up the gray horses because it was gray dogs racing at the time when I did this.
The Greyhounds. How about this? There was once where we got back to the hotel at 1 o'clock in the morning Vegas time, and you stumble into the sports book, and there is something on. Horse racing from Australia. And they go the opposite way. Yes,
Really? They do.
Than we do. Yes,
kind of like the drain.
Yes,
Wow.
exactly. And you would we wouldn't know who we just bet on numbers.
Yeah, you hang out with Mike long enough, you will bet on some things that you never thought you would bet on and he knows a person. He's got some inside information. It's like, Mike, how do you know this type of stuff? This ain't healthy, but it's still not spring training.
I don't think
baseball.
Mike would bet on spring training baseball.
To me, it's not my money, but yeah, when I don't know how long somebody's going to play,
yeah,
why am I going to do? Because here's what you know what kills you in every sport is try hard guy.
Oh yeah,
spring training baseball is nothing but try hard guys trying to make the lineup and just killing the point spread, the parlay, whatever you have, because they don't care. They're trying to eat.
Especially if it's the ninth inning. Garbage time try hard guys, even the worst.
Yes. So 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. Trust me, we won't have to use your real name if you don't want to. We'll get your ticket, text, phone calls next. 97.1. Hey, guys. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You've heard me talk about it. Heck, you've heard Stoney talk about it. Why don't you start talking about it? You need to go ahead and join the gym. A lot of Planet Fitness, brand new equipment, whether it's strength training, cardio equipment, they have whatever you need to get going, to get working on your fitness goals. And if you're short on time, don't worry about it. You get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You get all of that, $10 a month, no commitment. You're not going to get that anywhere. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone, $10 a month. So it won't hurt your pocketbook, and you can just stop at any time. But trust me, once you do, you won't. If you want the perks, you can even upgrade to the Black Card. But right now, get into your local Planet Fitness right now. Sign up, $10 a month, no commitment. Head over to your local Planet Fitness or go online at planetfitness.com. All right, so before we get to your ticket texts and before we get to your phone calls, asking what is that thing that you bet on that, man, you just kind of felt not that proud of yourself. You may have won. Show favorite, my boy Chuck, sent me a text. Looks like he's placing some bets on the Oscar winners,
That's a good one to do.
the presidential election, and what's the last? Oh, and WrestleMania. So he's got odds on all that. But Evan, want to give you a chance because we were talking about you and Kenny and how excited you two were.
Yeah.
What was the genesis? How did you guys get to betting spring training games?
We tried to bet yesterday's game because it was on TV for the first time, and we got locked out like 2 minutes before. So we just rolled it into today. Get a little action, man.
I mean,
have a little fun.
You got the Tigers at what, plus 150? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Plus odds.
No, Rico, the real answer is first you have to be a degenerate gambler like these two.
But we're not. I don't bet that much money.
But David, you may want to be quiet because you shared some stuff in the break of that you bet on.
It was live sports. Don't we love live sports
At least
when it's
it was
on?
here.
Unless it's baseball.
At least it was here in America. What did you bet, David?
I bet on the African Basketball League.
That you had to stream on your phone.
That's the NBA, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding.
What, did Roberto fall asleep? Yeah, no response.
Right. Roberto's not paying attention.
Yeah, is he here?
He's buying a
No?
Kiss album
Yeah.
online.
Oh, he's shaking his head. He heard it.
Trying to buy a Black Sabbath record back here. But no, there's nothing wrong with betting spring training baseball. We knew the lineup of the pitchers. We knew Strider was going, and then Charlie Morton was making his
What did you bet?
spring training debut.
What did you bet?
The Tigers.
No.
Plus 150.
The whole game.
Yeah, the whole game.
Not even the first 5 innings.
No, because Strider only went 3. No, he went 4. I'm sorry. But Morton, I mean, it's his spring training debut. We can get to that guy.
You got try-hard guys
Hey,
coming up.
that's the Tigers roster, okay? So somebody's going to perform with that old English D on their head. Okay. I got faith. There's nothing wrong with it. Stoney was telling me that I should have bet American versus Army last week.
Yeah, they covered that one.
See? What's worse, betting American versus Army?
Yeah, spring training. Nobody wants to be out there.
These
the
are
stars
pros.
are just like, yeah, I'm going to go and get my 1 at bat. Try
2,
not to pull anything.
maybe 3.
And I'm in the dugout.
Kerry
I'm in the
Carpenter's making
clubhouse.
his debut at spring training. We're looking to go a little Oppo yard there, man.
Okay.
Tigers have 4 hits to the Braves, 3 hits.
That's right. And
it was scoreless going in the middle of the 5th.
we're looking good, man. Wilmer Flores is in for the Tigers. He's throwing straight gas, 99 left and right. Kreidler, we might have some things to discuss.
So you
with
really,
him.
let's.
You got an error, right?
So
Yeah.
you two just let's
We
bet
got a
on
hit.
this game.
Yeah, we support the squad, man.
Okay.
I would do it every game if I could, but some books don't offer it.
Wow.
It's a reason. 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts and we're about to jump to the phone lines.
My buddy and I ran the city T-ball program, and we used to bet a dime if the batter would get a hit or not. Okay. Someone says Liga MX over-unders, sitting in my living room at midnight yelling at the ref for adding 9 extra minutes.
Oh,
What have I become?
That's soccer, yes.
Mm-hmm. ITH Doha. It's a tennis tournament with a bunch of no-names. Put $10 on a big underdog, won a bunch of money, Ben, in Canton. Someone says, my brother is the biggest degenerate I know. He once bet on Chinese basketball at 9:30 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Andrew in Ann Arbor said, I frequently bet on Pakistani Cricket League. Not the most proud of this.
That's.
But you know what, though?
Hopefully you win.
If you know the genre, so to speak, if you know the league, the sport really well, you probably could make a lot of money.
You can, which is why. Like I said, Stoney, this was
the women's hoops years ago. If you knew it,
Stoney, it was Caitlin Clark was lighting it up for Iowa, and I'm like, she scores a ton of points, so I would always take Iowa to win and the over for her in points in a nice little parlay. And I get made fun of, and I'm like, guys, it works. And then I would also take that with UConn basketball with Paige Buckets when she was good before she got hurt, and you would make money off of that. But Pakistani, no, I'm
Let me read.
What about the women's ice hockey league? Can you bet on that yet?
I'm sure
the
not yet.
PWHL, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
But let me read this one to make Chuck feel better. That texted you. Had about 6 different bets during the 2020 election. Betting on which parties would win different states still feels disgusting to this day. So
yeah, the Oscars won though, and a lot of books like in Vegas, you can't bet them because there's always the possibility of somebody from Price Waterhouse looking at the envelope and then putting a lot of money on it. So that's why that's all like offshore. I don't even think you could do it on. Can you on FanDuel or DraftKings? I don't know.
I don't know where. 248-539-9797. Gerald, you're leading us off. You're on 97.1.
Well, especially baseball because I can't. You guys, I've got my money lines going on already. I love betting. It's for me. I'm almost 60 years old. I'll be 60 in July. So for me, it's just fun to just to try to see what's going to happen. I maybe $1 or $2 every a night on a parlay of who's going to be on the money line or something like that. Mm-hmm. But my goodness, these guys that throw these huge money line, there's money out and bet all this money. That of course they're going to lose, but it's just for the fun of it. That's what I do it for.
Gerald, it's spring training baseball, and you had to hear these two as they're sitting there talking. You would have thought it was Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah,
it's like,
well, but that's the thing. I don't know. That's silly to me, because I just do it for just kind of.
Gerald, do you bet preseason football and exhibition hockey and exhibition basketball as well?
Tennis. That's the thing. If you bet tennis, I tell you, if you have that, sometimes you have a tennis parlay. You can really I had one time I hit tennis and I had this, and what do I care who wins or loses if you have this, if they're like 900 under, you have to go with what Las Vegas is saying with the odds. But that's the thing. So you have to be smart when you bet too. So it's a hobby for me. That's the thing.
I appreciate the phone call, Gerald.
Wouldn't being smart not betting on spring training baseball?
No. See, I think what he's saying is that's like the play money. You just that's not going to cost you anything. You got to throw a couple dollars on there.
Instead of going to the movies, he's betting on spring training baseball.
Games. It was just watching the interaction between Evan and Kenny that was just so funny. But I mean, we've all had that. Like I said, I had a parlay that. It was so disappointing how I lost it. It was the MSU-Illinois game, and everything had hit. And all I needed was Tyson Walker to get over 20 points. Tyson Walker gets fouled. He's at 19. He gets fouled. 2 shots, 30 seconds left. Shoots like 85% from the free throw line. Just need him to make one. Bricks the first one. Guy next to me like, no, he's got this one. Bricks the second one. Are you serious?
That's why they call it gambling, Rico.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. What is the thing that you gamble on that, you know what, you do it and you're just maybe not that proud? Kenny and Evan are spring training baseball. David is African basketball leagues that he watches on his phone. I placed money on Caitlin Clark before anybody knew who the heck Caitlin Clark was. What is it for you?
I was betting on the Yukon Lady Huskies back in, 2003 or something like that.
So, your phone calls, your ticket text next, 97.1. You know, it's funny, Stoney. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Focus with Will Smith. No. But there's a scene in there where they're watching a football game and they're literally betting on plays and whether the pass will get caught or dropped or who's the penalty going to be on. So yes, you're right, people. It was high stakes in that movie, but yeah, they were betting on just, okay, are they going to return the kickoff or take a knee? That type of thing. So
Guys will bet on anything. Like, would you eat that or something like that? It's crazy. Not the Carson Anderson thing. What would you know what I'm saying?
Let's go straight to the phone lines. Paul, you're on 97.1.
So my friends bet on how long my marriage would last, and also the under hit.
What was the over-under? What was it?
I do not know, but it didn't. Definitely hit.
Was it at least a year?
I think a year and 10 days. I think it was.
Come, are they really friends if they're betting on this? Come on.
Because they knew.
They're my best friends.
Yeah. Did they try to talk you out of it first, though?
Yes.
Okay. So then they're definitely
this is
good
on
friends.
you then, yeah.
So here's the deal. By the
They're
way,
good friends.
Here's a way you can make some money. You marry a rich girl and you somehow figure out that there's no prenup, and then you know that there's going to be wagering going on, and you bet the under. And then, the under happens, you get divorced, and you get half the money.
That's a lot.
Going on?
Or
yeah,
you go get a job.
Well, you can do both. You can do both.
That's a lot of work, man.
You can do
Oh
both.
man, I think we've all had that friend that we thought, yeah, this isn't going to work.
I know.
This is why now, if I don't think it's going to work, you'll get a first anniversary gift from me. I've been burned too many times on gifts that you don't get back.
Right.
So if I'm not really feeling this marriage, when you make it 1 year, that's when you get your gift from me.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me. 248-539-9797. Corey, you're on 97.1.
What up, though, fellas?
What's happening?
Hey, now, y'all want to talk degenerates. How about I am a total wrestling geek, and every single pay-per-view, I bet on the pay-per-views, particularly not WrestleMania, but the Royal Rumble, which just happened about a week ago. You bet on things like who's coming out first, who's going to win the Rumble, who's going to be the surprise person that's going to come out. Now imagine trying to figure that crap out with wrestling.
But there's actually, but Corey, here's the thing with wrestling, there actually is a script. So if you can find, or somebody can find out the script, then
Right,
you
I
can
was
make
about
a
to
lot of
say,
money.
isn't wrestling? Yeah, we kind of know what's going to happen.
But see, that's the thing. You kind of don't, because they have gotten so good with it. They make sure that they always throw a monkey wrench in there. Like, prime example, there was a wrestler that was there probably about 4 years ago. I bet that they were going to show him coming into the Royal Rumble, and sure enough, they did debut him on the Rumble. A lot of times they do that, and sometimes they'll hold people back just because they think us total geeks are going to follow as much as we can. Because back in the day, wrestling used to be a big secret. Now they kind of tell you stuff on social media.
That's why I don't understand betting on it. But thanks for the call, Corey. By the way, Rico,
Kenny was hoping for the Rock to show up.
Well, I was going to say, is there any coincidence that the two biggest wrestling fans we have are Kevin and Kenny and Evan?
Yeah.
The
Kevin.
degenerates.
We'll just call you Kevin from here on out.
No, I can give you degenerate. Let me read you this text. This is from Rob.
Oh, I thought it was from Dan Leach.
Nope. Well,
you said degenerate. Gambling, yes.
Tony and Rico, my daughter plays 8th grade basketball.
Oh, boy.
Myself and several parents build SGPs every game. Specific kid points, rebounds. We text our bets to each other before tip-off.
So a single game parlay
on an 8th grade basketball game.
So you're probably yelling at the coach, get her the ball. I want to cover.
Yeah, I guess you do. If you put the money down, wow, that's something.
I'd have heard it all, coin flips and all this other stuff. 8th grade basketball.
8th grade basketball. Let's go back to the phone lines. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, man.
So degenerate gambler. My son played soccer last year. He's 7 years old. His team was an absolute powerhouse. They were practicing twice a week, and they went undefeated through the whole season. And it was getting to the point where probably about the third game, they played like 15 games. I was talking to the other parents on the other team, and we were just, a little $5 here, $5 there. And it was, it was turning into a joke. It was like a created team. And, like my son's team is scoring 15 goals a game compared to the other team was like 2 goals. My son was just playing defense. He was running kids down. The kid on the team, like the coach's son, was scoring, no lie, probably 8 or 10 goals a game. The only time the other team would score is if my son and the other kid was off the, for the little break there. It was out of hand.
Was your son really 13 playing against 7-year-olds? What are we?
Is this some Danny Amante stuff?
Yeah.
My son, he's 4'8" and he's 7 years old. And
is his last name Jansen?
No.
Or Ball.
He's a big boy. He was aggressive about it. He was running at kids full speed, head on, screaming at them, it's my ball, as he's kicking the ball out of bounds on these kids, and these kids are terrified of him.
Right, because if I'm the other kid, I'll be like, yes, it is, sir. It's yours. Yeah. I'm good.
Do you have to take your birth certificate everywhere? His birth certificate?
Yeah, it was pretty much that picture of Andy Reid playing Tyke football.
Oh, yes, the pass.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. I appreciate the phone call.
Hey, Kenny, let me ask you this question. Do you know the answer to this? Because in spring training games, after 9 innings, they usually won't play extra innings, even if it's tied. So is a complete push?
I have no idea how that works. Okay. I have no clue. So. We might be approaching that territory at 0-0, bottom 6.
Yes, I know.
Oh, man, 248-539-9797. We'll get into some other things. I saw this in pre-show and just wanted to bring it up because I knew these two weren't the only ones. We've all done it before, but they were just outright rooting for spring training baseball. And the conversation that they were having that I don't even think they realized they were saying to each other and cheering every pitch and every hit. You thought it was Game 7 the way they reacted. So, yeah, just wanted to know if it was anybody else out there that same way. Plus, we got some other things.
I got bad news for you, Kenny. Joey Wentz is taking the hill for the Tigers.
I just saw that.
As soon as you said, he said, oh, no, Wentz. Yeah, it's over.
So I don't think it's going to be a tie. So, yeah, we're going to talk about some NFL draft stuff because the draft is coming to Detroit. We're going to get into that a little bit later on. We're also going to talk about some Caitlin Clark types of things as well. But just wanted to hit upon that. David, any more ticket texts before we move on?
Yeah, I'm an assistant high school wrestling coach. Myself and other coaches bet $5 matches on Saturday tournaments. Sometimes I walk away with over $100.
Whoa. So I wonder, is this like NIL early stages? Do you have to pay the kids off? Like the guy with the 5-foot son that at 7, I got to think you're probably paying off your son, or at least we're stopping at McDonald's after the game, right? Oh, yeah. Daddy's got enough to cover that.
You would think so. Mm-hmm. You would think so. Paul in Pinckney says, Russian ping pong. One time I bet it, $10 buy on the guy with the cooler name. I did win, he says.
What's a cool name in Russian?
I don't know. I was wondering that myself.
It's like horse racing.
Cut your balls off? I mean, come on. I mean, there's Kuznetsov. I mean, I have no idea. Don't worry. I'm not here again until Friday.
I'm going to read this one, please. I'm going to try to. A friend and I got hot betting Little League World Series last year. Won like $10,000.
Whoa.
Wow.
Curacao.
Okay.
One of those teams.
And then one more here. When apps were new and golf was new at the Olympics, I was live betting golf scores at 1 a.m.
Golf is fun to bet because you take 10 guys, and the odds are really good if you pick the winner.
That's
not necessarily a long shot either.
That's an Evan thing.
Yeah.
Now, Evan has gotten me into golf bets like he's gotten Kenny into that. Golf bets with Evan, crazy bets with Mike because Mike, no, this team, like Mike, seriously, no, I've seen him play. You know what? Just take the money, Mike.
We have
Let
a
me know if
hockey
we
bet
won.
tonight. The New Jersey Devils, first game with a new coach. And in the NHL, for some reason, new coaches, first game, the team usually wins. So far this season, there's been 3, I believe. The Kings, the Minnesota Wild, and I forget who else fired their coach earlier this year. And they all won the next game. So look at the New Jersey Devils playing the great Florida Panthers tonight, but playing a back-to-back.
And we'll also keep you updated because today is tag day in the NFL. So anything that happens, we'll let you know as it goes down. Speaking of NFL, a little football next, 97.1. Tag day in the NFL. We just finished the combine. Got teams looking for quarterbacks. There's a lot of NFL news going on. David, what you got?
Yeah, before we get to some of the other news, let me give you an update. We are a little bit over an hour away from the tag deadline here, so let me give you the update. We have so far tagged as Higgins, T. Higgins, L'Jarius Sneed, Brian Burns, Justin Umbuke, never pronounced the name right, the Baltimore defensive tackle, Antoine Whitfield, and Jalen Johnson. And the reports say Saquon, Christian Wilkins will not be tagged. I guess there's no surprises there, really.
And and Duggar got the transaction tag.
Transition tag, yes. But there is a little bit of breaking news here regarding the Seattle Seahawks. We understand they have a brand new coach. Mike McDonald is their coach, which means a different defense they've run before. So they've decided to release both Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs.
That's both two of their safeties.
Both their safeties, saving $27.5 million. Does that surprise you, though, with a new defense, new coach coming in?
I'm surprised that they would get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
It does save them a you-know-what load of money. Obviously, Adams is the bigger name nationally around here. Look, with Tracy Walker gone, depending on the money, I'd have no problem with Quandre Diggs coming here. He was never here under the new administration, but he would fit this culture a lot.
Yeah, it tells me Seattle's going to go young. They're going to hit the draft heavy. They're drafting starters, not just guys to come in and back up. Yeah, they're hitting the reset button out there. So it's going to be interesting to see because, I would have gotten rid of one, not both.
Yeah, probably keep Diggs because Adams would have been the most money there you could save there. So yesterday we did a mock draft, and in the mock draft it had J.J. McCarthy getting drafted number 4, a trade up for the Giants. Well, we might understand why. There's a report here, and Rich Eisen continued the report, but there's a report here that the Giants are having buyer's remorse on Daniel Jones.
Oh, gee, a little late.
They know they're stuck for another year, but they are having buyer's remorse, basically saying, yeah, he ain't it. And Rich Eisen went on to say on his show that the team is regretting the $160 million they gave to him, and they are absolutely done with Daniel Jones.
Not only that, I think they're done with Saquon. You're about to see the Giants seriously hit the reset button. Somebody's going to be like this because he's not going to be happy. But at least they admit now we've made mistakes. We're not going to pay these high price tags. We're going to go young. I do think they're going to try to move up in the draft, but yeah, between that and Daniel Jones' contract that you knew back then, this was a bad deal. He wasn't that good.
I think they go for like a bridge quarterback before they would even draft JJ and take, if he's still there, what's his face, Neighbors from LSU. That way you can, if you're going to suck, the quarterback coming out next year maybe better than JJ McCarthy.
See, I don't know because you're sitting right there. What are they, 6?
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like one of those, are you ever going to be this bad again? Because think about it. In order to be drafting that high,
right,
you're throwing the entire season away again. And you're telling your fan base, be patient. We're going to serve you hot garbage one more year. I think they're just going to go for it, try to move up to that 4th pick. I'm thinking that they probably go with the Arizona pick, and that's maybe where they go after JJ and move up 2 spots to 4. It'll cost them another number 1, but JJ better be worth it.
See, if I'm moving up to 4, I'm taking Marvin Harrison before I'm taking JJ, but that's just me.
Yeah, get yourself that wide receiver. Someone who's probably you don't like to say lock, but he's pretty much a lock.
Yes.
So let's get here to a little 49ers news for you, Rico. One, I think you might agree with, because you also said here that you don't want to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown. But Brandon Ayuk is a trade candidate, according to ESPN's Dan Graziano, because Ayuk is he's set to play on $14 million option this year, but he wants way more than that. He wants to be one of the highest paid wide receivers. And then this news for you. We all saw that Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, received a $5 million raise pretty much. He's getting $5 or $6 million a year to be the DC in KC. Well, here's why. The Niners explored the possibility of hiring Steve Spagnuolo for their defensive coordinator position after the Super Bowl loss. Thoughts on both of those?
Yeah, David, I knew that was going to happen. I mean, it was almost 24 hours after the Super Bowl, and they really put out some serious feelers to see what's the best way to beat the Chiefs. Take their defensive coordinator. And that the Chiefs got wind of that and said, nope, we're going to lock that up. The Brandon Ayuk thing, I don't like paying wide receivers that much. I think that wide receiver is a position that every year there's going to be a young guy who could do the same thing that this guy is doing. And I know we get caught up on names, but if Ayuk tries to break the bank, you got to let him go, because to me, he's not a one of one.
Well, guys, speaking of wide receivers getting paid, I think this guy's about to break the bank. Reports say that the Patriots wanted to land Evans, the wide receiver for the Buccaneers. Of course, he's going back to the Bucs. Calvin Ridley will be their next target. It says, a report here, according to the Boston Globe. They were going to regret maybe paying Calvin Johnson top dollar. Calvin Ridley top dollar.
Yeah, I think he's a good player, but I wouldn't pay him top dollar. Not at all.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't bet on him doing it either.
No, because like I said, receivers, and they have a shelf life, and when they start going down, now you're good as a 2 or a 3, but I think Ridley's days is being that one those are over.
And let's close it out with this, because the NFL Combine just finished over the weekend, and we all know what happens. There's talk everywhere about teams, about players, and about the league. And something that came out is the 18-game schedule. Pro Football Talk was talking to the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, and they talked about moving the trade deadline a week. And then he says, no, we'll probably move it 2 weeks, because we're probably one day going to get to 18 games.
There's no doubt that's happening. Yeah. There's not a doubt in the world.
Because 17 is a weird number. So, yeah, it's uneven. Yeah, I'm with you, Stoney. You know that this is going to be inevitable. It's like certain things, like the college football playoffs.
Yes.
Eventually we'll hit 16 instead of 14. Now, here's what I don't understand. Why is it's still a 53-man roster? If you're playing extra games, it seems like you should at least expand the roster to 60 players.
Of course. First of all, it gives you a chance in case there are injuries, number one. But no, they're not going to do that, because the NFL, they don't make enough money. You know what it would cost the NFL to add a few players to each team? Oh, my Lord.
Well, they are a struggling business.
Oh, I know. It's unbelievable.
But I've never understood, like, guys, you've expanded. Like, I blame the players' union for this.
Well,
because,
that's the worst union in sports.
Because I got to think that, okay, we'll take this expansion, but that means that every team gets 7 extra jobs, which if I'm an older player, I'm excited for, because that means maybe I stick around for an extra year or 2 getting one of those spots. Not a practice spot, but an actual spot, because of injuries, you're playing longer games. You now have to travel over the seas to play games. Yeah, this is a horrible union, but yes, to answer your question, David, it's going to hit 18 games. That's inevitable. I don't know what they're waiting on, but
apparently to the story, it says they have to wait on maybe a new CBA, which is 2030. But I can imagine before then, they may talk to the players and say, look, let's do this in 4 years or 3 years or something like that.
They'll tell the players, hey, we're going to get you brand new training tables with your own personal chef. Really? I'm in. Let me sign. Here's some magic beans for you. Yeah, they're just not that smart.
Nothing happens. You're exactly right about that. And that is in football today.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Adam Schefter reporting earlier, the Lions have re-signed corner Emmanuel Mosley to a 1-year deal after recovering and returning to the field last season from a torn left ACL sustained in 2022. He went on to tear his right ACL in his Lions debut. Gary Carpenter in the lineup for the first time this spring as the Tigers battle the Braves. He collected his first hit in the 6th. Tigers down 1-0 right now in the 7th. Carpenter, a pleasant surprise for the Tigers last year, hitting .271 with 19 homers. The Wings will be without Dylan Larkin again tomorrow as they face the Avalanche on the road. Here's Derek Lalonde. Four mid-major conferences kick off their tournaments this evening, including the Horizon League. The Big Ten, slated to start next week. Michigan State has 2 regular season games remaining and a chance to make up some ground in the standings tomorrow against Northwestern. Michigan with just 1 game left before postseason as they host Nebraska on Sunday. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Still an oldie but a goodie.
The great Donald Sterling.
Right, 3 o'clock. So, the Detroit Free Press released a diagram of what the NFL draft will look like when it comes down to Detroit. For those who don't know, which I don't know who you are, but the NFL draft will be in downtown Detroit, April 25th through 27th. And when you look at the map, it's kind of what I thought it was going to be. And I still said I thought it should have been on Belle Isle. I thought that would have been the best place to have it.
I agree with you. The only problem, but it's still a problem downtown too, is getting people on and off.
Yeah, but you know what? People go on and off for the fireworks every year. And if you're going down there, here's the thing. First of all, if you're going downtown for the NFL draft experience, practice patience because you're not going to get in and out of downtown easily. Think of it as Taylor Swift times about 10 for that. Yes. For her concerts that she had in downtown Detroit, except for Taylor Swift probably won't have the entire downtown area blocked off. The NFL will. So here's the breakdown of it. The Campus Martius area, for those familiar, I think where they have the Winterfest in downtown Detroit, when they would do it down there, that's where they're going to set up the stage where you see the people going up, putting on the hats, and, now they're going to be joining this team. It's going to be right there. Woodward's going to be blocked off, so they'll probably have some type of a caravan or something going on. And then that extends all the way to Hart Plaza, which is where the NFL experience. All of these things appear to be free, but you better get down there early. And like I said, if you want to take a look at it, it's in today's Free Press. You can go online and check it out. The footprint is there. I guess the question that I want to ask the people out there, are you excited about going down to this? Because this is a big event. You've watched it. Oh,
yes.
You have watched it. Well, maybe not. You've watched it all your life. It's been in New York for years. Then it became the traveling circus where they started taking it from city to city to city to city. Last year was in Kansas City. This year it's going to be in downtown Detroit. Are you headed down there? Are you trying to, because it's so vast, are you going to the main area, Stoney? Because I don't think you're going to be able to hit up everything.
No, I mean, if you want to make a day of it, you do the experience early, and then for Thursday for the actual draft, which it looks like they're setting up a theater, actually, like a stage. and it says basically the draft theater will be located at Randolph and Monroe across from the Greektown parking garage. That's where that's going to be.
Because here's the thing. There's no guarantee. Like, normally the Lions pick a top 10 pick. So okay, the draft, we've always joked and said draft is our Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Except for last year, you almost went to the real Super Bowl, which you now have the 29th pick. If you're a Lions fan, are you going down there knowing you may not – Brad Holmes could trade out of that pick, and you've wasted an entire Thursday waiting to cheer on whoever it was that was going to be a Lion. Do you go down there? Do you take that chance? Do you sit at home and watch it, or do you go to the NFL experience? Like, there's so many different avenues to go to.
I think football is so king. Even if the Lions are picking where they're picking, even if they would trade out, it'll be just freaking packed. I mean, Nashville in the rain was packed. Now, granted, Nashville, their streets have a lot of, things to do as far as, taverns and bars and, music places, as opposed to here so much. But no, I think everybody's going to show up because here in Detroit, we want to prove to the world, hey, what do you mean we can't host an NHL or NBA All-Star game? We can host Final Fours. We can host drafts. People are going to come out in droves, no matter where the Lions are picking. There are the Michigan people who obviously would want to, cheer on J.J. McCarthy.
Well, you got 18 people that were at the combine, so not just McCarthy.
No, but I'm talking about the first night. He'll definitely, if you believe what you read, he's gone, day one. Who knows about Chris Jenkins and Junior Colson and the rest of them, Blake Corum. They'll probably be Friday night deals, some of them. And then Saturday afternoon is when you'll get some of the, the offense, the Zach Sinters and the Trevor Keegans. So, I think people will show up. They'll show up in droves, and there's going to be people from other NFL cities. Pittsburgh is, 4.5 hours away. Chicago, Indy's not that far away. You have, this sport has just gotten so out of control. I had this crazy whacked out idea to make it international. And there's no way they could have done it, is you set up some sort of, green room, mass green room for the players, like on the Detroit River or whatever, on the Windsor side. And then when they're picked, they somehow can walk across from Canada, the United States, or take a boat.
Can't even finish the Gordie Howe Bridge yet.
A speedboat. I think a speedboat.
What?
A speedboat. Obviously that's not happening, but I thought that would have been, some definitely
breaking
unique
news.
thing
Caleb
to do.
Williams speedboat capsized.
Yes. Well, he's not doing anything else, so he can probably save people.
Well, sorry, Chicago. Caleb Williams cannot be your quarterback.
Right. 248-539-9797. What excites you most about the draft? Because we are a little over a month away. When you think about it, we're in March. This thing is taking place at the end of April. Are you excited to go down to the actual draft when you're going to be in the theater? Even though the Lions probably aren't going to be picking a high pick, you're going to be down there the entire time. Is it the parties? Is it the festivities? Do you just want to hang out in downtown and just experience everything that's going on? What is it about this that you are looking forward to? Or are you just like, you know what?
I don't like people.
I don't like people. It's going to be a lot of people downtown. Getting around town is going to be a problem. As I said, practice your patience. And a lot of roads are going to be cut off and you won't have access to them.
And if anybody thinks that the Lions should do anything based upon their fan base who was at the draft, they should have their head examined. Whatever Brad Holmes decides to do, and Chris Spielman and whoever's involved there, should have absolutely nothing to do with where the draft is being held.
Yeah, it's funny. I just got a text. My boy Stan was like, yeah, I think I'm staying home for the draft. It's if you're going downtown, you're down there for the entire day.
Yeah.
Now, some people, this is your chance to go and sit in the draft theater. I think it's the downside of having such a successful season because this was last year. They had a top 10 pick. It was like you had picks and they traded down, but they ended up with 2 picks. And it was like, yes.
Right, because going into the draft last year, you had 6 and 18. When they announced that the trade occurred, if it was in Detroit, people might have booed a little bit because you were trading down.
But yeah, it's if you're a Lions fan, you're an NFL fan, what are you looking forward to? Because the draft's coming out there. I don't know if you've seen the map, but the theater is going to be in the Campus Martius area, and the draft experience is going to be over in the Hart Plaza area. Or you just headed down there for the parties and hanging out at the bars and just wanted to soak up the atmosphere. 248-539-9797. David, what about you? You taking the boys down there?
I plan to. There will probably be some things for
You
work.
guys gonna be Steelered up?
We're all going to be.
They don't like the Steelers.
I think we're all going to be working during the draft.
Right. So my dilemma right now is doing that and then trying to get to them before the draft starts Thursday or Friday. It's like I don't know what I can do, but I will attempt to get them down there. I want them to experience everything down there, see the entire atmosphere, at least 2 of the nights.
Because I gotta figure, probably Saturday, if that's going to be the day, if you want to go down there.
Correct.
You probably could get in the theater and really experience everything without, because if you take your kids down on Thursday, and you get that one that's, Daddy, I want to go home. No, you don't.
Well, here's what I won't take the youngest. I will not take the youngest. But the 2 oldest, I haven't spoken to my wife yet, but they're probably skipping school Friday. They're probably going to be at work with me because I want them to see the draft.
All right. So just no education whatsoever. Wow.
They're doing great in school. They can miss a day. Hopefully there's no test.
Well, for Thursday, if one of Canton High School's own gets drafted in the first round. So that's a kind of cool thing.
It is knowing, it is. You're right.
So 248-539-9797. What are you most looking forward to for this NFL draft experience that's coming down to Detroit? We're going to get your phone calls, your ticket text next. 97.1.
By the way, for those who've been following us, because earlier in the program we brought you the news that we work with two degenerates, Kenny Cott and Evan Jenkins, who are betting spring training baseball, and they took the Tigers plus 150. Unfortunately, the Braves now lead 2-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Still got time, Kenny. Try hard is not up to bat yet. You still got time in the 9th. You can win this thing.
I love Joey Wentz. This is hilarious.
He only gave up the first run.
I know.
Some other guy, Genther, gave up the second run.
I just like the look of disgust on Kenny's face right now.
Yeah, Tigers have 3 errors, and
Milk
one of
was
them
a
led to
bad
the second row.
Milk was a bad choice, my friend. All right. Draft is coming here in this, next month. Next month, 25th through 27th, downtown Detroit. Free Press put a map of what's going on, and I just want to know, what are you guys looking forward to about the draft? Are you going to the actual theater to watch the names being called? Is it your draft experience where you're just going to go down there, have some fun with your kids or your boys or whoever? You want the party situation? You just want to be in downtown Detroit and just soak up the atmosphere, because this is the first time we've ever had the NFL draft in our town.
I think it's going to be awesome. I think people are going to love it. I do worry about one thing, because we do have a lot of bad luck around here. God, please, no freaking rain.
Oh, the Super Bowl, the weather was nice.
I told these guys last year on the show when they got announced or whatever it was, I told them we weren't going to have rain. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
You also got us Cade Cunningham, David.
Oh, my bad.
He's good. He's just like the weather. It's just not great.
So, 248-539-9797. Dave, we got any ticket text?
Sure do. Stoney, you mentioned the other NFL cities that are close enough. Well, this isn't an NFL city, but they're coming in. Very excited. Flying in from Utah.
Oh, really?
Going with a couple of my buddies. Also catching a Tigers game on Friday night before night 2.
Wait.
Yes. Why would the Tigers be home?
The Tigers, wow,
are home that weekend.
Well, you're missing something else that may happen that weekend. And let me read this text to tell you.
Oh.
It's going to be crazy downtown during the draft. The Tigers with a home game on Friday afternoon and Saturday night, and likely the Red Wings' first home playoff game Friday or Saturday. Woo!
And then, wait. When does the regular season end, Kenny? I think
April 18th.
Oh, really? You're right then. Oh,
and they won't be the better seed, so
No,
they get
they
3
won't
and
get
4. So there you go.
Wow. Fun. All right.
You might as well park in Pontiac, people.
But here's the thing. At that point, this is what Detroiters have always wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple things going on at once, where you got the Tigers, you got the Wings, you got the draft, you got everything except for the Pistons.
Right.
Because, maybe they'll just cancel the rest of the season right now.
I think their regular season will be over by then anyway.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
Yes, or indirectly it will.
Well,
be.
maybe the Crews will have a playoff game.
Yeah, we'll see. You said you're worried about the rain. Well, someone texts in and says, "Well, don't worry about the rain, but it'll probably snow for the draft."
No, because they did it
that's
smart.
late
They
April.
did it at the end of April,
Right.
so chances are you may get like 60 degrees,
Yeah.
sunny, partly cloudy.
No, snow's reserved for opening day, Hatchet. You know that.
Very much so. That'll be the end of March then.
Which I've never understood. Why do we play opening day in the North in March or at the beginning of April?
Right. Well, at least they're on the road for 2 in warm weather cities like Chicago and New York is where they start.
Right. You get Miggy hitting the home run in the snow. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, there's not a possibility of snow in Chicago or New York.
I
is
know,
there?
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, imagine if, too bad, like Major League Baseball doesn't have teams that, play in the South or in a dome.
Indoors, yeah.
Right. The first month, the northern teams, no, you guys aren't playing it. We'll fix it somewhere in the year, but no. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Doesn't make sense. My friend is flying in from Great Britain to come see the draft. That is Matt in Livonia. Someone else is saying, just ride the queue line. It'll get you anywhere you need to go for the draft.
Yeah. Mhm. So the people mover.
Yeah, but wow, it's going to be a busy weekend.
Yeah, it is.
The Tigers. Wow.
Well, if they
and
win,
possibly the Wings.
the Wings, hopefully they would make it like a Saturday night game if they have to play that weekend.
If it's Saturday, yes, because the draft would be going on starting at noon and
Right.
it'll finish by 6
Mhm.
or something like that. So, yeah, that'll be the best bet. But you can't control it if it's Friday. If it's Friday, there's nothing you can do. So, we'll see.
Kenny, we need a rally. Down 3 heading into the top of the 9th here.
Bills Mafia will be coming to see the draft. Can't wait to break some chairs.
I've never understood that at all. They're crazy. Like, why do they jump off tables? No one's ever explained that to me.
Well, why do Raider fans wear like outfits with like
Because
spikes on
Stoney,
their
they
shoulders?
don't have all the chromosomes.
Oh, well, okay. Then
They don't.
I asked the question. You gave me the answer.
Right there, it's a special person for a Raiders fan. I do wonder which fan base is going to take over Detroit, or will Detroit Lions take over this thing?
The Lion fans will take over, but don't underestimate the team that will probably have the number 1 pick in the draft, and they also have number 9 at this point.
Oh, Chicago.
There'll be a lot of Bear fans here.
You think so?
Oh, with the number 1 pick in the draft and the 9th, absolutely.
See, I would figure the Bills would show up because it's not that far, kind of
Right.
like Chicago,
Right.
And they're crazy. I figured Cleveland would show up.
Correct. We didn't even mention them. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati's not that far.
Do the Steelers fans travel, David?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
travel.
Really?
Yes, they do.
They're trying to find a real NFL team to watch.
Wow.
No, they're going to watch the real NFL team wherever they go.
Okay. Kenny Pickett.
Man,
coming
that's
to your
tough
stadium.
one. Someone is saying with everything going on in April, then April in the D is back. Andrew in D.C.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Andrew? Good call on that. You're right. It is April in the D. But, yeah. No, that's going to be a really busy weekend. So, yeah, just wondering what you guys were most excited about. Was it the actual draft experience? Because the one time the Lions don't have a top 10 pick, which is good, but it would have been great because that person would have been a celebrity right then and there. I mean, it would have been that Cade Cunningham moment of putting on the buffs, wheeling them off to go get a Coney Island, and they would have just become Detroit right there on the spot.
So Thursday night, the draft starts at what? Like first pick is like 7:15, something like that, or 8?
No, I thought
think
it was
it's
closer to 8. Yeah.
8. So the Lions at 29, they'll be picking at like 11:30.
Yes.
It's 10 minutes per pick, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Someone is wondering and worried that by the time the Lions pick that no one will be there. No, they'll be there.
No, no. But the thing is, you don't know if the Lions are going to select. So you may, if you're a Lions fan, you may just be down there watching everybody else in the first round. And then right when pick 29 comes up, Raj comes on the stage and says, "There's been a trade. The Lions have moved down to the second round. See you guys tomorrow." Now, at that point, everybody just files out of that place.
I just hope they keep the subway open. Oh, no, that's right. We don't have it.
But yeah, if the Lions trade down, I feel sorry for whoever gets picked 30th and 31st and 32nd. There'll be nobody there because all the fans will just take off and leave, knowing, we don't pick until tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, they can hop on the subway.
Well, actually, no, because you'll be there because the 49ers, if there's no trade, 49ers are at 31 and the Chiefs are at 32.
They haven't had a first round pick in years. So
Do you really think Lions fans want to stay there and watch the 49ers draft?
No, they want to sit and watch Rico's reaction. That's what they want to do.
At 31, you just take who's the best person on it. Right. There's no reaction. It's
I know.
This guy, all right, fine, sure, whatever. We'll see what happens. So yeah, the draft is coming February, April 25th through 27th, downtown Detroit. The map is out there. You can go check it out on the Free Press on their website if you want to take a look. Talk a little more NFL. What we got, David? A mock draft?
No, we have the worst trades in NFL history.
Ooh.
I wonder why. I wonder why. Let's ride. 97.1. So in lieu of Russell Wilson and what happened out in Denver, David has come up with some of the worst trades in football or sports.
Just football, the NFL.
Just football. All right.
So we'll see if Russell Wilson gets placement on this list here. But let's start here with number 7. You all probably remember this. The Cardinals trade into the top 10 for Josh Rosen.
Oh.
So the Cardinals were looking to add a quarterback in 2018. They saw Baker Mayfield go number 1. Sam Darnold then went. Josh Allen then went. They decided to trade up. So Steve Kimes, the general manager, sent the 15th pick, the 79th pick, the 152nd pick to the Raiders for Josh Rosen. He said he had a rookie year of 11 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, a dismal 66.7 quarterback rating. He was so bad, he lasted just 1 season with them. They replaced him with Kyler Murray.
I remember that. He only had 1 season, and they just said they were smart. We're going to pull the plug. Now, did they really pull the plug? Because Kyler Murray ain't lighting up the world either. I mean, he doesn't even like football, but that's their
the biggest problem with Kyler Murray is the contract. He's not a bad player. He's just not 1-1.
No, he's not
a drafted.
He is a bad player, Tony. He doesn't. I mean, when you have to build in the contract, I need you to study the playbook.
I understand that.
I'm not paying you that much money.
But he's better than Josh Rosen.
Yeah, okay, fair.
But let me also give you this. There is a quarterback they passed on who's won 2 MVPs. His name is Lamar Jackson.
They did.
So they traded up.
But everybody passed on Lamar.
That's very true. Very true.
Because Baltimore ended up trading back into the first round and got him with the last pick of the first round, I believe.
Yes, that was pick number 32. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Next
and
trade.
That's 8.
That's 7. That's number 7. Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh, boy.
Number 6, quarterback that I know well, played for my Steelers. Why did he play for my Steelers? Because the Bears traded up to get him and he was trashed. That was Mitchell Trubisky. They traded up to get him. I believe they moved up from number 3 to number 2.
They traded with the 49ers.
Traded with the 49ers, gave up a boatload to get him. He had a 87.2 QB rating his entire year in Chicago, was 29-21 there. That was bad.
I just think going to Chicago is almost like the kiss of death.
Oh, I know.
Because they're going to have another swing at this, and it's almost like you want to do the opposite. Whoever that you say, this is the guy we should take, let's take the other guy.
They can't pass on Caleb just because they've made mistakes in the past.
Sign Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields.
Yeah, and we all know the 2 quarterbacks they passed on that trade up for Mitchell Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. So,
well,
we'll be hearing from Deshaun Watson a little bit, I assume.
Deshaun Watson was he was good until let's go to number 5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5, Colts trade a first-round pick for running back Trent Richardson. Now, Trent Richardson was drafted in the 2013 draft by the Cleveland Browns. He had 3.6 yards per carry in his first year, 12 total touchdowns, 1,300 scrimmage yards. And they decided not good enough. They traded him 2 games into his second season, and the Colts gave up a first-round pick. He finished his career in Indianapolis averaging just 3.1 yards per carry and compiling 977 rushing yards.
Was he a Bama running back? Yes.
High draft pick and then flopped in the NFL.
Shocker. Running back doesn't pan out in the NFL.
Number 4, the Saints trade their entire draft for running back
Ricky Williams. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
To the Redskins. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mike Ditka and the cigar, and the ultimate I'm smarter than you smug moment. You losers can sit here and draft. We've already got our guy.
He didn't have a horrible career. He did rush for more than 10,000 yards in his career, but the problem with him is that he didn't really want to play football anymore.
I was about to say, I don't think the drop is on here. Stephen A. Smith saying, stay off the weed.
So it's traded by the Redskins as the first-round pick, number 5 overall, to the Saints for the 12th selection, which didn't bite him, was Cade McNown. The third round pick was Dwayne Bates. A 4th-round pick, Nate Simpson. They got a guy named Kari Samuel, Desmond Clark, 7th-round pick, and, of course, the first-round pick the following year in 2000, which was LeVar Arrington, and the 3rd-round pick, some guy named Lloyd Harrison.
Yeah, they traded away everything.
Yeah.
For a guy who didn't even like football. Kind of like Kyler Murray.
Correct. The next on the list, number 3 on the list.
There were 3 worse than that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, would you consider this worse than that? They're putting the Russell Wilson trade on here to the Denver Broncos. That was worse than Ricky Williams?
Oh, well, the Russell Wilson, because of the money, could be might be number 1.
The money, the picks, like they gave up a lot.
Yeah, they gave him $242.6 million was the deal.
Right.
They signed to him.
Yeah. So you know what?
Plus, look at all the picks they gave up. Plus, they gave up Noah Fant, who's a pretty good player as well.
Yeah, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, Noah Fant, 4th-round selection, 2 second-round picks, 2 first-round picks as well. So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Number 2 on the list, a trade that is dear to your heart, Rico. 49ers trade up for QB Trey Lance, the North Dakota State product who didn't play much because of COVID. Didn't play much because of other things, and they said, so what? And they traded up for him.
It is why I do agree with Brad Holmes when I need to look at your tape. I'm not drafting somebody based off of potential, off of what they can do.
And almost like a manufactured COVID game.
Right. Oh, no, it wasn't almost. It was a manufactured COVID game. He played one game to show off what he could do against a nobody team. He lit it up, and that was it. And I was very hesitant. I remember Cookies used to tell me that entire year, you got to play Trey Lance. I was like, he's awful. No, you don't have to play Trey Lance.
Let him learn it.
They didn't. They avoided him at all cost, and they traded him away, and they made up for it because they went out and got a quarterback in the bargain bin DVD bin and Brock Purdy. Worked out.
Yeah, we'll get to number 1 in a second. Off topic, but since we're on that, it will be interesting to look back at that draft. That having a COVID season and how many busts you see in the first round because there was not a lot of football. Will be interesting to go back and look at that.
Well, that
one
was
day.
Jeff Okudah.
Yes.
No, that was Sewell.
No, I'm sorry. That was Penei Sewell's
that
draft.
Was Sewell.
That was Trevor Lawrence, Zach
Micah
Wilson,
Parsons didn't play
Kyle
either.
Pitts, Jamar Chase.
Yeah, it was a good draft actually.
Yeah. Micah Parsons. Yeah, he also had question marks going into the draft. And then the final.
I think I know what
trade.
this one is.
What do you got?
It's got to be the Herschel Walker deal.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Herschel Walker deal.
It is the Herschel Walker deal because of everything that Dallas got in return, and they won championships because of what they received in return.
They got some players that they had to cut on purpose. That was part of the deal, and they ended up because of a trade down. Actually, they had a deal with the Steelers to move up from 21 to 17 to draft Emmitt Smith. Mm-hmm. There was also, they got other players like Russell Maryland with a first-round pick.
Got Russell
Alonzo
Maryland,
Highsmith, Kevin Smith, Darren Woodson, among others.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
So yeah.
However, I'm stunned there's one that's not in this list. And it's the most, well, it's not the most current. The Russell Wilson trade is more current. But it's the Deshaun Watson trade. I mean, Houston traded Deshaun Watson and a 2024 6th-round pick, okay, for 2022 first-round pick, 13th overall, that ended up being Jordan Davis. A 2022 fourth-round pick, 107, ended up being Dameon Pierce. A 2023 first-round pick, 12th overall, that ended up, due to some trades, Jahmyr Gibbs. A 2023 third-round pick at 73, Jalen Hyatt. And a number 1 this year and a number 4 this year. How is that not on the list? Plus,
because he
the
still
money.
has time to actually go out there. Okay, didn't mean to hit that.
Whoa! Oh,
I didn't.
very.
That was a mistake.
No, he just massaged them. He just got massages.
Was a mistake. Did not mean to hit that button.
Perfect drop.
You are right. There is still time. I think that's good enough right there.
No. But here's the thing, David. No, it was 2020 was the Okudah draft.
The 2021 draft was the Trey Lance draft.
Right.
No, but I'm saying the COVID draft.
But
you
no,
said
the
you want to
COVID
know
was
how
the-
many
they played.
No, COVID was 2020 season.
Yeah, the
So the draft was
2021
21
draft. Yeah,
No, 2020 draft. There was nobody around.
they played in the 19.
They played in 19.
Yeah.
They didn't play in 20, and the draft was 21.
Okay, I got you. Okay, no. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you now. Okay, all right.
And that is in football today.
You want that career in radio, your TV, graphic design, artist with Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. You hear what we do on the air, and you're like, you know what? I want to do that. Well, how about this? Get out of the basement and let's go take some courses and get you prepared for that radio career, or you're a graphic design artist. You want to own your own business. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications programs taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield, Michigan, on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly. And with that, you're going to get a hands-on approach with the expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. You know what the funny thing is? We just did the Blitz talking about the worst trades ever. Russell Wilson is going to get $39 million from the Broncos. He's going to try to start someplace, play for $1 million.
Yeah.
Stoney, I don't think anybody's going to take him as a starter.
Oh, I disagree. There are
are
teams that are dying to have a starting quarterback. Say what you want about Russell Wilson, okay? He's weird. He's wacky. He might not be great for the locker room. But as a one-year
you just told me everything of why I shouldn't be worried about trying to take Russell Wilson.
Well, it's not for everybody, but for
as a starter.
As a bridge for a year, especially if you're drafting a rookie, why not? What was he, 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year? He wasn't horrible. He wasn't the Russell Wilson we saw in Seattle when he, went to 2 Super Bowls. He's not a horrible player.
So you think you're going to see him again next year?
Yeah, I think the Raiders, possibly the Steelers, teams like that.
David?
Possibly Atlanta.
I've seen a report today that the Steelers are not interested in bringing in Russell Wilson, which makes me happy.
I'm sure. But the Vikings, maybe, if Cousins goes somewhere else, he could be there for a year.
See, I think if you take Russell Wilson, Stoney, you're telling your fan base, don't expect much. We're going to have a mid season.
But if you're going to draft a rookie quarterback, you're telling them not to expect much either.
Right, but a rookie quarterback means that, okay, this year we're going to suffer. Maybe we get lightning in a bottle. We get that C.J. Stroud type of thing, and we get it. Chances are it's going to be more like Bryce Young, where you're just going to be bad all year long, and you'll be back in the draft trying to get him some more toys. But if you take Russell Wilson, what are you telling your fan base? We're not trying. We're going to punt on getting a quarterback until next season.
We're taking a shot on him, being good again, and he was. I wouldn't say great or good. He was okay last year, like I said.
Who do you think has a better season next year, him or Deshaun Watson?
Deshaun Watson, and part of that is because of the defense that Cleveland has.
No, I'm just saying. But Deshaun Watson, when he did play, it's only so many games where you could claim you're rusty.
Yeah.
After a while, maybe it's gone. Right. You're just not any good anymore.
It's possible. I just think we're so quarterback starved in this league that somebody with that touchdown to interception ratio, somebody will have him as a starter.
Because I got to think that Cousins, Fields, Baker Mayfield, you're going to try and go after those 3 guys if you needed a quarterback.
Correct, but who's going to take their place? That's my point.
Well, here, let me also add this, though. There's a report out here that he's willing to take the minimum.
Right.
So if you're willing to take the minimum versus paying a Cousins $40 million or Baker $40 million, what are you choosing if you're maybe Atlanta or New England?
You're willing to take the minimum, but what are you going to get from him? I mean, did Sean Payton just emasculate this man? Remember, he undressed him here at Ford Field, and it got caught on camera.
Yes.
And you knew right then and there
it was over.
This isn't gonna work. It's like when you watch those movies with a singing group, and this was the day that the band broke up. That day, you knew he just lit him up, and then really didn't apologize. Was like, yeah, Russell knew why I was angry at him. I don't think he has anything left. You could take him for $1 million, but if you're the Falcons, if you're the Raiders, if you're a team out there, I don't think you're going to get anything. I think you want one of those other guys, and I think if you don't, you're just going to – that's when you draft a Bo Nix and say, well, at least they're new and they're fresh and maybe they'll work out. I think Russell's run his course. He's weird. He does weird things. I think basically, I think Pete Carroll hit a lot of warts. It was kind of like Antonio Brown. When he was with the Steelers, you didn't know how crazy he was.
Mm-hmm.
Your organization, David, covered up a lot of things, and once that they were gone, he wasn't underneath them, you're like, wow, he's not as great as I thought he was. I think that's the same with Seattle. Seattle protected the world from Russell. And now that happened, Denver, they had the 3rd worst trade in NFL history. I still say that I mean, because the Dallas Cowboys actually got players for Herschel Walker, that I can understand why that was number one, but I don't. Because here's the thing: if he doesn't play anymore, I don't see him making it to the Hall of Fame. Like he needed probably a couple of more seasons to solidify that spot.
That I agree with you, but I just think there will be at least one team, because all it takes is one. I'll say, you know what? We'll suck it up for a year, whether we have a young quarterback backing it up or not. Where I don't have to spend a what load of money on a quarterback, and I can use that money to build with young players who, younger free agent players out there as well.
Just something to look out for.
I'm not a fan of his either, but I think, there's.
Would you bring him here as a backup?
No, because I'm not convinced he fits here. The way they care about that stuff here.
And that's why I don't think that he's going to make it anywhere. Because think about it. You're telling me for $1 million, you can have him as a backup QB. Guy who won a Super Bowl, and you're like, yeah, we're good.
For a I thought you meant.
No, for a backup.
Oh.
No, not to replace Jared Goff. No.
No, as
to replace Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
You bring him here? Backup?
Yeah.
I'm not sure he can be a backup. I'm not sure he can be a long-term backup.
You know what? Here's the thing. Do you want to be in the league? Because he's going to be swallowing his pride in a minute.
Yeah, but he got he's got enough money to not be a backup for a year.
He can't sit out. I don't think he can sit out. I don't think his wife wants him to sit out. I don't think
he'll
he's
be on
depends
TV.
what she left.
He'll be on TV then.
Yeah.
He'll still leave the house.
I don't know if he'll be on TV.
Oh, all these streaming stuff? Yeah, he'll be on TV.
Oh, okay. But I mean, like the main.
No, he won't be on CBS
Amazon,
sitting at the table or
the
Amazon
Thursday night game.
Well, he can't be on Amazon because Richard Sherman and him don't like each other. So that can't work.
So where are we going?
He can be on, I don't know, the Peacock. Peacock is looking for some stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of things out there, man.
Oh, David, I think
FanDuel TV. I don't know.
I think we've, as boys to men, we've hit the end of the road. All right. Caitlin Clark, hottest thing in basketball right now. She's drawing big time numbers. Got a question for you next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Emmanuel Mosley will be back with the Lions next year thanks to a new one-year deal. According to Adam Schefter today, he made his Detroit debut in Week 5 before quickly tearing his ACL for the second time against the Panthers. Detroit City Council will hear an updated plan today involving the upcoming NFL Draft footprint set to be hosted by the city in late April. Campus Marshes, Cadillac Square, and Hart Plaza are all expected to be central to the event. The NHL trade deadline quickly approaching this Friday at 3. Derek Lalonde told the media today they're confident in whatever Steve Yzerman decides to do as well. The Pistons back on the hardwood tonight against the Miami Heat. Monty Williams still tinkering at the lineup. Tip is set for 7:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lastly, EA Sports has experienced a high volume of college football athletes opting into their relaunched video game. Arch Manning, not one of them, though. He said he's focused on playing football on the field instead. Players who choose to opt in receive a $600 likeness stipend. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just really got that wave the white flag. 4 o'clock. Stoney sitting in for me. Mike will be back tomorrow.
I'm sitting in with you, not for you. That's
sitting
Friday.
in with me. Yes.
That's Friday.
Friday,
Monday.
you're sitting in for me.
Yes.
Sitting in with me right now.
Mm-hmm.
Stoney, over the weekend, and we talked about this earlier in the show, and if you missed anything part of the show, we talked about Kenny and Evan throwing away their money as they bet on the Tigers, and Tigers lost.
Yes, 3-0.
You can use the Odyssey rewind button. But during that time, I said that one of the things that I used to bet on before she became a household name was Caitlin Clark in Iowa basketball.
Was this last year or this year? Or only
2
this
years
year?
ago.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, I was just like, she just keeps hitting. Like, she would just put up points like nobody's business, like 30 games, 30 points, 40 points. Like, she would just put up points. So, you put money on her, and she was money in the bank. She broke a record. She got the record on Sunday, and she became the all-time scorer. She passed Pistol Pete Maravich record. Now that, I won't get into that because he didn't have three-point lines. And he did it in 3 years. But the performance was watched by 3.4 million people tuned in to watch her play this game.
Over the weekend, it was the biggest women's basketball television audience since 1999.
I think it was UConn played Tennessee in that game. So, yeah, it was watched. I think in the men's sport, it was MSU, Arizona, and that's only because the Lions lead in on Thanksgiving Day helped them get that high number because so many people were still hungover watching the Lions lose to the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
It leads you to wonder because I wanted to go see her live.
So did I, and I bitched about it where here locally, both Michigan and Michigan State played Iowa each once, and both in Iowa City.
Right, on the road.
So we never got to see Caitlin Clark this season at the Brez or at the Christ.
Sold out. A buddy of mine, we were watching when they played Michigan State. We were watching on Peacock, which actually turned out to be a really good game. She hit the game-winning three-point shot at the buzzer for a walk-off victory. But, yeah, we wanted to go see her. The women's Big Ten tournament completely sold out. So if you're thinking about going to Minneapolis, forget about it. Tickets are gone. You're going to have to pay a lot of money on the aftermarket to get in there. Kind of leads you, the question I have for you is, we wanted to see her play. Who's the best athlete that you've seen play college hoops, men or women? But who was that athlete that you were like, you know what? I got to go see this person play. This person is different than any other person. And I'll even make the exception. For me, there was one guy, he was never going to make it in college, but I did have to go see him play in high school because I kept hearing about how good this kid was. And he was worth the drive, and now I see why people said he was never going to make it. That was LeBron James.
Yeah.
LeBron James, he couldn't play in a high school gym. I think this was at it was at Cleveland State. They played at Cleveland State.
Was that the one where it was LeBron against, I think it was Deion Harris, local kid?
They did have a matchup. I don't.
Yes, it was on a Sunday afternoon.
That was talked about in my high school for days after.
Yes, and I almost went, and I didn't, and just LeBron just destroyed him.
You saw that there was a difference between the number one, and I think Deion was either number 2 or number 3, but there was a big gap between the two. And no. LeBron clearly. But for me, I would say it was probably Zion. Zion phenomenon. I got to see Zion up close in person twice that year.
Well, here's the thing about Caitlin Clark. And 248-539-9797. Accept the team that you follow closely.
Right.
So Michigan State in this case, okay? And I pay attention pretty much to Michigan as well, and the Big Ten. But if you are a sports fan, not a college basketball fan, you're not up until 1:30 in the morning watching Pac-12 like Valenti, okay? Where he knows a lot of the players. What player in the past, 10 years, 20 years, did you sit there and say, God, that's the impact? And Zion was the one we can. The only other one I could think of was a year before Zion. That's Trae Young, because he was doing pretty cool things at the time. Okay, but you look at the number 1 draft choices over the year. I mean, Blake Griffin. There was nothing really that special about him in college. It's so different. Everybody, male or female, want to see Caitlin Clark play, and she's on a team that chances are will not win the national championship, but chances are won't even win the Big Ten championship. They have a really good chance at that, but they're not the best team in the Big Ten.
No, you think, I guess maybe Victor Wembanyama, which ironically enough, his first game that he came and he played his debut game, even though it was at 10 o'clock during the week, drew less than what Caitlin Clark just drew for that. But Caitlin Clark she's a draw, Stoney, and I think it's even the casual basketball person needs to see, and you're like, wow, she really does hit logo threes, and she really is that good.
And then the casual sports fan, how many players do you even know that's not on your team or teams, okay? And look, I don't follow it like I used to. And like I said, I don't follow it like you or even Mike. So aside from the Big Ten guys, okay, who are we talking about?
Stoney, most people couldn't tell you a person that's on UConn's team.
Oh, you're right.
UConn's number 1.
Okay, so Baycott of North Carolina, because he's played for 7 years, right? Or whatever. All right, that's basically it. Drew Timme, he's gone finally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are very few players that America even knows, and we have a big tournament coming up that everybody's going to be betting on, filling out brackets. Everybody knows Caitlin Clark.
Yep. No one knows anybody on Houston's team.
Right.
The coach, Calvin Sampson.
Right.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But Houston, you don't know anybody. You don't know anybody on Arizona's team. Kansas, because it's Hunter Dickinson.
Right.
So know him because he played at Michigan and you follow him in the Big Ten.
Yes.
But you don't know him. But everybody knows when you see Caitlin Clark out there, that's her. Mm-hmm. She's for real. She's legit. And she gets eyeballs. And it's the funny thing is, Fox, I think, put out a tweet kind of saying, hey, don't you want to go back for your graduate's degree because she makes them money?
Yeah, they would have given her a special NIL, is the rumor. I mean, she's already Bobo's with Jake from State Farm, right?
Right.
I mean, so And the I give her credit. I mean, she doesn't need the money now because she's making a lot of endorsements. But if you're going to, compare apples to apples, the money she can make in the WNBA with their contracts as opposed to what she can make in college and NIL. College, she can make more money because the WNBA doesn't pay that much money.
It doesn't, but she probably will have more endorsement deals.
Yeah, probably especially depending on which team
she'll make the money. Yeah, she'll make the money up in Coke or Pepsi or something like that, where she'll go out there and get that money as well.
And what I really like about her, as far as on the floor, besides the 6 shots she makes. She, I believe, is like one of the only people who have all these points with like tons of assists.
Oh, yeah.
She's a team player.
Stoney, I think she had 5 assists before she scored her first point on Sunday.
Yeah.
So everybody was there to watch her score, and she made sure she fed all of her teammates, and they got in there. So, who's in the last 10 years, who's that basketball player that you heard about, didn't play for your local team, but you had to make it your point to see this person play in person?
There's not too many. And the other thing I'd really be interested in hearing from our male audience, if you're a father, do your kids, boys or girls, is Caitlin Clark must-see TV for you because of your kids?
Yeah, 248-539-9797. And just know this, Stoney, she'll probably get her own shoe. So that's how she's going to make her money.
And Evan will wear it.
Evan will wear it. Yeah. Because
he'll at least buy it. Maybe.
Yes.
If it's Nike, he'll buy it.
Well, what's her name has a shoe, doesn't she? Sabrina, the one who went against
Ionescu?
Ionescu. She went against Steph Curry. And there's some guys that wear that shoe, I believe.
So 248-539-9797. Who's that player that you had to see in the last 10 years? And for you people out there, how big of an impact of watching Caitlin Clark? Is she drawing new fans? Is she drawing your kids in to watch her? Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love. Look, now that football is over, it gives me a chance to catch up on some of my favorite shows. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That means that that means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, who's being tagged and who's not being tagged. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second. Enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. So we're asking the question. Have you gotten caught up in the whole Caitlin Clark that you wanted to watch her live? Because, yeah, both Stoney and I wanted to see her live. Neither of the local teams had Iowa at home because Stoney, after watching her that night, me and my buddy were like, yeah, we're going to go. We ended up going to watch the Michigan State women's game instead. Not the same, but she sold out every place that she is going. All the Iowa games sold out. Big Ten tournament, women's tournaments completely sold out. Who's that person in the last 10 years or so that you absolutely wanted to go see play, men or women's basketball?
And if there's anybody else who considers themselves like an expert on women's hoops, because I don't, I think she's the greatest shooter, obviously, of all time. But is she the greatest player?
No.
Where does she compare to, I don't know, even Sabrina and Ionescu, Diana Taurasi,
Sabrina's not close.
Lisa Leslie.
It's Maya Moore.
Okay.
Maya Moore from UConn.
Okay.
Played in the WNBA for the Minnesota team.
The Lynx.
She is and was amazing. She doesn't play anymore.
Right.
She's retired. But she was outstanding.
Did she like fall in love with some dude who was in prison?
She helped him get out of prison and fell in love with him. Yep. So she's retired and living her best life.
Good.
But yeah, I don't think anybody can top Maya Moore in my mind.
Okay.
I mean, you can go way back to Lisa Leslie, or
right.
you can go
Cheryl
way
Miller.
back to Cheryl Miller, but we're not doing that.
No,
okay?
I know. I mean, Lynette Woodard and we're not.
I was gonna say her or Cheryl Miller. I mean, she was better than Reggie.
She was better than Reggie.
And even Reggie would admit, yeah, she was better. They used to cheer her name and do the cheer, your sister's better. Yeah, Cheryl is better at games. And it was
that's why he couldn't go to USC. He needed to go somewhere else so he could make his own name.
Yeah.
Because he was not going to be better than her at that university.
No, not at all. But no, I think it's going to be one of those things kind of like the whole LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, who's the best. But I think as far as shooting wise, I think it puts her in that category almost like a Steph Curry, where she's a show.
Right.
When you go see her, it's just not going to be a regular shot. Even the shot when she got the Big Ten record, when she did the logo shot against Michigan, and they put a little plaque right there on the court where she made that shot. That's what makes her so fun. It's like watching Steph Curry. When you see him dribbling, man, and effortlessly just pulls up from half court and just starts running down the court before the ball goes into the net.
Can I give you a name? And I know I don't want to nerd out here because I watch a lot of women's basketball, but I want to give you a name here that you might want to pay attention to, and they'll be joining the Big Ten.
The one, okay. I thought you were talking about the girl from Notre Dame.
No, she's good too. But Juju Watkins.
Yeah. She's not in Notre Dame?
No, she's at USC.
Okay.
And since they'll be joining the Big Ten, there's plenty of opportunity for people around here to watch her play. She's not a logo shooter like Caitlin Clark, but she's a scorer. And she's amazing. She's only a freshman. And people are already wondering if she can break the scoring record. Already, she's doing things like that. Yes. Scoring a lot of points this year.
That's going to be interesting.
I told you I'm a nerd with women's basketball.
No, that's okay. You know what? Look, I don't particularly love it, but fundamentally, it's better than the men's game. And college basketball, I'm sure you guys have talked about it, has become, for whatever reason, whether it's guys leaving early, I don't know, it's almost in certain cases unwatchable. And women's basketball, now, we don't get to see the dregs on TV, or, let's say, for lack of a better, who knows, like Minnesota playing, I don't know, Illinois. I have no idea if those teams are any good. That's probably a bad watch.
We'll put it like this. When it comes down to the women's tournament, if you get a South Carolina going up against Iowa,
oh, yeah,
I'm watching.
Yeah.
Staley's got that team. They haven't lost.
Oh, if Clark goes up against Angel Reese again?
Oh, I think that's the game that everybody wants to see, that game. And hopefully Angel Reese will even be playing in this game because her and her coach don't like each other. So.
Well, I don't blame her for not liking her. Meaning Kim Milton.
So, but yeah, just but
Kim Mulkey.
This year, women's game is taking over because most people, unless you're following, Michigan State, the Big Ten, Zach Edey, but
that's it.
but most people have no idea who else is out there. Maybe Filipowski for Duke.
Right.
But that's only if you're a strong Duke fan.
Right.
But you can put people in the lineup and they're like, oh, that's that guy. What's his name? Yeah, I don't know. You show Caitlin, everybody knows who Caitlin is.
Mm-hmm.
David, any ticket text before we get to the phone calls?
Yeah, we got a lot of names coming in here. We got Steph Curry coming in here, which is expected. Trey Burke was the GOAT to watch. Andrew in a truck. Another player they're bringing up is I saw Chris Webber play in high school. He was so much better on so many levels than everybody else. I loved watching him play.
That's another
Country
thing we
Day,
were almost
yeah.
going to talk to. Was in our prep for yesterday and today because the men's high school tournament's going on. Who's the best high school player you ever saw? And Weber has to be up there with many people's opinions around here.
Now, this name is coming up in this text, and I would have never thought this name would come up when you're talking about this. I went to UMass my freshman year of college. Marcus Camby was a superstar, and I enjoyed watching him play every minute at UMass. Never thought that name would come up, though.
No, but Marcus Camby in the NBA was not the same Marcus. Like, there are some players, great college players, average or below average players
You know what
in
Chuck
the NBA.
Daly used to say? College basketball and pro basketball, they're two different sports.
Yeah. There are some guys that you're just like, what? This guy? And then it's the other way around because you still couldn't have told me at the time when watching the fire and ice duo of Sean Respert and Eric Snow. And I've told you, one will have a 15-year career in the NBA.
Sean Respert, right?
Right. Sean Respert, I mean, the way he shoots the three, gets everything done. He's the first guy that kissed the logo at the Breslin Center.
But in fairness, it was injuries that killed him.
No, it was injuries and sickness. But Eric Snow was the only point guard that I knew. In the final minute of the game, they would have to take him out. Stoney, he shot 35% from the free throw line.
Look, he played for the Sixers, okay? So I know he's incredible because he was such a poor free throw shooter in college, but he became a really good one in the NBA.
Yeah. It was like Eric Snow made it 15 years. Like, you couldn't have told me that. So, yeah. It's one of those things that, Marcus Camby was another one of those
He's bigger than
people.
you right now, by the way.
Eric's,
last picture I saw of Eric Snow.
Yeah, well, his son, Darius, plays for Michigan State.
I know.
Yeah, so, yeah. So, yeah, I've seen Eric at a few games. But, yeah, Darius Snow is the linebacker. Yeah, good genes from the Snow family.
Yes.
But, yeah, of all the Snows, that's not the Snow that I thought was going to make it. I thought his brother,
Percy,
would have made it in the league. But that's a whole nother story in and of itself. They got a big fight that happened. Killed his career.
You'll have to tell me off the air about that.
So 248-539-9797. Who's that person you got to see? Who is that person that in the past few years you made your way to go and see? We'll get your phone calls next. I promise. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers were shut out today 3-0 by the Braves, but there were some positives to take away. One of those was the availability of Kerry Carpenter, who collected his first hit of the spring. Reese Olson also looked as comfortable as he has all camp, allowing just a pair of hits and no walks while striking out 4. A.J. Hinch wants this year's team to take a different approach throughout the season, though. That audio courtesy Bally Sports Detroit yesterday, and with the trade deadline looming Friday, the Wings will head to Colorado tomorrow. It'll be the first game without Dylan Larkin, who suffered a lower body injury over the weekend in a blowout loss to the Panthers. And the boys basketball high school regionals kick off tonight, and D1 a pair of marquee games to watch as UD Jesuit takes on De La Salle and Cass Tech faces River Rouge. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Tag day in the NFL. We're going to keep you updated if anything big happens. But right now, we're talking about that player that you had to see play or you wanted to see play. Caitlin Clark is the latest one. Going to get your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Before I get to that, a buddy of mine sent me a text. Ja Morant.
Yeah.
Ja Morant in college, because I remember when he came out, it was like, okay, could this actually translate to the pros? And I was that I think it was me and Wojo may have been the only two, because I was like, man, if I was in the Pelicans, I would take Ja over Zion.
Oh, Wojo hated Zion.
Well, yeah, he's got something personal, but I was just like, I think that Ja is just going to be a better player. And they each have their own problems.
Yes.
But yeah. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. Lyle, you're on 97.1.
Hey there, good afternoon.
Hey, man.
Just wanted to, I'm going to sound like a sports hipster here, I think. I went to Appalachian State back before, when we were still like 1AA, so we were in the Southern Conference. And his sophomore year, I remember, because like we were a football school, no one at our school or many people in our conference cared about basketball at all until Davidson came to play, and they brought a little sophomore that year named Steph Curry. And he sold out all of our little 1AA basketball arenas. And then I think that sophomore year was the year he went on that crazy upset run in the tournament. And then, of course, the next year, everybody knew about Steph Curry, and everybody wanted to go see him play his junior year. I remember even as a sophomore.
Was that the year he played down at Ford Field? I think they played the Sweet 16.
I'm not sure. I was in North Carolina, so
okay.
I don't
No.
know.
Lyle, I think he played the Sweet 16 at Ford Field.
Yes.
And, yeah, he sold the joint out because everybody wanted to see this little skinny kid who could hit these logo threes.
If I'm not mistaken, LeBron was either in town or somewhere, and he went to the game just to see Steph Curry.
Yeah, so good call. Good call on that, Lyle. Appreciate it. Yeah. Steph Curry, David, I know you said you went down to see him when he played at Ford Field.
Yeah, when he was here for the 2008 regional.
Yeah.
He ended up being here. My then fiance, when she's talking my wife, bought the tickets for me because Steph was in. I had to see Steph. I had watched almost every Davidson game up until that point.
Well,
I wasn't driving to North Carolina.
No, but thank God he ended up playing here, because I brought tickets to that game thinking that MSU was going to be there, but they didn't. They underachieved. Tell me when you haven't heard that before.
Yeah, you know what? And it was interesting leaving the second night, then seeing that score for Michigan State as I'm leaving Ford Field, and I had a nice smile. That was interesting.
Who did they lose to?
Memphis, I believe it was.
Was that the Memphis game?
Yeah, I believe so.
Calipari was coaching Memphis.
Yeah, I think
they got destroyed.
They you know what they did?
Because the game was in Houston, I believe, wasn't it?
No, was it in Houston? Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, you know what it was? I was there with Woody. So yeah, it was. I was at Fox too. Yeah, it was over fast. Next thing you know, he put the freshmen in because it was like, yeah, we might as well just play these guys because we're down by 40. It was the guy from Detroit. was on Memphis?
Chris Douglas Roberts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tyus Edney was on that team.
Yes.
Not Tyus Edney. No.
It was Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
It was, Chris Douglas Roberts.
Edney's, way back at UCLA. Who am I thinking of? What the heck? Evans, Tyreek Evans, right? Wasn't that the kid? Didn't he go to
No,
Memphis?
he was not. I'm looking at it. No, he was not on that roster.
Okay, but he went to Memphis, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
Oh, my. That's an awful one.
Yeah, that's the game where he finished with the scoop.
Yes, he did.
I remember that. Joe, you're on 97.1.
How you doing? I would like to say Amani Bates for me, one of the greatest scorers. The way he was able to put that ball in the net, just nothing but net. One of the purest scorers I've seen play.
He's having a
Still
pretty
continue
good
to do it to this day.
He's having a good season in the G League.
Man, and the only reason he's not playing right now is because of a couple of guys in front of him are making a little bit too much money. But you talking about a steal that the Cavs got, crazy. Just to the Caitlin Clark thing before we disconnect. Caitlin Clark, she's a really good player, and I don't want to take anything from her, but if people are thinking she's going to be able to shoot the ball 40 times when she gets to the WNBA, it's going to be very sad for her. Very, very sad,
Joe,
like I said.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of the women in the WNBA probably are waiting to see, okay, who is this rookie who thinks she's bigger than the league? So, yeah, she's going to have to earn her keep.
But
the target she's going to have on her back from the first day she enters there, like I said, that when the fans start calling people the greatest scorer ever, you're just literally putting the target on that player's back.
But that's factual. I don't think we're calling her or anybody's calling her the greatest player ever. I mean, it's cool that she, is a team player. She passed. She's not a hog completely. She is the greatest shooter ever.
And I was about to say, Joe, to me, it's like watching Steph Curry. Steph Curry's not the greatest player ever, but he's entertaining to watch.
No, I wouldn't disrespect Steph like that. I would not do that. Steph will go down as one of the greatest shooters in the NBA history, and to just throw her name around like that, to throw her name next to Steph, I can't do that.
Well, but isn't it fair to say she's the greatest shooter in women's college basketball ever?
Look, it's hard to say when you have the green light to shoot the ball 30 and 40 times a game. I would hope that you can score 30 points. It's a mathematic game at that point. What I want to see is her getting deep into the offense, and her going against real talent. And you guys said something earlier. Let's not disrespect the women's national championship, Angela Reese, because when she went up against Caitlin Clark, she shut her down. So we got to put a little bit of respect on the national championship's name until someone dethrones her.
Angel Reese. Yeah, you're right. There are other players who might be better. And like I said, I don't think Iowa's going to win the national championship.
Iowa did not win the Big Ten regular season, and Ohio State is, I think, number 2 in the nation. So they're going to have a hard time trying to beat Ohio State. They'll probably be the championship game Sunday when they play, if they play each other. But no, I think it's entertaining to watch her shoot the ball. She's it is. I'm not saying she's the greatest ever, but yeah, there's certain people that are just, when they do something so well, and that's like I said, watching Steph, you'll never put in who's better, Steph or LeBron.
Right.
But because they're in 2 different categories.
She's shooting, for this year, she's shooting from the field 47%.
Yeah. So.
Okay, and 39% for threes. Pretty damn good.
It's not bad for someone that attempts a lot of shots there. So.
Right. You attempt a lot of shots because you make a lot of shots. So that's mathematics. Carl, you're on 97.1.
Mr. Beard, Mr. Stone, I was class of 1991 in high school, and me and my boy Warren, we used to follow Chris Webber around during senior year. We were the same class of 91. And it culminated with the shootout at the Palace versus Galen Rose and Southwestern. And it was just, he was like a man among boys. And when he would get that ball down the key, it's just, he just dunk it over everybody. You came out of your seats. It was really exciting. And I mean, that's how exciting the next year was when the Fab Five came together.
Look, he was obviously a great high school player. He was a great college player, and he was a really good, I wouldn't say
NBA
great
player.
NBA player. And he probably should have been better. You talk about, when you see him play in high school. When I worked at Channel 4, Weber was in 8th grade, I believe. And we did it. We heard about him. We sent Jim Burke. I don't know if you remember Jim Burke. We sent him to do a story on Chris Webber, who was playing Inkster Christian before he went to. And I'll never forget the line that Jim Burke used. And you see the video. You talk about, just dunking on. He was dunking on little kids, basically. And he called him a sequoia among saplings.
Yeah, you know who I thought had the possibility of doing that because I saw him in 9th grade was Josh Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Jackson everybody pegged him to be the next Chris Webber type. He was doing all of that stuff in the 9th grade because I normally, in cover recruiting, I'm like, I don't do 9th graders but I saw him, was like, this kid has the possibility to be special. Now, other factors kicked in for him, and
yeah, they both kind of screwed Michigan State in different ways.
Yeah, so let's get a little football. Today is a day that you get tagged or you're not tagged. We'll talk about that and more. 97.1.
Yeah, before we get to some of the other news, let me give you an update. We are a little bit over an hour away from the tag deadline here, so let me give you the update. We have so far tagged as Higgins, T. Higgins, L'Jarius Sneed, Brian Burns, Justin Umbuke, never pronounced the name right, the Baltimore defensive tackle, Antoine Whitfield, and Jalen Johnson. And the reports say Saquon, Christian Wilkins will not be tagged. I guess there's no surprises there, really.
And and Duggar got the transaction tag.
Transition tag, yes. But there is a little bit of breaking news here regarding the Seattle Seahawks. We understand they have a brand new coach. Mike Macdonald is their coach, which means a different defense they've run before. So they've decided to release both Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs.
That's both two of their safeties.
Both their safeties, saving $27.5 million. Does that surprise you, though, with a new defense, new coach coming in?
I'm surprised that they would get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
It does save them a you-know-what load of money. Obviously, Adams is the bigger name nationally around here. Look, with Tracy Walker gone, depending on the money, I'd have no problem with Quandre Diggs coming here. He was never here under the new administration, but he would fit this culture a lot.
Yeah, it tells me Seattle's going to go young. They're going to hit the draft heavy. They're drafting starters, not just guys to come in and back up. Yeah, they're hitting the reset button out there. So it's going to be interesting to see because, I would have gotten rid of one, not both.
Yeah, probably keep Diggs because Adams would have been the most money there you could save there. So yesterday
trade.
We did a mock draft, and in the mock draft it had J.J. McCarthy getting drafted number 4, a trade up for the Giants. Well, we might understand why. There's a report here, and Rich Eisen continued the report, but there's a report here that the Giants are having buyer's remorse on Daniel Jones.
Oh, gee, a little late.
They know they're stuck for another year, but they are having buyer's remorse, basically saying, yeah, he ain't it. And Rich Eisen went on to say on his show that the team is regretting the $160 million they gave to him, and they are absolutely done with Daniel Jones.
Not only that, I think they're done with Saquon. You're about to see the Giants seriously hit the reset button. Somebody's going to be like this because he's not going to be happy. But at least they admit now we've made mistakes. We're not going to pay these high price tags. We're going to go young. I do think they're going to try to move up in the draft, but yeah, between that and Daniel Jones' contract that you knew back then, this was a bad deal. He wasn't that good.
I think they go for like a bridge quarterback before they would even draft JJ and take, if he's still there, what's his face, Neighbors from LSU. That way you can, if you're going to suck, the quarterback coming out next year maybe better than JJ McCarthy.
See, I don't know because you're sitting right there. What are they, 6?
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like one of those, are you ever going to be this bad again? Because think about it. In order to be drafting that high,
right,
you're throwing the entire season away again. And you're telling your fan base, be patient. We're going to serve you hot garbage one more year. I think they're just going to go for it, try to move up to that 4th pick. I'm thinking that they probably go with the Arizona pick, and that's maybe where they go after JJ and move up 2 spots to 4. It'll cost them another number 1, but JJ better be worth it.
See, if I'm moving up to 4, I'm taking Marvin Harrison before I'm taking JJ, but that's just me.
Yeah, get yourself that wide receiver. Someone who's probably you don't like to say lock, but he's pretty much a lock.
Yes.
So let's get here to a little 49ers news for you, Rico. One, I think you might agree with because you also said here that you don't want to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown. But Brandon Ayuk is a trade candidate, according to ESPN's Dan Graziano, because Ayuk is he's set to play on $14 million option this year, but he wants way more than that. He wants to be one of the highest paid wide receivers. And then this news for you. We all saw that Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, received a $5 million raise pretty much. He's getting $5 or $6 million a year to be the DC in KC. Well, here's why. The Niners explored the possibility of hiring Steve Spagnuolo for their defensive coordinator position after the Super Bowl loss. Thoughts on both of those?
Yeah, David, I knew that was going to happen. I mean, it was almost 24 hours after the Super Bowl, and they really put out some serious feelers to see what's the best way to beat the Chiefs. Take their defensive coordinator. And that the Chiefs got wind of that and said, nope, we're going to lock that up. The Brandon Ayuk thing, I don't like paying wide receivers that much. I think that wide receiver is a position that every year there's going to be a young guy who could do the same thing that this guy is doing. And I know we get caught up on names, but if Ayuk tries to break the bank, you got to let him go because to me, he's not a one of one.
Well, guys, speaking of wide receivers getting paid, I think this guy's about to break the bank. Reports say that the Patriots wanted to land Evans, the wide receiver for the Buccaneers. Of course, he's going back to the Bucs. Calvin Ridley will be their next target. It says a report here, according to the Boston Globe. They were going to regret maybe paying Calvin Johnson top dollar. Calvin Ridley top dollar.
Yeah, I think he's a good player, but I wouldn't pay him top dollar. Not at all.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't bet on him doing it either.
No, because like I said, receivers, and they have a shelf life, and when they start going down, now you're good as a 2 or a 3, but I think Ridley's days is being that one those are over.
And let's close it out with this, because the NFL Combine just finished over the weekend, and we all know what happens. There's talk everywhere about teams, about players, and about the league. And something that came out is the 18-game schedule. Pro Football Talk was talking to the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, and they talked about moving the trade deadline a week. And then he says, no, we'll probably move it 2 weeks because we're probably one day going to get to 18 games.
There's no doubt that's happening. Yeah. There's not a doubt in the world.
Because 17 is a weird number. So, yeah, it's uneven. Yeah, I'm with you, Stoney. You know that this is going to be inevitable. It's like certain things, like the college football playoffs.
Yes.
Eventually we'll hit 16 instead of 14. Now, here's what I don't understand. Why is it's still a 53-man roster? If you're playing extra games, it seems like you should at least expand the roster to 60 players.
Of course. First of all, it gives you a chance in case there are injuries, number one. But no, they're not going to do that because the NFL, they don't make enough money. You know what it would cost the NFL to add a few players to each team? Oh, my Lord.
Well, they are a struggling business.
Oh, I know. It's unbelievable.
But I've never understood, like, guys, you've expanded. Like, I blame the players' union for this.
Well, that's the worst union in sports.
Because I got to think that, okay, we'll take this expansion, but that means that every team gets 7 extra jobs, which if I'm an older player, I'm excited for because that means maybe I stick around for an extra year or 2 getting one of those spots. Not a practice spot, but an actual spot because of injuries. You're playing longer games. You now have to travel over the seas to play games. Yeah, this is a horrible union, but yes, to answer your question, David, it's going to hit 18 games. That's inevitable. I don't know what they're waiting on, but
apparently to the story, it says they have to wait on maybe a new CBA, which is 2030. But I can imagine before then, they may talk to the players and say, look, let's do this in 4 years or 3 years or something like that.
They'll tell the players, hey, we're going to get you brand new training tables with your own personal chef. Really? I'm in. Let me sign. Here's some magic beans for you. Yeah, they're just not that smart.
Nothing happens. You're exactly right about that. And that is in football today. Yeah, before we get to some of the other news, let me give you an update. We are a little bit over an hour away from the tag deadline here, so let me give you the update. We have so far tagged as Higgins, T. Higgins, L'Jarius Sneed, Brian Burns, Justin Umbuke, never pronounced the name right, the Baltimore defensive tackle, Antoine Whitfield, and Jalen Johnson. And the reports say Saquon, Christian Wilkins will not be tags. I guess there's no surprises there, really.
And and Duggar got the transaction tag.
Transition tag, yes. But there is a little bit of breaking news here regarding the Seattle Seahawks. We understand they have a brand new coach. Mike McDonald is their coach, which means a different defense they've run before. So they've decided to release both Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs.
That's both two of their safeties.
Both their safeties, saving $27.5 million. Does that surprise you, though, with a new defense, new coach coming in?
I'm surprised that they would get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
It does save them a you-know-what load of money. Obviously, Adams is the bigger name nationally around here. Look, with Tracy Walker gone, depending on the money, I'd have no problem with Quandre Diggs coming here. He was never here under the new administration, but he would fit this culture a lot.
Yeah, it tells me Seattle's going to go young. They're going to hit the draft heavy. They're drafting stars.
Sponsored by Lady Jane's, MLB Pipeline released the latest top 30 prospects for Tigers players, headlined by Max Clark, Colt Keith, and Jackson Jobe in the first 3 slots. All 3 players also made the top 25 throughout all of Major League Baseball as well. Willie Horton, Tigers legend, likes what he sees out of Colt Keith so far. Keith is the heavy contender for the starting second base job this year. Speaking of prospects, the Tigers will send one of their own draftees to the mound on opening day for the first time since 2017 when Justin Verlander did it. Emmanuel Moseley will be back with the Lions next year thanks to a new one-year deal, according to Adam Schefter. He made his Detroit debut in Week 5 before quickly tearing his ACL against the Panthers. MSU men's basketball back in action tomorrow while Michigan kicks back until Sunday. How about that? Juwan Howard on their approach during the layoff. Oh, the Pistons back in action tonight against the Miami Heat on the road as well. You have to go all the way back to the first game of the season. Last time those two teams matched up, which ended in a 1-point win for Miami. Detroit guard Quentin Grimes is listed as doubtful heading into today's game. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremiano. For more, visit 971theticket.com.
All right, so before I get into the strange thing that I saw on the show sheet, the line is now out for tomorrow's game, MSU Northwestern. Stoney, you're not allowed to say anything. You now know what janking yourself is because you know the answer already. Well, he's got a lot of free time.
Yes, I do.
MSU hosting Northwestern at home. I don't think they've beaten the Wildcats in 3 years, 3 seasons. What do you think the line is? Evan said Northwestern minus -1.5. Who you got, David?
I said 2.5 for Northwestern.
You said Northwestern 2.5. The line, according to FanDuel, MSU is favored by 8.5 points.
8.5?
8.5 points.
I'll take Northwestern
for Senior Day. So, yeah.
I know Bo Bowie's hurt, right?
No,
the other guys hurt.
Yeah. Ty. I forgot his last name.
There are other really good players.
Yeah, Ty's hurt. Bowie's playing. Bowie is the killer.
Right, I know. He's really.
I mean, take Bowie to score at least 20 points, and you're going to win that bet because he just kills them.
Yeah, he's not out. I thought he was. I don't know. 8.5 sounds like a lot of points.
It does.
Well, they had a couple people get injured in their last game, but Bowie was not one of them. So yeah.
Look, Northwestern's good. They're going to the tournament. All right.
Yeah, they are. It just shocks me.
If Michigan State can't beat them at home,
Stoney.
I know.
No. They haven't beaten them. Like they've lost that in the Northwestern. They lost at home, and it's been like strange plays at the end of the game.
But you could argue reasonably that this game is the make or break game, whether they get into the tournament or not.
No, I think
this game, that Indiana game is.
They would have to win one of their next 3 games, including a Big Ten game. They lose all 3, now you're in trouble.
Right.
But, yeah, Northwestern gives you a quad 1 victory. And with the quad 1 victory, if you're MSU, your goal is to get out the 8-9 game. Because the 8-9 game means you're going to go up against somebody just as awful as you. And if you win, congratulations, you're going to be playing either Houston, UConn, or Arizona. And they've already lost to Arizona this year. That's what you're going to get in the second round because you can't play Purdue because they're in the same conference, and you don't want to play Purdue again because all they do is beat you.
Right.
So, yeah, so that would give them a quad 1 victory. If they can finish out on a roll and win like 3 or 4 more games, they can get to that 7 seed and breathe a little easier because then you would play a Kansas or something like that and hope that you have a chance. So that was just the line. But okay, I'm looking at the show sheet, and I get down to the bottom of the sheet, and Stoney's filling in for Mike. Stoney put something down there that I'm just at a loss. So Stoney, I'm just gonna. What is this?
There's another one on there that I thought you'd probably have a loss for too.
Oh boy. Maybe I didn't go down far enough. I saw the pickleball thing.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. There was another thing. Did I put down the bed thing there, that Hatchet too? I think I might have.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, there's another?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, guys, I mean, seriously, I feel like we could save this tomorrow for Mike. Stoney topics.
You can save them for Friday when I'm actually here with Mike.
Right.
Where he doesn't spend the whole 4 hours making fun of me, and rightfully so.
Wait, there's another one on here, Stoney?
Yes.
Yeah, right above Saquon not tagged. One that says something about beds.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, the Stoney topics. Do you ever make your bed, especially if you don't use a top sheet?
Yeah. You want to save that, or you want to do that or pickleball right now?
No. I want to do the pickleball thing because you're playing pickleball like
tonight, 6:30. I'm in a league with my wife. We play co-ed couples pickleball, and we're playing the Farbers tonight. My sister-in-law and her husband Jimmy, Pam and Jimmy. The line in that we're favorite. We should win this one.
Okay, I don't even know how to put this.
Have you ever seen pickleball?
I have. It's like pickleball kind of looks like what Facebook used to be, where it used to be cool for young people, and then older people kind of took it over because that's all I ever see.
Well,
playing
it's funny. This is the reverse.
Really?
Yeah. When pickleball started, it was, basically it seemed there was only older people that played that couldn't run around for tennis and things like that. And, I played at the sports club in West Bloomfield, play this place, that place. In Florida, we were playing. And the more and more you go to pickleball courts, facilities, whatever, you're seeing more and more younger players, 30 and younger, teenagers. I'm convinced pickleball will eventually in some states be a high school sport. I'm convinced one day it'll be in the Olympics because they always have those trial sports. We were playing in Florida a few weeks ago with people, basically in our age group, but I'm a little older than everybody we were playing with, but not that much. And the next court were 4 guys who were in their, I would say, late to mid 20s, and they were like vaping between points too.
So is pickleball basically like
it's like
tennis and badminton had a kid?
Well, yeah, kind of. What it is you use a smaller paddle. You don't call it a racket. You call it a paddle, and the ball has holes in it. It makes a disgusting noise kind of thing. If you like, for a lot of people, the noise of it really bothers people. But you play, you don't run around as much. But there's a lot of people that get injured from bending and falling and things like that. It's a lot of
and you're good at this.
No.
Okay.
No. Well, look, see, it's not like golf where you can tell somebody either handicap, you can tell if they're good or not.
Right.
Tennis, pickleball, racket sports, everything's relative. I can compete against really good players. I got no shot because I'm not that good. Same thing with tennis. But I do want to ask at 248-539-9797, do you play pickleball? And particularly if you're under the age of 40, do you play pickleball? Or if you're thinking about playing pickleball, it's something, a lot of times, with in relationships, marriages, you don't have everything in common that you thought you did. To me, playing pickleball with my wife is a way we can do something together.
So, David, is this part of your marriage counseling that couples should play pickleball together?
No. This doesn't sound like
Have you
something
thought
I want
about
to play.
adding it to this?
Doesn't sound like something I want to play or suggest for someone to play.
I've never played it. I kind of thought it was one of those COVID, because we were in COVID, it was a fad type of thing. People just wanted to get out the house. And I'm like, somebody just made up a game one day on a tennis court.
That's basically how it did start years ago in the state of Washington.
So I'm like, okay, I didn't think that it was, I didn't still think it was a thing.
They're closing down tennis courts to put up pickleball courts. You can put basically 2 pickleball courts in the same space as 1 tennis court.
Well, I'm not under 40, so I'll leave it to the gentleman behind the glass.
I don't play. I will say this. I did see a bunch of courts where my kids play flag football. They added pickleball courts where the tennis courts were.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that this past summer.
Yes.
There's
There's a new thing out as well called Padel. And I would suggest, I'm not going to even try to explain it. It's a cross between racquetball and pickleball, basically, where you can hit the ball off the wall and do the Padel and look at the highlights. They're incredible. And Henrik Zetterberg, Gustav Nyquist, and one of the other former Red Wing Swedes just opened up this facility in Sterling Heights that I hear is unbelievable. People are playing Padel all the time now. I guess it started in Europe.
I guess I got to get out more. And you're saying a potential, well, heck, pole dancing is going to be an Olympic sport. So.
No, but I'm telling you,
pickleball. I've never, Stoney, I thought it was a COVID thing that people just kind of made up to do because there was nothing to do in COVID.
No. Nope.
We were watching videos of marbles racing down.
Yeah, I know.
And wow. And now you're still doing this. And you don't get worried about getting injured.
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can. I mean, you can fall. And the doctors say they've had.
Do you have to be like in great shape to play this game?
No. But you can play. Like I was playing against somebody. I've played against people like who are like 80 and like women who are really good. Can, smash.
Did you lose?
Smash. It was a doubles. I probably did lose. Yes, absolutely.
Stoney out there losing to the Where's the Beef lady.
Yes, pretty much. But she can dink. She can dink. You dink. It's like little slices and things like that. It's a lot of fun. People, I'm telling you, it's a fast growing. It's already passé to a certain extent.
Oh, passé.
Well, it's not new anymore. Put it that way.
Pickleball.
Guys, Stoney, wasn't that you I saw playing last week? You were playing Sister Jean out there, weren't you?
Exactly. And she kicked my ass.
248-539-9797. Are you a pickleball person? I didn't know that it was that big. So, yeah, I saw it on the sheet and was like, Stoney's playing pickleball. Like, why is Stoney playing pickleball? What? But apparently, pickleball is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. pickleball. Who knew?
Oh, yeah. Everywhere.
You know what? Let's just go straight to the phone lines. We got a lot of people who want to talk about it. Logan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey.
Good, Logan.
I just wanted to say, so this is probably about 10 years ago now, when I was 15. So it was that sophomore in high school, gym class. We started our old teacher. He's retired now, but he was the one that basically got us all into pickleball at our school and required it for basically almost all the gym, basically the whole semester. And they had basically hosting tournaments and leagues and whatnot. And I'm not real big on these kind of sports, badminton, pickleball kind of things, but I was into trying something new, and man, to this day, I tell you what, me and some buddies still get together and go play pickleball on Sundays.
Yeah, it's very addicting. My wife, Logan, can sometimes play 3 times a day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking the call, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks
Thank
for the
you.
call.
So we play for an hour, and you have basically there's 3 games to 11, and then you get into an hour, and it's a decent work. That's not, you're not running around like crazy.
Break a sweat?
A little bit.
Back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, Stoney's absolutely correct. It is a very popular sport. It will be an Olympic sport at some point in time. I'm a professional pickleball referee. My wife is as well. We live here in Royal Oak. We travel all over the country with 3 different major tours refereeing pickleball. And
okay. Mike, hold on. I promise. I'm going to let you finish. There are professional referees to pickleball?
There are, absolutely.
There's a tour, just like there is of tennis.
There's the PPA Tour, the APP Tour, and Major League Pickleball. My wife and I referee on all of the different tours. The Major League Pickleball Tour is a team aspect event with team owners, and some of those owners are, people that we all know.
Tom Brady,
like
LeBron James, people like that. They own pickleball teams.
Yeah, so we travel with that particular tour and the APP Tour.
Yeah, I saw when I was visiting my family in Philly this summer, there was one near where my sister lives, and we went and watched a little bit, and these players are unbelievable.
So what's the average age of like the professional players?
Professional players are anywhere from the best player in the world on the women's side is 17. The best player in the world on the men's side is Ben Johns. He's just graduated from college. He's like 25, 26 years old. But anywhere up to 40, up to 50. So 50 and above would be your senior pros. And there's a whole tour for those as well.
They had that match on ESPN.
Appreciate the call, Mike.
It was Agassi and our boy Jack Sock, I believe, is a great tennis ball, pickleball player.
Was that with Steffi Graf?
Yeah, and Agassi, McEnroe, Jack Sock, and I forgot the other guy.
So they played. I thought that was a tennis match. That was a pickleball.
That was pickleball. Yeah.
I am learning so much right now, David. I don't know about you, but
I'm learning a lot too because he's named Ben Johns being the best men's player. Well, he has his own pickleball paddle with his name on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it comes with endorsements.
Money.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's big money.
Your sons don't have a Ben Johns?
No, they had no Ben Johns.
Quit being so cheap, man.
I heard Ben Johns turned down jobs to stay in Detroit. Oh, different Ben Johns.
Boom.
Yeah.
Where we at? Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, man, hold on.
Stoney topic here. This is a popular one. I live in Grand Rapids. There's a complex in the middle of downtown with about 30 courts. They host an annual tournament, and there are people there every day. On Saturday with the nice weather, all 30 courts were full. There were people waiting. There's a brand new complex in my town of Rockford. They're building another one next year. They're converting tennis courts. Doug did a story a couple months ago about a place out here where they actually shut the court down because, as Stoney said, the noise of it, people were just plunking back and forth all day. And the township shut the park down because of the neighborhood noise.
Hey, Jason.
It's insanely popular.
Jason, have you checked out Padel yet?
Padel.
Padel. Look for it on YouTube. They just Zetterberg and
It's like
Gus
very
Nyquist.
aggressive tennis racquetball.
It's unbelievable. That's the next thing. It's incredible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a former high school tennis player, and it's relatable a little bit, but I think it's just so addictive because, I mean, almost anyone can do it. My 10-year-old takes lessons. My 70-year-old neighbor could kill me because he's just so good with finesse and power, and it doesn't take a ton of movement, but
right.
the accuracy and the finesse are huge.
Yeah, the thing that kills you is if you have trouble bending, because if you bend, it's a lot better for your shots. You don't have to run that much because most of it's doubles too, and the courts are a lot smaller than they are in tennis.
Pickleball. Stoney, you taught me something.
There's a pickleball channel on TV.
What channel?
I don't know. It just says Pickleball TV. I'm seeing it on Instagram here.
We can put it-
24/7, 365.
So we can put it up on the TVs in here?
I don't know.
Probably not. We can't get the NFL Network.
Oh, yeah. It's a whole other story in and of itself. All right, let's get Craig. You're on 97.1. Craig,
you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Hey, Stoney, Rico, how's it going?
Hey.
Good. So, Stoney, you're 100% right. I'm 29, and I love playing pickleball with my friends. It's the perfect sport because, you can I take my girlfriend all the time, and we play. We'll play against, my buddy and their girlfriends, fiancés, et cetera. Or, even on, a golf trip, after we're done golfing, we went and played, really intense 2-on-2 pickleball, honestly, until the sun went down. But, if you go to courts in Royal Oak, there'll be 8 courts, and honestly, you usually have to wait 15 to 20 minutes just to be able to get on a court. There's that many people that want to play. I even got my girlfriend a pickleball paddle for Christmas, and she was elated. She was so excited, and honestly, just can't wait for the weather to get better so we can get back out there.
how long does it match? Does it match? Game? What do you call it?
It's up to
You play up to 15?
15 or 11. Most of them are up to 11. Then there's this other new scoring system that I just heard about called rallying. I don't like that.
If the match goes quick, you can play more than one match, and it's honestly just get out there. You play as long as you want because, like Stoney said, it's not a ton of movement, especially if you're playing doubles. So I mean, you can go out there, spend an hour and a half, and it's a great time.
Oh, appreciate the phone call, Craig. This is amazing. I'm loving this. AC, I'm going to give you the last word on this. You're on 97.
Hey, hello, fellas. Check this out. I'm a retired prison guard. We had to put a pickleball league in our school because so many prisoners wanted to play pickleball.
Really? Okay.
Yes, sir. You would not believe it.
Do they have different? Does your prison travel to play other prisons in pickleball?
Well, no, they can't do that.
What? If they're shackled or whatever, if they got cuffs on them, why can't they? You put them on a bus, you get them off, and then you get off the bus and you unshackle them.
Well, that means that we got to pay for that.
Oh, you're right. That's true.
Tony, you're in prison. You're not supposed to be having that much fun because you probably did something wrong.
Hey, there used to be a boxer who used to fight heavyweight fights from the Rahway State Prison in New Jersey, James Scott.
This isn't a Martha Stewart jail.
No, either was that.
Tony's trying to find the pickleball version of Ron LaFleur.
The longest pickleball.
I got to tell you, they love that crap. I didn't even know what the heck it was.
AC, I'm finding out so much stuff. Appreciate the phone call. Be safe. Yeah, Stoney, we're not taking the traveling prison pickleball tour.
I got big 6:30 again. I forgot my pickleball sneakers, so I'll have to go with these.
All right. Russell Wilson. Look, the Broncos just got fleeced. No other way to put it.
God.
Was it the worst trade in NFL history? We'll talk about that next. 97.1. Man, if you missed anything today, use that Odyssey Rewind from pickleball to NFL draft in Detroit to Kenny and Evan needing some help and calling the 800 number. We covered it all today.
That's right, because Kenny and Evan bet on spring training baseball, and they took the Tigers plus 150, I believe it was. And it was scoreless heading to the, 8th inning, I believe it was, and they ended up losing 3-0. Their pitching came through for Kenny and Evan. That was about it.
Kenny, will you be placing any bets on the Horizon League tournament?
Yes, I will be betting against Oakland at every stop possible.
You know, they're going to take your degree back.
What an alum. What an alum.
Right. Jeez. Just hate watching his own team. Spite store.
I know. It's
David, any ticket text for Wojo's up next, folks.
And he's here.
Yes, he is here. On time, somewhat.
Well, he's here.
Yeah.
On time is a rather fluid concept.
Very much so.
Could we call Wojo our Ant-Man? You see that yesterday? Anthony Edwards was like in the back. He didn't realize that the game was about to start.
He lost track of time.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Showed up and was standing at the scorer's table like, bruh,
he was there. So wait a second. Why should I be on time for the NBA game when this sports talk show host in Detroit is never on time for his stuff? So I'm Anthony Edwards. I don't have to be on time.
Yeah, like I said, on time is a very fluid situation for Wojo.
Yes. Hi, Bob.
Excuse me. Show starts at 6. What time is it?
We're giving you credit actually for being here on time.
Oh, okay.
But usually
All right, I'll take that.
Right.
Usually you're our Ant-Man.
Right, it's okay. It's Wojo's gonna be. It's 5:57.
I never miss the start of the show.
Wait, he's
ever.
pulling up. He's pulling up in the parking lot.
Ever.
Okay.
Often I'm sitting in my car on the phone. By the way, that's my office, away from the office.
Are you a pickleball?
No. I heard you guys talking about what was it? Hide the pickle. What was the name of that game?
Pickleball.
That's a different game.
Where
altogether.
Harrison High School used to be, they have a great pickleball facility there.
Oh yeah, they call it the Hawk. Right? Yeah. No, I do not. I know all the kids, and by kids I mean people 60 and older, played the pickleball. Right?
No, there's a lot of younger players now. That's the whole thing.
No, they play more energetic games. Right?
Stony and Wojo Invitational Pickleball Tournament. There you go.
Yes. Who do you like in tonight's match between the Stones and the Farbers?
Watch out for the Farbers, the upset-minded Farbers.
They will be upset-minded because we're favorites. It's my sister-in-law and her husband.
Oh, okay. I heard they've been done the juice of late. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Word on the streets. Mm-hmm. No, you're not. I'm not a pickleball player. I'm not even.
Wojo, I thought it was a COVID thing that you can play socially distanced, and after that, I didn't think that it stuck around. I just thought people were so sick of being in the house that you could stand 6 feet apart on the court and play this game. Because that's the first time I heard about it, and then I just thought it went away.
You couldn't in Michigan because Whitmer didn't allow that.
Yeah.
You could take walks, but you couldn't golf.
Oh, I wasn't here, so. Okay.
So what that went away or was created during COVID has persisted since? Like pickleball is one.
Well, pickleball was around before COVID, but it didn't.
It
start
became
becoming popular.
Yes. Like during the COVID,
you know what?
I did a lot of puzzling and stuff at home, and now I don't anymore because I'm not stuck at home.
Zoom calls and meetings. Working from home.
Although those have hung around.
No, that's what I'm saying. They stuck around.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
I used to, like, once every 3 or 4 weeks, my college friends who I text, we used to do a Zoom. That has completely gone away since.
Really? I mean, no, I think Rico's right. I think Zooms are still very
meetings,
popular.
Yes, but like friends all got together.
Right, because the only time you could see them.
Right, so it was a couple of my frat brothers. We all just got on there one night, and it was like, oh, okay, but we don't do that anymore.
Because you know what? I will say this. I think I binge watch shows even more now. The Tourist. I told you about The Tourist, right?
Tell me about The Tourist.
Season 2 of The Tourist has now dropped. I'm through one episode of season 2, and it's picked up very seamlessly.
Did you watch Curb? Did you watch Curb?
No, I wasn't a Curb watcher.
Did you
or Curb Stomper either?
Did you watch the show Death and Other Details?
Yes.
I have not seen the final 2 episodes.
I have.
Okay, so keep it to yourself. But yeah, because I tried to pace it, but then I got caught up, and I'm like,
it's good. It's good. Yeah, no, I'm glad binging is still. I think I read the Free Press something like there's 180 new continuous series that drop each year now on the various outlets. Like not just movies, like 180 series is. How do you keep up with that?
You don't. Exactly. It's like Yellowstone. I've watched the first 5 from season 1, and that's it.
You know, I've read stories where it's become a stressful situation for people.
Right,
like,
because you
stress
fall
about
behind, and now you don't want people to tell you, or you're watching with somebody, and it's called cheap binging because they watch it because you're taking too long.
Absolutely.
And don't you hope that the shows are like the half hour to the 40-minute shows because you can binge them a lot quicker? I do.
But not only that, you're afraid of being behind, like you can't talk about it in the office because you haven't watched that show. And then people reveal little slices of their personality based on which shows they like. Like I like all the creepy crime thrillers and hello, my basement.
You are
hello.
creepy. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, Joe, bigger question.
Yeah, there's no bigger question than that.
The esteemed Kenny Cott and Evan Jenkins, they wagered on the Braves-Tigers game today. What do you think of people who are betting on spring training baseball?
Losers? I mean, is that too simple? I mean, losers?
No.
Degenerates?
Yeah.
Slackers?
We found a lot of people bet on a lot of weird stuff.
Dummies?
Like Russian ping pong.
Unclean? Anything else? Unfit for society?
The
Is that too
unwashed.
far?
The unwashed.
The great unwashed?
Yes.
Wait, you bet they do normal lines on spring training games?
Yeah,
You have no
Tigers
idea.
were plus 150, so they lost.
So they just do they don't do like over under run totals, do they?
I don't know. I'm sure they do.
The games are like 22-10.
No, Wojo, that would be crazy to do that.
Yeah.
But we're betting the Devils tonight.
Wojo,
New
what you got
coach
coming up?
theory.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about the Lions and moves and possibilities. Bring back Quandre Diggs. Bring back Quandre Diggs.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I really do think that. And
What do you think of Emmanuel Mosley coming back?
I think that's fine.
No big deal.
I will tell you how Brad Holmes is testing us a little bit. He's testing
Is he
us.
testing or teasing?
Both.
Oh.
Both. And I like both, to be honest. I like to be teased and tested.
All right. It's Wojo coming up next.
What?
Before
Why is
Pistons-
Rico shaking his head at that?
Because it's 5:57 and my shift's over.
And Piston Miami basketball after
Wait,
Wojo.
mine starts
Rico,
now?
it was wonderful being with you the last 3
Stoney,
shows.
I had so much fun and learned about pickleball.
Yes,
so
indeed.
can't wait to do the show with you again sometime.